Um, Sorry, hello, how are we? I hope you're all well. Okay, so just want to do this. Well, I'm gonna wait a little bit for people to come in. Amazing. Oh, hello, how are we, people? Sorry, I'm trying to, when you're trying to do two things at once. I can't even do one thing at once. Um, so, well, hello, Miss Amy, Soz. Oh, bloody hell, I'm trying to type at the same time. How are you, Amy? Nice to see you back. You missed. You always missed whenever you're not here now. Oh, bloody hell. I dropped something. I don't know what I dropped. Oh, my mouse. Dropped my mouse. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing this at all. But then I saw some videos of Travis out there. So I was like, oh, do you know what? I might actually do a. I've got nothing better to do. I was bored. So I might as well jump on. That was my whole idea anyway. And not just talk about Travis, but talk about all kinds of shit, like, Um, I need to tweet this out now because I am so much of an idiot. I don't prepare. Okay, there's that, there's that. All right, fine. Now I'm just gonna find a link now. I hope you had a nice day yesterday as well. You had was it comedy com or something like that? I hope it was a good day. Um, Now I want to look at YouTube. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. YouTube, link to this. Okay, fine. I'm just slow at multitasking. The share Twitter. Oh, live now, motherfuckers. Live now. Okay, and then cut off that. I hope you Comic Con walking around. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the worst thing, isn't it? That's why you don't catch me in those things. Um, I've heard of Comic Con, but I've never obviously been to one. But I have heard of it. That's tweeted out. Oh shit! I better put a thing in that Facebook group as well, just in case somebody like Catherine wants to come. I don't think she's on Twitter, so um, I will put that. You think I've done this for like a few months? Well, not quite a few months, but quite a while now. You'd think that I know what I'm doing, but nope, I'm still behind. Yeah, did you watch the? I know that you're gonna watch the live stream we did last night. Had you heard? Had you heard? Had you seen that from Heard before the deposition? Obviously, I know nothing about. Oh, not about. I needed to. Oh no, I don't believe it. I have back issues as well. Lower back, I have mine. Pain in the arse, isn't it? Every time I get up from this couch, I'm like, oh, so it's a pain in the ass. But what can you do? Alternate corner. All right, we're live, people. people want to hop in or say hi or even join. Okay, that there. This Facebook group is just another bloody one I have to put together now. Right. Oh no. Sorry, people. I just can't do two things at once. I have to just do one thing. You fell asleep. The lights to go. Yeah, I mean, look. There we are. Yeah, I the first video I played last night, I thought, "Wow, this is really good." And the start of the second video, I was enjoying. Then I was like, "This is just irritating." I got irritated by the end of the whole video, but still got the two more depositions next Saturday, and then we're into the trial then. But I am glad that I did it because it's like laying the foundation because I know nothing. People are surprised. They're like, I don't even know who Amber Heard is. So I know now she's an actress. Apparently she shits the bed, but that's about it. But I'm not supposed to even know that bit. Do, 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 do. Right. Put some tabs off now. Not sure if uh, Spider Girl or Mad World anyone's joining us, or Marcy, the ones that usually are here for this trial. But I just saw the clips. No, I didn't. Yeah, I've not seen any of it. I know the result because I saw the result a few months ago, but the trial itself I know nothing about. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. To be honest, looking forward to watching it. It's 6 months of it, but apparently everyone says it's brilliant. So, and I think we're gonna watch it on Saturdays. I think we're gonna start around 1:30 Eastern time. Um, which I know is awkward for Americans, but what I encourage people to do is if you can't watch it, rewatch it, do the rewatch crib afterwards. Um, I'm not sure how that works, but it's just hard for us because a lot of people in the UK we want to finish by midnight because some people need to go. Yeah, well, I mean it's midnight, they want to go to bed, so that's why I have to do a little bit. So there we are. So a lot of people actually did that. So I've had a few people say they'll join me for the first week. So first couple of weeks. So that's probably the first like 10 weeks, So um yeah, if anyone else here, say hello, guys. It's only me and Amy. Amy's a chatterbox. She loves it. I don't mind chatting. We're just gonna go through some. We're just gonna chill out. I got a couple of videos to play. I'll think about it. Right, somebody just came in and just left. If that's that bugger that keeps disliking my videos, that motherfucker. Somebody just comes in and just dislikes all my videos. I don't know why they do it. Sad as fuck, but whatever. At least I get a view. So, yeah, I'm thinking of playing some. Now that we know where we stand with everything, right? I was thinking of playing some of the um, witnesses again. Not the guy from Friday. I think we've heard of that enough. But just maybe the first guy, the brother. Because I don't remember the brother. I don't remember what he said. So I was thinking of maybe playing that. Also, I want to play the knock on the door because we see it, but we don't actually see it. But now with all the videos out, we can actually see the knock on the door and the 999 call and stuff. So that's my plan on doing that. Playing some of that. I just chatting. and not rely on Amy for time because she ain't got great in chat, just not got a clue about anything time wise. So a few people dropped out already once I said that we're going to be looking at a witness. I mean, we can look at any witness you guys want, or we can look at anything you guys want. Um, but what I might do is play now. Once I get it, I'll leave it till quarter past and I'll play it quarter past because everyone's got plenty of time until quarter past. Um, just mute this when I get it. I will put that there. I will cancel that down. Oh, I've got two screens and one's a bit further away. Let's get no wrong one. Sorry. See, that's out. That's out. I'm trying to close tabs as well. There's so many tabs open. Right. Let's have a look at this bad boy then. No. Right. Get back there. Okay, set it up and we'll start it in a couple of minutes. That's plenty of time for people then to come in. Yeah, I'd like to see the brother. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. There's a few things now that we're finding out that I don't remember fully. So that's why I want to go back on some of these things, just so we understand it. And I just think it's a good opportunity now to do it. I mean, I know some people don't want to do that. That's absolutely fine. I'm not holding people hostage here. Right, it's there. I'll say I've got to give a few more minutes because some people said they would come, but they might actually be here. I have no idea. Just because they're not chatting. Put that in there. Redo the layout. Save, update layout. There's a few things. Do you know what the other thing that I'd love to hear as well is, the next door neighbor or the neighbor, like how many shots was there? Was it two, three? What was it before it all exploded? Because I know he said something, but I don't remember what he said. Give it a minute, guys, and I'll play the video. People can catch up then. I know, so do you remember when he's talking mostly about these things, the brother? Do we need to watch the state interview him or just defense? Do you think? Because obviously the state side of it, he was just scripted it. Do you know what I mean? But I guess the defense there was no script, so I was just maybe thinking of playing just the defense, unless you think there was something we were going to miss. Right, everything's set up ready. If there's any issues on okay on the sound and stuff, just let me know. I'm not doing my headphones because I think the static on my headphones that don't help. So for my friend, yeah, this is the thing is that we don't know that element of it yet, do we? But I'm not sure if you've seen this video or not. But the one thing I do remember is they were like, "Oh yeah, we knocking on the door, just knocking normally, wasn't loud or anything." And so I'm looking forward to this video. So this is what um This is Travis speaking about the night and also some of the other bits. So I'll play it now. I can replay it again. So don't worry, I'll replay it again.
You're saying that he's been shot?
911 calls for help flood into dispatch around midnight.
Things escalated so quickly.
For the first time, Travis Rudolph talks about the night he says 4 men showed up at his door.
I heard just a loud bang, as if like the police was at the door.
In exclusive video, we can now see everything playing out on security cameras.
This all happened within seconds. So my brother was the first one to get to the door, so I was worried about his safety as well.
Where Travis at? Travis at?
According to court records, Rudolph and his then girlfriend, Dominique Jones, got into a fight earlier that night.
Open this door, bro, because this got me. Dominique, stop.
Who are you calling a bruh?
Afterwards, she texted her brother, Keyshawn Jones. Evidence shows they both made threats towards Rudolph.
As soon as I came outside, literally, Tyler, he sucker punched me to my left eye. It was Tyler and Sebastian. They was kind of trying to corner me in. And Tyler, he had pulled out his firearm. During that time, Tyler pulled out his firearm. Sebastian was like, you mess with the wrong girl, you're gonna die tonight. And then that's when I went back inside and grabbed my firearm.
The fight spilling out into the street. The video shows Rudolph then running off his property with an AR-15.
What I had to do, you know what I'm saying, to protect me and my family. My brother jumped by 2 of those guys getting kicked. So that's the reason why I went down the street. While they're all in their car, I see 2 firearms pointing at me and my brother. And I couldn't believe it. And it's just a split decision where I just felt like it's either me and my brother or these guys that's, you know what I'm saying, gonna get hurt.
Rudolph firing 39 rounds, the 4 men speeding off.
I know people at home are going to question, okay, he has an AR-15 and he fired 39 times. What's your explanation for that?
I can't even count how many times I shot, to be honest with you. I got fast reflexes, you know, I play football. And on top of that, I felt like I had to keep shooting until the threat is no longer a threat anymore.
Did you realize you had shot somebody when that all happened?
No, I honestly didn't know I had shot anyone. And my heart sunk. I was just trying to get them away from me and my brother, from killing us, really.
Sebastian Jean Jacques was shot and killed. Tyler Robinson was also shot but survived. Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe were not hurt.
Would you do anything differently?
It was a matter of life or death at that moment that I had shot. And I'll do the exact same thing if it came down to it.
Hang on. How scratchy was that? I can't find. Right, this video is pissing me off. Hang on. How scratchy was that? I missed some of that stuff because I was panicking because I was like, oh my god, it's scratchy. Right. I think so, but I need to play it again because I missed some of it. I thought, hang on, I need to do this. I need to do Task Manager. Oops, no, change password. No, I don't want that. Oh, bollocks, I can't do it. Because I've got. I need to close some stuff down. I can see the tab open, but it won't. Oh, hang on, I know what to do. Okay, that's fine. Right, I missed a lot of that, if I'm being completely honest with you. I need to set it up better. What was the sound like for you? It was scratchy for me this side, so I'm not sure if I should wear my headphones or not. But I think it was understandable, wasn't it? So before I answer your questions, I need to go back and watch that again because Travis. Oops, wrong one. Videos. Before I show it again. Okay, it was this scratchy. Okay, well, I'll try it again, and if not, I'll put my headphones on and see the difference. I might do this time. I'll play a different. Right, I'll play this video first, right? Um, and then we'll go back to the other video.
The governor is signing into law. One is called Protections of Medical Conscience. And when it takes effect in July, it will give doctors the right to opt out of any healthcare services that he or she might object to for moral or religious reasons. And it would give that same right to insurance companies that'll be able to opt out of paying for services on that same basis. The concerns came quick and loud from opponents worried about whose healthcare might suffer. Right there, State Rep Randy Fine is one of the proponents of this bill, here to help us examine it. It is so nice to see you. Last we saw you.
Good morning.
Hey, come on in.
Good morning.
I'm Andy.
Travis.
Travis, good to see
Hello.
you.
Hey.
Hello.
And you must be Travis Rudolph.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
How are you?
Good.
Pretty emotional and so grateful. Thank you. I still am not even 100% sure that you understand how much it meant.
Yeah. I mean, you really don't even have to thank me. Bo was a great person, and you raised a great son. Be my friend forever. Got me? Friend forever.
Did you even know he took the picture?
I honestly didn't. I didn't even know until I saw like the post. I'm like, oh.
That picture was fantastic. I mean, you're a superstar here.
Yeah.
And you could have sat at any one of those tables in that room.
Yeah.
And
Man, he just like welcomed me. He was like, hey, yeah, why not sit down? And he like introduced himself to me. Like I didn't even have to ask him any questions. He was like, hey, I'm Bo. What's your name? And it was just like a great conversation from there.
I love that. Thank you so much.
Go do the dab.
I'll get with you about what time Monday morning.
Now
Do it for me.
hit the
Boats. Yeah.
and I can do the whip.
Whip.
And I can
Ooh, nay.
Some people don't know the backstory, so I'll show you the backstories. That happened because of this. This happened.
of remarkable kindness that is drawing praise from around the world, and rightfully so. Mark Strassman went to Tallahassee to find out how a college football star and a young student found each other in a school cafeteria.
He just sat down with me.
Bo Paskey was sitting alone in Montfort Middle School's cafeteria on Tuesday.
It was right there.
You looked up and there he was?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
He said, "What's up, dude?"
Rudolph to the 10 with a guy to beat. He was Travis Rudolph, a star wide receiver with the Florida State football team. 5 players were visiting the school as part of a community service program. And what'd you guys talk about?
He asked me, am I going to play in the NBA? And I said yes.
Okay. And what'd you ask him?
I asked him, are you in the NFL? And he said no.
One little thing can change.
Rudolph told us he noticed a young kid sitting off by himself and headed his way.
Once I got those 2 slices of pizza, I just seen him by himself, and I was like, hey, this is like a spotlight, I guess. It just, something clicked in my head. Just let me go ask him if I can sit with him and eat lunch with him.
Someone snapped a photo of Bo and his new friend having lunch with no one else sitting close and sent it to the 6th grader's mother.
Bo.
Right here.
Bo is autistic, and many days no one sits with him at lunch. The thought of him eating alone gets to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Leah Paskey will always remember the college football player's kindness to her son. He could have sat with anybody,
Could sat with anybody.
and yet he picked
He picked Bo.
Bo,
Yeah.
who was sitting by himself.
Yes. So I'm just moved with emotion at his generosity and his kindness. I haven't spoken to him. I don't know what made him pick Bo, but I'm so grateful he did. I'm so grateful he did. That was so kind.
She thanked Rudolph in a Facebook post. This is one day I didn't have to worry if my sweet boy ate lunch alone, because he sat across from someone who is a hero in many eyes. That post has been shared thousands of times since.
I definitely just hope, that kids just welcome him in, because he's a genuine person, and he can always be around me anytime, and I was his friend.
When Bo walked into lunch on Wednesday, every kid wanted to sit with him.
I'm a superstar. Everybody recognizes me.
For CBS This Morning, Mark Strassman, Tallahassee, Florida.
Oh, yes, brother. You are the man.
I was a mess yesterday.
Oh,
Great story.
I love that. I love that story. Do you know what I mean? How many people actually do that? This is what it's heartbreaking what he's going through at the minute. How many people would do that? Bog off if you say loads of people. No, they wouldn't. You've got to have a heart of gold to do that stuff. Uh-oh. There may be trouble ahead. We got Luna. Luna. Hello, Luna. How are you? I hope you're well. You've been missed, Luna. Let me just find the other video now then. Travis Rudolph. Oops, well, my mouse keeps falling. Yeah, I hope you're well, Luna. Here we go, I got it again. What I'm going to do now is play that other video, Amy, the one that we saw earlier on. I could play that one again. Hopefully I can hear it better this time. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. You know where I am, dudes. You know where I am, G. Just message me anytime you want. You know you got access to me 24/7, yeah? So if anyone around, just message me. I knew one heard from me for a while. I thought he might be pissed at me. So, by the way, Luna, we got a new member. I don't think you've met Amy yet. Amy's a chatterbox, so she's in here. So Amy, this is Luna, or G, as we call her as well. So, she's lovely. You're both lovely, so you get on. Right, I'm going to play this one now then. I'm not sure if you've seen this, Luna, or not. Right, I need to listen this time now, properly.
That's right. Today, prosecutors showed the jury some surveillance video that they say that shows that Travis Rudolph was the aggressor, that he was shooting at 4 men who came apparently to shoot up his house. Although one of those men testified today saying that just meant they were there for a fist fight, not murder. Prosecutors say Travis Rudolph was the aggressor the night in April 2021. 4 men showed up at his door, Rudolph shooting 39 rounds as they fled following a fight, showing jurors this surveillance video of bullets flying from Rudolph's semi-automatic rifle as he chased them down the street.
Murder begins when self-defense ends. Now, that was a simple sentence said many, many years ago, but that simple sentence perfectly encapsulates why this defendant right there, Travis Rudolph, is sitting in the chair that he's sitting in.
The 4 men arrived when Rudolph's girlfriend contacted them, claiming Rudolph had assaulted her after she found texts from other women on his phone, telling them to come shoot up the house. One of those men, the girlfriend's brother, testifying he was throwing punches at Rudolph during the fistfight, but insisting no one pulled a gun and all 4 ran and got into their car. But Rudolph's attorney insisting Rudolph was acting in self-defense.
Isn't that a fact that you guys immediately attacked him, never giving him a chance to do anything?
No.
Rudolph's attorneys say he never began shooting until 2 of the men in the car pointed guns at him through the windows, and he was in fear for his life.
They were vigilantes. They were 4 men who went there to retaliate and kill, just as they were ordered to do.
But Kashawn Jones saying he was in the front seat and did not see Sebastian Jean-Jacques lean out of the back seat and point a gun at Rudolph.
I'm telling you that I didn't see any guns pointed.
And 2 of the men did apparently have weapons. Testimony in this case will continue throughout the week. Live in West Palm Beach, Terry Parker, WPBF 25 News.
That he's sitting in.
The 4 men arrived when Rudolph's girlfriend contacted them, claiming Rudolph had assaulted her after she found texts from other women on his phone, telling them to come shoot up the house. One of those men, the girlfriend's brother, testifying he was throwing punches at Rudolph during the fistfight, but insisting no one pulled a gun and all 4.
That was a part for me that I first noticed. I'm sure she said that he hit her and stuff, but you can see that he didn't hit her. He did the motion of go back or something close to her face, but he never hit her, and then she attacked him. So for me, that was important. I just want to watch that again. See that again.
Was throwing punches at Rudolph during the fistfight, but insisting no one pulled a gun and all 4 ran and got into their car.
Ban. So then that's important. Right. Yeah, I think that's important because of what she. That's why I need to listen to her testimony again, because I'm pretty sure she said like he hit her, but actually no, he didn't. I think there's another video. Yes, we are here, free Travis all the way. Well, I think he is free on a thing or on his ankle, but yeah, totally agree with you, Jan, or whatever your name is. So yeah, I think this stream, I believe, they can speak for themselves, but I believe are pro Travis. Or else, where is it? I'm sure there's another video, but do you think I can bloody find it now? I did have it earlier on. Sorry, this one is the knock on the door. I want to see how loud it was, because when I heard it, it was loud. I love how yeah, and you're probably gone now. I love how randomly some people chat. I love it. Oh, subscribe, yeah. Right. No, that's not it. No, maybe. Yeah, got it here. Here we are. So this is the other one I wanted to play. This one is important, I think. Um, hopefully this is the bloody right one now. Here we go. Share screen. That's nice. Luna and Amy being friends. Oh, that's lovely. That is. Besties. Right. Here we go.
911, what's your emergency? I just heard a ton of shots behind me. I just heard shots fired. It sounded like 10 gunshots. It's a guy out here saying that he's just been shot.
April 7th, 2021. 911 calls for help flood into dispatch around midnight.
Things escalated so quickly.
For the first time, Travis Rudolph talks about the night he says 4 men showed up at his front door.
I heard just a loud bang, as if like the police was at the door.
In exclusive video, we can now see everything playing out on security cameras.
This all happened within seconds, so my brother was the first one to get to the door, so I was worried about his safety as well.
Who is it? Where Travis at? Where Travis at? Travis at?
According to court records, Rudolph and his then-girlfriend, Dominique Jones, got into a fight earlier that night.
Open this door, bro, because this got me. Dominique, stop.
Who are you calling a bruh?
Afterwards, she texted her brother, Keyshawn Jones. Evidence shows they both made threats towards Rudolph.
As soon as I came outside, literally, Tyler, he sucker punched me to my left eye. It was Tyler and Sebastian. It was like kind of trying to corner me in. And Tyler, he had pulled out his firearm. And during that time, Tyler pulled out his firearm. Sebastian was like, you messed with the wrong girl. You're going to die tonight. And then that's when I went back inside and grabbed my firearm.
The fight spilling out into the street. The video shows Rudolph then running off his property with an AR-15.
I had to do what I had to do, you know what I'm saying, to protect me and my family. My brother was on the ground getting jumped by 2 of those guys getting kicked. So that's the reason why I went down the street. While they're all in their car, I see 2 firearms pointing at me and my brother. And I couldn't believe it. And it's just a split decision where I just felt like it's either me or and my brother or these guys that's, you know what I'm saying, gonna get hurt.
Rudolph firing 39 rounds, the 4 men speeding off.
I know people at home are going to question, okay, he has an AR-15 and he fired 39 times. What's your explanation for that?
I can't even count how many times I shot, to be honest with you. I got fast reflexes, you know, I play football. And on top of that, I mean, I felt like I had to keep shooting until the threat is no longer a threat anymore.
Did you realize you had shot somebody when that all happened?
No, I honestly didn't know I shot anyone. And my heart sunk. I was just trying to get them away from me and my brother, from killing us, really.
Sebastian Jean Jacques was shot and killed. Tyler Robinson was also shot but survived. Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe were not hurt.
Would you do anything differently?
It was a matter of life or death at that moment that I had shot. And I'll do the exact same thing if it came down to it.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. What do we think? What are we thinking? Ooh, that's huge. Just checking Rumble. I think that's huge. So I looked up the right. I mean, a lot of them do want to politics, don't they? They want the big cases, and it's not about winning or losing. They need to win one big one, and then bang, straight into politics, or get great exposure in one. But he needs to cut his hair before he gets into politics, that's for sure. Or he probably loses here once he gets to politics. I just find it all interesting. The only thing I would say against Travis, and I'm pro Travis, is 39 times is a lot. And he did say reflexes and stuff, which was fair enough. But like 39, whoa, if he said 9, that's still a lot, but it's not that much, I suppose. But I don't see how he's convicted. Right, let's have a look at some testimony, shall we? Let's look at some testimony. I know some people don't like this, and that's why they've left, which is totally fine. I mean, I'm just trying to recap and actually look at stuff here, because I generally don't think that Travis should be up for this. If I go to Law and Crime Network, then have they got playlists together? Um, no, not fully. So I'll just have to go from the start. So I think the brother was day one, wasn't he? So let me just find it. I don't think we need to watch the prosecution speak. We'll just do it with the defense. I'll, no, I agree with you. Um, right, let's see if it starts from here. I think it does. I'm the same as you. I played it before day one as well, just to give like a bit of background. But obviously, um, you missed it by a day type of thing. Let's see. Let's present. Watch live. Yeah, so he was apparently if he didn't get injured, he would have like he went undrafted to the NFL, but he would have well, they think that he might have been drafted if he hadn't been injured and stuff like that. So he's had a tough life, losing his father um, to a gunshot. So I can't understand, when you lost your father to a freak accident from a gun, and then you know you think your brother's about to die from a gunshot. You're going to do everything you can to shoot. Well, certainly I would like to think that most people would try and do anything they could to protect their brother. And not just their brother, but his mother's there, in the house. So I would hate to be in a mother's position. I can only imagine what she was thinking when, there was guns involved and stuff. Like, she just lost her husband. She's probably thinking, oh my God, I could lose two of my sons, so that's scary as a mother, I imagine. They will come up now. I'm not rushing this. There's no rush. I'm in no rush tonight. Um, oh, and I'm glad your friend Kimberly enjoyed. I saw that on Facebook. Thanks, Amy. She enjoyed my voice. That's nice. As I say, I hope she comes back. I hope there was an Emma as well, or an Emily as well that you mentioned. Hopefully, she joins as well. Jan, are you still here, or however you say your name? Sorry, my man. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, and I don't mean any disrespect to you by mispronouncing it. And whoever else is here, say hi, guys. We're not biting. We're just trying to recap just trying to put some of the question marks we have. Rewatching it before Tuesday. Right, I've got that. Rumble, please like and follow the channel, please. There's nobody on Rumble tonight, which is fine.
All rise. Court's back in session.
All right, go ahead and take your seats until we get the jury in anyway. Any reason why I should not bring them in at this point? Yes? No? Ready for them, in other words? Okay.
Let's see how the volume does, how the audio does with this now. Oh, no, I'll put it at 1.25 speed. Hang on. Don't need to put it. Switch those on. I mean, how did this judge let it come this far? He needs to look at himself. He should be ashamed of himself as well, in my opinion. How do you let it get this far? Hopefully, didn't wear headphones. But last night we played the whole thing Amber Heard without headphones, and it was pretty much perfect. This testimony, I don't remember anything.
All right,
Also, the
back,
girl,
folks. Everyone take your seats,
ex-girlfriends, I
please.
don't
Ladies and
remember.
gentlemen, jury, thank you for your punctuality. All right, who's going to do cross-examination? All right, Ms. Perlette, you may begin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You, Chris Lowe, have known each other since middle school, right?
Yes.
You're like brothers?
Yes.
Very close, right?
Yes.
Same with Tyler Robinson, have known each other since middle school?
Yes.
And you would also consider him extremely close, like a brother to you?
Yes.
And Sebastian as well, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you guys would basically do anything for one another?
To a certain extent, yes.
At the time of the shooting, you've testified that you owned a 9mm Glock, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with firearms, were you not?
To an extent.
Well, you had a concealed weapons permit, didn't you?
Yes, I just had recently got it.
I'm sorry?
I just had recently acquired it.
Okay, so you did not have a concealed weapons permit at the time of the incident?
I did, but I didn't have it for long.
How long did you have it for?
A few months.
Okay, and as part of that, you need to get trained, right? In gun usage, is that correct? And how to handle a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, so you had some basic understanding of how to operate a firearm, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were comfortable with a firearm, right?
Yes.
You owned a firearm.
Yes.
And in fact, you had purchased multiple firearms.
Yes.
And it was your habit to buy firearms and then quickly sell them, was it not?
Not a habit. I wouldn't say that, but I did do it twice. Yes.
Okay. One time was to Tyler Robinson, right?
Yes.
And that was the 9mm Taurus, right?
Yes.
And you purchased that and then sold it to him the very next day. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
All right. Why'd you sell it to him so quickly?
I didn't need it anymore.
What?
I didn't need it anymore.
So you only needed it for 24 hours?
Yes.
And what changed that you then could buy a gun and then decide within 24 hours you no longer needed that gun and sell it to Tyler Robinson?
Once you realize how it handles, how it shoots, I realized I didn't like it.
Okay, so you went shooting with it the minute after you bought it or shortly thereafter?
The gun range, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And then you said, hey, I don't want this, Tyler, I'll sell it to you.
Yes.
How much did you sell it to Tyler for?
I don't remember.
Did you sell it or did you actually give it to him?
I don't remember.
You said you sold it, so which one was it?
I sold it. You told me I sold it. So.
Well, you agreed with me. Do you agree with anything that anybody tells you?
No, but you're telling me, so I'm
Why,
assuming that you know.
Did
You didn't
tell
ask.
him
You
it?
told me. Yes.
How much did you sell it for?
I told you I do not remember.
Did you do a bill of sale?
I do not remember.
And if you did sell it to him, that your name would have been on it, right? And the price and the legal transaction, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you said on direct examination that you're not a gun enthusiast. Remember that?
Yes.
But you certainly have familiarity with guns. We've established that.
Yes, to some
You
extent.
yes?
Yes.
You also had a different gun that you said at one point that you owned, a pea shield, and then you sold that one to a student up in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's a pea shield?
Another 9mm. Actually, I believe it's a 380. I'm not sure.
Okay, and when did you purchase that gun?
I don't remember the exact date.
What year, what month? Do you remember that?
No,
Was it before or after you bought and sold the Taurus?
it was before the Taurus.
And why did you sell that gun to the college student?
I didn't like that gun either.
So did you sell that one the very next day as well?
I don't believe so.
How much did you sell that gun for?
I don't remember.
Who'd you sell that gun to?
To a friend,
What's his name?
Landon.
Landon?
Yes.
Okay. Any other guns that you've bought and sold?
Nope.
And you've been to the shooting range, right?
Yes.
And you've been to the shooting range with Chris Lowe and Tyler Robinson, haven't you not?
Not with Chris.
No?
No.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Right. You've also been to gun shows.
Yes.
And have you been to the gun show with Chris and Tyler?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. You sure about that?
Yes.
With Chris, right?
Yes.
So Chris had an interest in guns too, right?
I can't speak on his interests.
Well, he went with you to the gun show, right?
Yes, that is true.
All right. South Florida gun show?
Yes.
Did Chris buy a gun too there when he went with you?
No.
Did Tyler buy a gun when he went with you?
No.
On the occasion that the three of you went together, did you buy a gun?
Did I buy a gun that day? I believe that's when I got my gun. Yes.
The 9mm Glock?
Yes.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as offense 6. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Tyler's gun.
Is that the 9mm Taurus?
Yes.
That you sold him?
Yes.
Okay. And this particular gun has an extended clip, does it not?
I believe so.
Can you tell the jury, please, what an extended clip is?
A clip with more bullets than standard.
And why would somebody have an extended clip?
If the standard clip does not have enough bullets.
Do you know how many bullets that clip holds?
No, I'm unsure of the exact amount.
Has this gun been modified in any other way besides having an extended clip?
No.
Okay. And this is the weapon that you sold to Tyler Robinson?
Yes.
Good, this time you admit defense.
Any, which one is it? 6?
6.
Any objection? Very well, submitted without objections. Defendants Exhibit 6.
And you've learned that that is in fact the gun that Tyler had with him on the night of the shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's your testimony. You told the jury that on the night of the shooting, you did not bring your gun with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But it's your habit to carry your gun pretty much with you at all times, is it not?
No, it is not.
Tell me or tell the jury under what circumstances you carry your Glock with you.
I started carrying my Glock when I got my concealed license, and it depends on where I'm going, but anywhere, like, it just depends. I can't really give specific examples. I really don't have any specific examples to give you.
All right. Well, we know one place that you took your Glock was when you were subpoenaed to come to the courthouse for a deposition, right? You remember that?
Yes.
All right. So you received a subpoena and you were summoned to come to the courthouse
Yes.
to give a deposition in this case.
Yes.
There were lawyers present, a court reporter. Remember that?
Yes.
And you felt the need to bring your Glock with you to that deposition?
It wasn't inside the deposition. It was in my car.
Right. But you brought it
Yes.
You put it in your sister's car, right?
Yes.
And so that's an instance, right, where you believe that it was necessary to carry your Glock, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give us any other examples when you would take your Glock, under what circumstances?
I really don't have any other examples to give you. This is after I was shot at. So now I really feel the need that I have to have my Glock.
Right. Before being shot at, can you tell us when you would take your Glock with you?
I really don't have any examples to give you.
Before you were shot at, how did you carry your Glock? Where'd you put it?
In my bag.
In your where?
My bag.
In your bag, like a backpack?
No, like a bag.
A bag across your chest?
Yes. Not my chest, but yes. Like, yes.
You have a holster?
No.
What about Tyler? How would he carry his gun?
I'm not sure.
And at the time of the incident, do you know if Tyler had any other guns?
No.
Back in April of 2021, when this incident occurred, you knew that Travis Rudolph had guns. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also knew that he had cameras at his home, right?
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I didn't misunderstand you when you were on direct and when you were talking with Miss Ellis. When you went to Travis's house on that one occasion, he didn't give you a code to his security cameras, did he?
He did.
He gave you a code to the house alarm, did he not?
Yes, but all the security is connected, I believe.
Okay, so you had the ability then to put in a code and turn on or off his cameras. Is that what you're telling us?
To arm the security. I'm not sure if that turns off or on the cameras because I'm not familiar with the system because I couldn't even tell you what system it is, but
Okay, so tell me exactly what you did.
I typed in the code and clicked arm.
Where do you type it into?
I'm not sure. It was like a tablet or of some sort. I'm not sure.
Like a computer, like an iPad?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember what you did?
I remember I told you what I did. I typed the code in and clicked arm.
Okay, so was it like an alarm pad on the wall?
I'm
or
not
was
sure.
it, you don't remember?
I'm not sure.
But it basically closed or secured the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And it didn't allow you to manipulate cameras or anything, did it?
I'm not sure.
You wouldn't do that, right? You didn't manipulate any cameras?
No.
And on the night of the incident, you didn't turn any cameras away from the way.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying the 4 cardinal rules while you do it.
How's the audio for everyone? Is it scratchy? I find it a little bit scratchy on my end. Hey, Mad World, how are you? Nice to see you. I believe we got Amy here, but she's got all quiet. Luna, I believe Luna's still here. And then I don't know who else is here. How is the audio, Mad World? Is it a bit scratchy? Oh, Amy, you're still here. It's not like you to be quiet, Amy. I'm doing this still here. Yes. All the girls, girl power. Right, I'll shut up again now.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you did nothing with security codes?
No. I never entered his home.
You never what?
Entered his home.
No, I'm not talking about the night of the incident.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the night of the incident.
I'm sorry. The time that you were at his house and he gave you some code, that was to secure the home, correct?
Yes.
It had nothing to do with cameras or anything else,
I'm not sure.
to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Now, when you were home the night of the incident, you were at your apartment in Delray, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's Spring Harbor Apartments?
Yes.
That's on Linton and Congress?
Yes.
And who lived there with you at the time?
Me, my mom, and my sister, I believe.
What do you mean you believe? You don't know if your sister lived with you at the time of the incident?
She moved out, so I don't know if it was before or after at this point. It's been a long time since then.
Okay, so
So she could have lived there, yes, at that time, yes.
you're not sure.
Not really.
2-bedroom apartment, correct?
3 bedrooms.
And your mom and stepdad and yourself
Me and my sister, yes.
and possibly your sister.
My sister did live there.
At the time, she did live there.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
All right. And you occupied 1 bedroom, your sister
I had
occupied
another bedroom, yes.
and your parents, or your mom and your
Yes.
stepdad.
My mom.
Not your stepdad?
My stepdad as well, yes.
And you did not have a car at the time, right?
No.
Your mom had a black Cadillac at the time?
I think it's like bluish black, yes.
And at the time of the incident on April 6th, your mom was not home. She was out of the country in Jamaica, right?
Yes.
What about your stepdad?
I don't know.
When you were home that evening at roughly 9:30, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that area, you received a phone call from your sister, right?
Text first and then a phone call, yes.
All right. And the text, there's been some discussion about that. That was the text that said something along the lines of what? Tell the jury.
She just said that Travis had slammed her.
Okay. And you then received another text after that, right?
No, then she called me and then she came home.
Okay. And then when she called you, she was crying. She was very upset. You remember that?
Yes.
She was so hysterical, so flustered that you really couldn't make out everything that she was telling you.
Yes.
So you guys actually spoke.
Yes.
And she told you again that Travis had slammed her to the ground and disrespected her, right?
Yes.
Now that he picked her up off her feet and slammed her down.
Yes.
And you were really concerned because she had recently had cosmetic surgery,
Yes.
right? You were worried about her.
Yes.
And then she texted you again, right? You and Tyler.
That was way after. Like, she came home, I got out the shower, I got dressed, and then she texted me.
So the time that she texted you, go shoot up his shit or something along that line, that was after she was already home with you?
Yeah, that was after that, yeah.
You sure? Why would she text you if she was home talking to you and then text you when you were in the house?
I'm not sure.
Isn't it true that she texted you before she got home?
I'm not sure what time she texted me.
Okay, so let's do this. When she got home, you were home in the apartment.
Yes.
Nobody else.
Yes.
Okay, you had already spoken on the phone.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
And you had already received a text from her saying that he slammed her to the ground 2 times, picked her up off her feet, and slammed her to the ground and had disrespected her. Right?
Yes.
She was crying hysterical.
Yes.
All right, when she got home, what did you two do?
She told me and I told her I'm going to go over there and speak to him. That was really pretty much it. I just told her that.
Okay, and in that circumstance, you did not take your Glock, right?
Yes.
You left that. Okay. Why are you looking down every time there's questions about guns?
I'm not looking down.
Well, when Miss Ellis was questioning you,
Sustained.
okay, so you're telling this jury that under this circumstance, after your sister tells you that she's been slammed to the ground, disrespected, basically beaten up, that in this circumstance, you don't take your gun to go talk to the offender, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were at the apartment with Dominique, you saw a number of bruises. You testified to Miss Ellis. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember seeing bruises on her face, scratches on her face?
I'm not really sure of the exact location of the bruises and scratches. I just remember she had bruises and such.
Okay. And you remember them being on her legs?
I don't really recall the exact location.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Audio's a weird one because last night, man, well, you watched it. The audio was perfect. Well, it was good. This trial, I just can't get it right for this trial. They don't help me either, but still. Guys, whoever's here watching, if you can like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so, I'd be very grateful. Thank you. I know not everyone's liked the video yet, but it does help me a little bit, I think. So I'm glad I'm going to be watching this because I'm picking up so much more this time around.
All right.
I saw 1.25, guys, so thank you to whoever's just liked it as well. Appreciate you guys. She's there fiddling, but I don't know what's happening. Oh, she's back again. The glass is quite handy to see her reflection, but oh, here we go.
Yes.
Is it also true that you saw bruises on her arms? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Don't you remember seeing bruises on her legs as well?
Yes.
You remember seeing bruises on her back?
Yes.
So she was pretty banged up, right?
Yes.
And you didn't call the police, did you?
No, I did not.
Why? If your sister had been beaten and battered, why didn't you call the police to report a battery against Mr. Rudolph?
Because I feel as if the situation was so personal. I feel like it's easier to make that decision when you don't personally know someone. But I feel like I could talk to him, so that's what I attempted to do.
You didn't want the police involved because she wasn't injured. She had nothing on her. Isn't that true?
No.
Okay, so if your sister comes home, you already implied and suggested that you are her protector. She was beaten. You wanted to go talk to Travis, right? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're her protector. You're there to make sure she's okay. Why didn't you call the police, who would have made sure that this man would have been arrested for battery?
Overruled. It's cross-examination. Go ahead.
Why didn't you call the police to make sure that this man was arrested for battery?
Because I felt like the situation was personal, and I knew him personally, so I felt like I could talk to him.
If the situation was so personal, why didn't you let your sister fight her own battle? Why did you have to go there?
Because that's my sister.
So?
I love her. Like, that's my sister.
Okay. So you went to go see somebody that your sister had an issue with.
Yes.
Okay. You've already testified that your sister is very emotional. Remember that?
Yes.
You also suggested that she embellishes. Remember that?
Embellishes?
Yeah. She exaggerates.
I don't recall, but
Okay. But you sort of said, yeah, she's emotional. Things can get out of control. You remember something along those lines?
she's emotional, yes.
Okay. So did it ever dawn on you that maybe she made this whole thing up?
No.
Of course not. Because she's your sister, right?
Exactly.
You just took whatever she said at face value, right?
And I went to ask him if that is true what happened. That's why I went there to talk to him.
Well, you also said that you tried calling his phone, right?
Yes.
Right. And why didn't you call his mother?
I don't have his mother's number.
Your sister has his mother's number. Why didn't you get it from her?
I didn't know she had his mother's number.
You could have called his sister, Tierney, right?
I don't have her number.
Your sister has the number.
I was unsure if she had it. I didn't know.
You're unsure that these people who have been dating for a year and a half don't have one another's numbers?
I didn't know.
Why didn't you ask? Why didn't you say, hey, Dominique, you know what? Look, this, let's call Linda. Let's call Tierney. Let's try to talk this out that way. Why didn't you even think about that or do that?
Because this is not something I do all the time. So I'm at face value a novice at this point. Like, I don't know what I'm exactly supposed to do in every situation. It's easy to say what I should have done in hindsight, of course, because the situation already occurred. But in the moment, you can't tell what is the right decision.
But that would have been reasonable, right? It would
Yes, of course.
Call the police.
Yes.
It would have been reasonable to call her family members.
Yes.
Instead, you took matters into your own hand, right?
Yes.
You were going to go retaliate. You were going to go be a vigilante and take matters into your own hand, right?
No, I was going to go speak to him.
At midnight, right?
It wasn't midnight yet, but it eventually became
When you
midnight.
got there, it was midnight, wasn't
Yes.
it? And why didn't you just go man to man and have a talk with him? Right? You're the big protector. Why didn't you get in your car and go talk to him?
I'm not sure.
You've said she's your sister. You love her. You're her
Yes.
protector. You could have gotten in that car and drove to his house and had a chat, right?
Yes.
You didn't do that.
No.
Right. Because
Yes.
you weren't there to talk. That's what you want this jury to believe, but that's not the truth. You were there to shoot him because
No.
that's what you were instructed to do. Right?
No.
You think it's reasonable that you're telling this jury that you were going there to talk, yet you've just said you don't know why you didn't get in the car to go talk to him. You had to bring your friends to go talk, right?
Yes.
Why did you need 3 other grown men, one of whom we know definitively had a gun, the one you sold him? Why did you need to go there with your crew, with your posse, to talk?
I didn't need them, but they came with me, yes.
Because you wanted to make sure that he never stood a shot, that you guys were going to beat him, cause him great bodily harm, or kill him, just like your sister told you to do.
No.
You decide, rather than going to Mr. Rudolph's house to have this talk, as you put it, that you're going to go to one of your best friends, Mr. Robinson's house, right?
Yes.
So you planned this. You got in your vehicle, your mom's caddy, and you drove there, right?
I got in my vehicle and drove there, yes.
Well, it was your mom's vehicle, right?
Yes.
Right. And you got to Mr. Robinson's house. What time was it?
I'm not sure on the exact time, around 10-ish, 11. I'm not sure.
All right. And when you arrived there, you said you didn't call Sebastian and Chris Lowe, did you, to tell them to meet you there?
No,
So Tyler Robinson called them to meet them there, right?
I'm not sure who called them.
Well, how did they get there?
I am not sure.
Okay. All right. So when you arrived there, somewhere between, you're not sure of the time, but it was before midnight, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're all just sitting around. You didn't say, oh my God, Sebastian, what are you doing here? You didn't say that, did you?
I'm not sure.
You didn't say, Chris, what are you doing here?
I'm not sure.
You didn't say, God, by golly, I was home getting ready to do my homework and go to bed, and now I'm at Tyler's house, and all my best brothers are here. It never dawned on you to ask why, right?
I mean, I knew why, because they knew I was going over there, so they came to support me.
How did they know? You said you didn't call them.
I didn't,
And you didn't know that Tyler called them. So how on earth did you know they were there?
because I seen them there.
Well, before, when you got there, obviously.
Exactly. That's when I figured out that they were there.
But you never said to them, hey, what are you all doing here?
No, because I knew what they were doing there.
So what were they doing there? What
They came to support me.
do you mean support you?
To support me. That's what I mean.
Okay. You mean to go over and have this talk with you to Mr. Rudolph, right?
Essentially, yes.
All right. So why did you need three other men to go with you to have a chat?
I didn't need them.
But you brought them with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say to them, whoa, never mind, guys. You know, I want to do this man to man. You guys all stay here. I've got this. I'm only going there to talk, right?
Exactly. No, I didn't say that.
Why did your brothers ask you if you had your gun with you? You said that on direct examination with Miss Ellis. You said your brothers asked if you had your gun with you. Why did they ask you that?
Because they know I have a gun.
So you do carry your gun as a habit.
Not as a habit, but I do carry my gun, yes.
Okay. So you're there only to go to this man's house for a talk, and you're talking with your brothers, and somehow in that setting, in that context, they ask you if you have your gun with you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're telling the story you didn't.
I did not have my gun. Yes.
And isn't it true that while you were all at Tyler's house, sitting around talking, planning on going to Mr. Rudolph's house, that Sebastian kept urging Tyler Robinson to take his gun? Isn't that a fact?
I don't know if that's a fact.
Isn't it true you were all there together talking about what you were going to do and what you were going to do at Mr. Rudolph's house?
No.
So you were all in different rooms? You weren't talking together?
We were in the living room.
All right, all of you together, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you never heard Sebastian adamantly insisting
No, I did not.
that Tyler take his gun?
No, I did not.
Who's Tyrone?
His brother.
And Tyrone
Tyler's.
was there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody else there?
No.
Did you guys call anybody else to meet you?
No.
No? Did you guys FaceTime anybody else or text anybody else to meet you at Mr. Rudolph's house?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, what do you mean you don't believe so? Did you?
I don't remember.
It's so possible.
I don't know.
Who's AP? Do you know somebody by the name of AP?
No.
You know somebody by the name of Hack?
No.
No? You sure?
I know a Hackshaw. Jonathan.
Okay. Who's that?
Jonathan, my friend.
Okay. And tell me about Jonathan. Mr. Hackshaw.
What would you like to know?
How old is he?
23, I believe.
How do you know him?
We went to the same school.
Okay, and he's also a friend of Tyler Robinson's?
Not really. More so my friend.
More so your friend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Hackshaw to go to Mr. Rudolph's house that night?
I don't remember.
So it's possible.
I don't remember.
So you don't remember. So it could be yes, it could be no.
I don't remember.
Why would you even tell somebody like Hack possibly to go to Mr. Rudolph's house that night?
What do you mean by someone like Hack?
Or anyone? Why you said you don't remember? So I'm implying, or I'm taking that as it's possible that you did. So I'm asking you, if you're going to go to somebody's house at midnight for a chat, why is it possible that you would have asked Hackshaw to maybe meet you there?
I don't know.
You have no idea why you would do that?
No.
You would agree that makes no sense, right?
Doesn't.
Okay. You know somebody by the name of Natalie?
Yes.
Who's that?
At this point, no one, but someone I was talking to at the time.
Somebody who?
That I was speaking with at the time.
Okay. Is it friend, girlfriend?
Friend.
Does Natalie also know Dominique?
No.
Does Natalie know Tyler?
No.
When your sister got to the apartment before you left for Tyler's house, you've already testified about a number of injuries that she's had to her face, her legs, scratches, bruises. You said she was pretty bad, beaten up. You never sought any medical help for her?
No.
You didn't take her to the hospital, obviously, right?
No.
Okay, and we already know that you didn't call 911 for help or anything, right?
Yes.
All right, so in that condition, you decided to leave her there alone and to go to Mr. Rudolph's house, right?
Yes.
Was there anybody else at Mr. Robinson's house other than the people we've just discussed?
No.
Why didn't Tyrone go with you guys?
I don't know.
You didn't ask him?
No.
When you left Tyler's house, you left in your mother's caddy, right?
Yes.
And Tyler was seated in the front seat next to you?
Yes.
And Chris Lowe was in the back?
Yes.
And Sebastian was in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember while you guys were driving, let me ask you this, how long did it take roughly to get to Mr. Rudolph's house?
Around 30 minutes. I'm not sure the exact time.
Okay, and you put his address in your GPS, is that correct?
I believe someone GPS. I'm not sure who, but yes.
It may have been one of the other guys?
Yes.
But it was GPS.
Yes.
And you had been there on one prior occasion, right?
Yes.
You didn't remember how to get there?
I did.
Okay, so then why'd you GPS it?
Just to double check.
Just a double check.
Yes.
So you knew where Mr. Rudolph lived. You had been to the house.
Yes.
There's no question about that, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, please, Tyler Robinson, who was seated next to you, why, while you guys were driving to Mr. Rudolph's house, that Mr. Robinson received a number of FaceTime calls from individuals?
I don't know.
You don't remember him receiving a FaceTime call while you guys were driving to Mr. Rudolph's house with him sitting right next to you in the passenger seat?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Robinson receiving any text messages from Hack while he was sitting next to you in the car as you're driving to Mr. Rudolph's house?
No.
You know why Tyler Robinson, who was seated next to you in the car, made an outgoing FaceTime call at 11:29 to somebody whose name I don't know?
No.
Can you explain to the jury what a FaceTime call is, how that works?
You FaceTime them. You click the FaceTime button and call them.
Okay, and just for people like me who aren't really tech savvy, you're basically not speaking into the phone. You press a button on the iPhone and then that person's face shows up and you put it in front of your face and you can actually see that person's person, right?
Yes.
And then you communicate with the phone being at some distance from you, right?
Yes.
Loud, right?
Yes.
You don't put it up to your ear.
Yes.
That'd be silly because the person's here. That's the whole purpose of having this face communication, right?
Yes.
And you're telling the jury that during this drive to Mr. Rudolph's house with Tyler Robinson next to you, you don't recall him receiving or making any outgoing FaceTime calls to any individuals, including Hack. Is that right?
Don't remember.
You don't what?
Remember. I do not remember.
So it's possible.
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you tell this jury why, if you know, Mr. Robinson, who's seated next to you during the drive, would have texted your friend Hack Mr. Rudolph's address about 20 minutes before the shooting, 550 Teak Drive? Why would your friend have done that?
I don't know.
Did you tell Tyler, who was seated right next to you, hey, call my friend Hackshaw, and tell him to meet us over at Mr. Rudolph's house? Did you tell him to do that?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
100%.
100% sure. Yes.
Why did he do that?
I do not know.
You can't offer any insight to that?
No.
Isn't it true that Hackshaw did in fact end up there?
I don't know.
So it's possible, right?
He wasn't there and we were there. No.
Now, you with respect to the one of the texts that there was some discussion about that you actually sent.
Yes.
The dead man walking.
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you meant by that.
Honestly, I was just hyperbole in a sense, and I just
Hold on. What's hyperbole? What does that mean?
to exaggerate.
Okay. So you sent that as an exaggeration?
Yes.
So you didn't really mean to shoot him, but you meant to maybe do something else to him?
No, it just means that it doesn't mean exactly what it says. It's not, you don't take it literally.
Okay. So what did you mean by that?
I didn't mean nothing specifically.
You would agree that's an odd choice of words?
Yes.
Especially after you've been ordered to go shoot up his shit?
Yes.
You wrote that because that's exactly what you intended to do, right?
No.
You said you sent that to calm your sister down, to get her in quote unquote better headspace, right?
Yes.
Something along those lines.
Along those lines, yes.
But for no other reason.
No.
Yet, after you sent that text, within a very short period of time, you're at Mr. Robinson's house with your friends who just mysteriously show up, and they ask you, do you have your gun? Right?
Yes.
And you find out that Tyler Robinson does, in fact, take his gun with him.
No. I found that out after the fact.
Right. Well, you claim that there was no discussion at the house regarding a gun and that you didn't hear Sebastian insist that Tyler take it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you never saw a gun on Tyler, who was seated right next to you in the car?
No.
When you got to Mr. Rudolph's house, let me ask you this. Were you aware before you left for Mr. Rudolph's house that your sister had smashed Travis's cell phone?
No.
Broken it? No? Okay. So when you were calling him at the apartment with your sister there, and he didn't pick up or respond to texts, she never told you that she smashed or broke his phone?
No.
She never offered to give you any other phone numbers, the house phone, for example, that's in his house, right?
No.
Or his family members' phone numbers?
She wasn't home when I was calling him, but no.
Oh, okay. Did your sister tell you prior to going over there to have a talk that she hit him over the head with a trophy?
No.
Did your sister tell you before you went over there to have this chat that she smashed his PlayStation?
No.
Did she tell you that she picked up a tequila bottle and hit him over the head?
No.
Did she tell you that she called Tierney, his sister, and threatened to have him killed?
No.
Did she tell you that she called his mother, Linda, and made threats to her as well?
No.
You didn't know any of that?
No.
If you had known any of that, would that have changed what you did?
I'm unsure.
It's possible.
I don't know.
You were still going to go protect your sister no matter what, right or wrong, right?
I don't know.
You had blinders on. You didn't care about the circumstances. It just took her saying, he slammed me to the ground, picked me off my feet, slammed me down, disrespected me. You go take care of him. That's all it took.
I just wanted to figure out what would happen. So yes, I essentially went over there to talk.
Right. And we know that you decided not to do it on your own, and you decided not to cool off and wait till the following morning, right?
Yes.
You could have gotten in your car the next day, drove over to his house, had a chat, right?
Yes.
You guys were pretty close. We've seen some text messages that are in evidence. You had
Yes.
a good relationship, right?
Yes. That's why I didn't think that he would shoot me.
It could have also made you think this is so out of character. Let me go over there the next day and talk to him, right?
Yes, because essentially the action of him putting his hands on my sister was out of character. So that led to everything that happened next.
Right. But again, there was absolutely nothing preventing you from doing it on your own or the following morning, right?
No.
You knew that there were cameras outside of the house at Mr. Rudolph's. Is that correct?
I knew he had cameras. I wasn't sure on the exact positions of all the cameras.
Not the position, but you were aware there were cameras outside, right?
That's what I'm saying. Outside would be a position of the camera. I wasn't sure on the exact positions. I just knew that he had cameras.
Okay, so you're telling the jury you did not know that he had cameras outside?
I knew he had cameras at his house, but I wasn't sure on the
You know
exact.
where they were located or what they could capture?
I just didn't know where they were located.
You didn't see cameras when you got to his door?
I don't remember looking to identify cameras.
Isn't it true that you knew there were cameras?
I knew he had cameras, yes.
Right, and that's why you guys didn't have your gun out when you got to the door. You told everybody, hey, he's got cameras there. Keep your guns in your pockets. Isn't that true?
No.
No?
That's the reason I wouldn't bring a gun to his house, because I know he has cameras. I wouldn't bring a gun.
Well, you had your hands up underneath your hoodie. You remember that?
Yes.
You testified that you put your hoodie up when you're mad, right?
Yes.
You weren't fiddling with your gun underneath your hoodie? You didn't have it in your waistband?
No, I was touching my stomach.
When you got to Mr. Rudolph's house, you did some interesting things. You have testified that you know where he lived.
Yes.
So there was nothing preventing you from pulling up into his driveway or parking alongside the house, right?
Yes.
But instead, you decide that you're going to park several blocks away on Redwood, which is not near Mr. Rudolph's house.
Yes.
And isn't it true that the reason you did that was because you knew he had guns, you knew he had cameras, You did not want to give him an opportunity to prepare himself for your attack, so you parked far away so that you guys could sneak up on him.
No.
So why on earth would you park your vehicle the first time several blocks away from his house when there was nothing preventing you from parking at his house?
Honestly, if I'm being transparent, I didn't really want to give off any like sort of aggression towards him. And again, this is not something I do often. So in this instance, you know that it looks wrong to do that. But at the time, it's like I don't to go talk to people. I don't know that it's gonna look like this. In hindsight, after the fact, we don't get shot at. This doesn't happen. It doesn't look wrong. So in this instance, I didn't know at that point in time that it would even come to this. So
You parked far away at night so that you could sneak up on him, and that's exactly why you parked the car that far away.
no.
You parked, you all got out of the vehicle, you put your cell phone in the trunk, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you knew there was going to be a brawl or a shootout, and
No.
you didn't want your phone to get damaged, right?
No.
Why would you leave your cell phone in the trunk?
Honestly,
Yeah,
at this point, in my head, worst case scenario, maybe a fight, but I don't know.
So you have no real good answer other than there may be a fight, so my cell phone could get damaged, and I don't know.
Yes.
Okay. And then you get back in your car and you move the car up a little bit further,
Yes.
but still a pretty good distance from Mr. Rudolph's house, and that's where you ultimately leave your car, right?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that you pulled it up to quote unquote shorten your walk. You remember that?
Yes.
Well, if you wanted to shorten your walk, why didn't you pull up right near his driveway?
Same answer before. I really didn't want to give off any of the signs of aggression or anything like that.
Because that's what was in your mind. You were going there with aggression in your mind.
No.
That's why you didn't do it.
No, ma'am.
When you parked ultimately several blocks from the house, you all walked up to the door, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen the ring video. You watched it?
Yes.
Described it?
Yes.
May.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Hello. Do you recognize this? Okay.
Yes.
Let me see how to best do this. Can you see this from over here, Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us who this is in the hoodie?
That's me.
Who's this person right here?
Travis's brother.
Travis's brother?
Yes.
And who's this person in the back?
Sebastian.
Okay.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, can you all see this, or do you need to have it closer? I see a thumbs up. Anybody having trouble seeing it? Apparently not. Okay, go. Sure. You are what? Oh, all right. So you want to identify them then? Okay. So what are they? Okay. Defense Exhibit 1 is admitted without objection. Yes,
No worries, Mark. See you in a bit.
that is a
If people don't chat away if you want.
image of something. Okay.
I've got my keyboard ready
Video.
for people to chat.
Still from the video, blown up. Got it.
But if you don't want to, that's fine as well.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
It too is a blow up from the
It is.
video.
It is, Your
The
Honor.
Ring camera video.
This is the brother of the ex-girlfriend.
Hold on, please. Can you tell us who this is, please?
Chris.
Chris Lowe?
Yes.
Who is this?
Me.
And who is this back here?
Tyler.
And who is this?
Sebastian.
And can you tell me what Tyler is wearing?
I can't see.
Why don't you step down?
Like you can't really see
Of
Tyler.
course you can, but use the pointer so you don't inadvertently block the jury's view. There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm.
Does he have clothes on?
He doesn't have a shirt on.
He does or does not?
He does not have a shirt on.
Why don't you step down, please?
I really can't tell.
Take a look. He does have a shirt on? Showing you it's been admitted as defense number 3, which is also a clip from the video, the ring video that was taken at the front porch. Who is this?
Chris.
And this?
Sebastian.
And who is this?
Me.
Okay. May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. Watch your step, Mr. Jones.
You have any trouble with your vision? Okay. Can you see this okay? You want to step over here a little bit? You sure? Can you tell the jurors what this item is in Chris Lowe's front room pocket? His phone. You're 100% sure. Okay. How do you know that? So he had his phone and you saw him, or he told you that he's putting it in his right front pocket? He told you that. I think we're having trouble.
Well, then maybe you need to move that over there. And then that way you can use the microphone, one of the 3 microphones on the podium. And Mr. Jones can use the handheld. Or wait a minute, maybe we got it better. You, Deputy Lubis.
And right here, you said this is Sebastian, correct?
Yes.
And there is a very large, what appears to be a fairly large item in his right front pocket that has a pointy front. Do you see that? Tip. See that pointy tip?
I'm not sure, but you're telling me, so yes.
No, I don't want you just to agree with me. But tell me, does that tip on that item appear to be pointy to you? Or am I imagining that?
It's really subjective. I'm not sure.
How would you characterize the tip of that item?
It looks like it's something in his pocket. I'm not really sure.
Would you represent to the jury that that tip of that item is square and flush, or does it appear to be a tip?
It looks like a corner.
Okay. With respect to the item in Chris Lowe's front right pocket.
Yes.
Okay. There also appears to be a bit of a tip, but less of a tip, and a long line or edge on the right. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right. Just wait there for a moment.
Of course.
Showing you what's been admitted into evidence as defense number 5, which is also a clip from the ring video taken at the front porch.
So it's another still image, and they're 1 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all 3, 1 through 5 are admitted without objection. They're all stills from the ring camera video. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury who this is?
Tyler.
Okay. And is Tyler wearing the same shirt that he had on moments before?
Nope.
Okay. Do you know why Tyler took his shirt off?
No.
You remember testifying on direct examination that Tyler left his shirt in the trunk of the vehicle?
I said I wasn't sure.
Okay, you can have a seat. So now you're sure, because we see it right there, that he took his shirt off. Correct.
I knew he took his shirt off, but I wasn't sure where he put it.
Is that to ready himself for a fight?
I don't know.
You would agree, though, that that's what it appears to be.
No, I would just agree that he took his shirt off.
Why was it that you had Sebastian bang on the door?
I didn't have him bang on the door. He just knocked on the door.
Well, okay, that's again subjective. But why didn't you? You were there to have the talk. Why didn't you go man to man and knock on the door? Why did you have one of your buddies do it?
I didn't have him do it. We didn't make a decision on who was knocking on the door. He just knocked on the door.
But you would agree this is your beef. You're there to go talk to this man who disrespected your sister, and you didn't just go up and knock on the door. You had somebody else, or somebody else made the decision to go on there and forcibly bang on that door, right?
He knocked on the door, yes.
You didn't break Travis's windshield that night, right? On his vehicle?
I didn't know his windshield was broken.
Yes, if you did. Did you break
No.
or smash his windshield?
No.
Did you see Tyler Robinson break or smash his windshield?
No.
Did you see Sebastian break and smash his windshield?
No.
Did you see Chris Lowe do that?
No.
Do you have any idea how that happened?
No.
You're aware that his windshield was smashed, right?
Currently, yes.
And you can't tell us how that happened.
No.
Did your sister do it?
I don't know.
Did your sister go back to Mr. Rudolph's house after you guys made a plan to go there?
No,
You sure about that?
that's not something she would do.
I'm asking you, not whether she would or would not. I'm asking if she did.
If he knows, overruled, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, well, there's been some text messages that have been admitted into evidence. You discussed them with Ms. Ellis.
Yes.
There's a text message that from Dominique, your sister, at 11:44, which was roughly 14 minutes or so before the shooting or before you went to the front door. And she wrote to you, "Where are you all at?" You remember that? Or "Where are you all out?"
Yes.
Why would your sister, minutes before a shooting, ask you where you are all at if she wasn't there waiting for you guys?
She asked where we're at because we didn't answer her, I guess. I don't know. We didn't call her or anything. I'm not sure.
You're speculating. You don't really know, right?
I don't.
You would agree. This sounds like she's there waiting and she's saying, "Where are you all?"
No, it sounds like she's asking us where we're at.
You told her you're going to Tyler's. You told her you're going to have a talk with this man. So why would she say, "Where are you all at?"
Because the last thing she heard from us was we're on our way. She doesn't know exactly where we're at, so she's asking us, where are we?
You told us and you told your sister.
Yes.
You were going to have a talk with this man at midnight.
Yes.
Okay. So why on earth would she care where you're at?
Because she doesn't know exactly where we're at. She knows we were on our way to, but that was the last communication we had. Of course, she's going to ask us, where are we, eventually.
Okay. But then in that same exhibit that's been admitted into evidence, Dominique, your sister, sent a text. Well, let me backtrack. There was a text between you, Sebastian, Tyler, and Dominique. It was a group text. And so was that last one, that one where are you all at, that your sister texted you guys? That was a group text that she sent to you, Sebastian, Tyler. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. So she knew you were all together.
Yes.
And you then wrote back, or was it you? I don't know if that, believe it was Tyler. "We're on our way." Is that correct?
We wrote that back to what?
You just said something about, you said you're on your way. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then Dominique sent another text at 12:33. So this would have been after the shooting with a question mark. And then another text to the same group at 12:58, a few minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning, so roughly an hour after the shooting, with one simple word, "call." Right?
Yes.
Why would your sister be following your every movements and keeping track if you just went over to go talk to him?
Because she knows my intentions, but she's not aware of Travis's intentions.
She's tracking you.
Exactly.
She wants to know what you're doing because she knows you're going over there with a gun, and she's so angry at this guy. She wants him dead because that's what she told you to do.
No.
She's tracking you to see if that's what was done.
No.
Sebastian, prior to this incident, was not friends with Mr. Rudolph. Is that correct?
No.
Chris Lowe wasn't friends with Mr. Rudolph, right?
No.
Tyler wasn't friends with Mr. Rudolph.
No.
They didn't have a relationship, right?
Not really a direct relationship, but no.
They didn't hang out with one another.
I mean, they met him before. They were there when we went to the gun show. So
But other than that, they didn't really know each other like that, right?
no.
When you all parked the car before you went up to Mr. Rudolph's door, were the four of you together as a group?
Yes.
And you walked together up the walk or up the block as a group?
Yes.
And when you approached the house, you were together as a group?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury who FaceTimed Tyler at 11:58, 2 minutes before you got to the house?
I don't know.
You were all together. You didn't see Tyler making or getting a FaceTime call?
No.
Can you explain to the jury why at 12:04 Tyler was FaceTimed again from somebody?
I don't know.
You have no idea. You didn't see that.
No, I don't remember that.
But you were all together.
Yes.
And again, a FaceTime call is where somebody's speaking to a phone like this, right? Not up to your ear.
You can put it up to your ear. I'm not sure how he answered the phone.
How was Tyler getting FaceTime calls?
I don't know.
Hold on. When he didn't have his phone, you said it was in the trunk.
I don't know.
You can't tell the jury?
I didn't know he got FaceTime calls until just now.
Okay. And you testified it was in the trunk, right?
Yes.
You can't, no explanation.
No, I have no explanation to that.
When Sebastian banged on the door, almost immediately, DJ, his brother, came out, right?
Yes.
And DJ was pretty calm and polite.
Yes.
And you guys, or you, demanded that you wanted to speak to Travis, right?
Yes.
And Travis came out.
Yes.
And when Travis came out, he did not have a gun, right?
Yes.
Yes, he did not have a gun.
Yes.
Okay. And when he stepped out of the house, isn't it a fact that Tyler, the guy who took off his shirt readying for a fight, sucker punched him in the side of the head?
No.
Isn't that a fact that you guys immediately attacked him, never giving him a chance to do anything?
No.
That's not true?
No.
But you don't know why Tyler took off his shirt?
No.
You can't really offer an explanation why you left your expensive in the trunk of your car, other than it's possible the fight was going to start, right?
Correct.
Exactly what happened. A fight broke out, a brawl.
Correct.
So much so that a neighbor across the street was concerned and put a clip in his gun.
Sustained. Rephrase, please.
Are you aware
No, I'm not.
that a neighbor was so concerned by what was happening that he himself went and got his gun?
No, I am not.
Would that surprise you?
Yes.
You guys attacked this man the minute he walked out of the house. After Tyler punched him in the side of the head, all four of you jumped on him. Isn't that true?
No.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler cornered him after he stepped away out of the camera's view and pulled his gun on Mr. Rudolph?
No.
How would you know if you were over here fighting with DJ?
I wasn't fighting with DJ.
Okay, so who are you fighting?
Travis.
So you were the only one fighting Travis?
I told you at the beginning of the fight, that's when I got slammed by Travis.
Okay. And then you've also testified that at some point all of you were fighting, right?
Yes.
All right. So if you're all fighting, how and trying to save your life, how is it that you can see what other guys are doing or not doing?
Because I'm there.
Yeah, but you're not watching them the whole time in the heat of the moment.
I'm watching Travis.
Right. You're not watching Tyler.
But if he were to pull a gun out on Travis, I would see that.
So you're only focused. This guy's beating you up to death, and you're now going, okay, I'm not going to look at my aggressor. I'm going to go look at Tyler and see if he's pointing a gun or doing anything. That's what you want this jury to believe?
All right. Approach, please. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Lou, because a lot of the direct definitely was good. Yeah, and that's, in fair, that's quite normal in most cases. But it's annoying. But Lou, fitting into what Amy said, really, they are motivated to blame guilt because someone has to be arrested. Because someone died. So if they don't arrest Travis Rudolph, then these four, or the three guys and the ex-girlfriend would have had to be arrested. So it's easy to try Travis and to have these guys on site, essentially, if that makes sense.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
So are you telling the jury that while Travis is beating you up, that you're focused on Tyler and watching his actions?
No, I'm saying that if a gun were to have been pointed at Travis's head, I would have seen it.
Well, you would agree that it wasn't just you and Mr. Rudolph the whole time that were fighting.
Yes, but I never had any altercation with his brother. It was mostly just me and Travis. Like the main altercation I had was with Travis.
But not the whole time.
The whole time.
There were other times where there were other groups that had broken off and people were fighting. You're telling this jury that the whole time you were only fighting one individual? And
Me personally, yes, I never fought DJ. I never fought his brother.
so again, while you were fighting with Mr. Rudolph, it's your testimony that you had the wherewithal then to focus on what another one of your brothers was doing?
If a gun were to have been pointed at his head, I would have seen it, yes.
Wasn't it a fact that's exactly what happened? That he took out his gun and he pointed it at Mr. Rudolph's head?
No.
You would agree, though, that there was a time where Tyler was off to the side near a palm tree and was fighting Mr. Rudolph. Do you remember that?
I'm not sure.
And you certainly remember when know now that Mr. Rudolph ran into his house to get his gun, right?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact that the only reason he did that was because Mr. Robinson had pointed a gun to his head?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rudolph came back out. You saw the video.
Yes.
With his gun in his hand.
Yes.
He tripped and fell, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you testified that you heard somebody say, you got this, right?
Yes.
And you testified that that was Tyler Robinson who said that.
Yes.
Right? So Mr. Rudolph was close enough. Well, do you know if Mr. Rudolph was close enough to Mr. Robinson when he said those words, you got this, you got this?
In the video, you can see the distance between them.
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Robinson said that?
So he
You
could,
got this, you got this?
because he had a gun in his hand.
So what does you got this mean? If you know.
That just means stop.
That what?
Stop.
Okay. For Mr. Rudolph to stop, or that Tyler Robinson meaning you got this, basically I surrender and I'm leaving? How did you interpret that?
For Travis Rudolph to stop.
What?
For Travis Rudolph to stop.
Okay. And Mr. Rudolph did in fact not shoot anybody, right, at that point?
No, he ran after us.
No. At that point, my question is, did he shoot his gun at you?
I said no, he ran after us.
And did he shoot?
When he got to us, yes.
At the point where he came out with his gun and Tyler Robinson said, you got this, at that exact moment, did Mr. Rudolph shoot his gun?
No.
At you?
No.
Did he shoot his gun at Tyler?
At that moment?
At that moment?
No.
Did he shoot his gun at Chris?
No, we were in different positions. The only person who was, well, Sebastian and Tyler were more close to him. Me and Chris were on our way to the car at that time.
And the reason you ran to your car was because at that point you saw him that he had a gun, right?
No.
You were the first one to run down Redwood?
Yes.
And it was your intent to run back to your vehicle, right?
Yes, so we could leave.
Driver.
Yes.
You would agree that the other three men, your brothers, they were still in the vicinity.
Chris was closer, but yes.
But they were not at the vehicle.
Chris was at the vehicle.
And you would agree, would you not, that DJ was on Redwood being beaten by one of your brothers?
I don't know.
What's possible?
I don't know.
Did you see DJ being beaten by Sebastian?
No, I didn't see that.
Do you remember, because you said Chris Lowe was closest to you, that Chris actually turned away back from the vehicle and started running back down Redwood so that he could help Sebastian beat up DJ?
No.
You didn't see that?
No.
You testified that at one point he was close to you, right? You were in the vehicle first, right?
Yes.
And you never, when you got into your vehicle so that you would have been facing the very direction that Sebastian and DJ were fighting, you're telling this jury that you didn't see them fighting and didn't see Chris Lowe run back up.
No.
You never saw Chris sucker punch
No.
DJ in the head?
No.
You didn't see two men on one?
No.
Do you remember seeing Travis coming down the street, running to help his brother at that point?
No.
You didn't see that when you were sitting in your vehicle facing in that direction?
No.
You didn't see a fight that was roughly 20 to 30 feet from the point of the front of your vehicle?
No.
But at some point, it's your testimony that all of the other men ran to the car and jumped into the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And Sebastian was in the front seat?
Yes.
Passenger seat?
Yes.
And Chris Lowe was in the back?
Yes.
And we know that you believed Tyler Robinson made it into the vehicle, but you now know or knew.
He did. He made it into the vehicle. He just got out.
You don't know if he fell out or jumped out, right?
He told me he jumped out. So.
But you didn't see it with your own eyes.
No.
You don't know personally whether he jumped out or fell out of the vehicle.
No.
And isn't it a fact that Mr. Rudolph did not start shooting until all of you were in the vehicle, or Mr. Robinson partially in the vehicle, but the other three of you inside the vehicle?
I'm not sure.
Well, did he shoot? Let me ask you this. When you were running to your vehicle, did he shoot at you?
No.
When Chris Lowe was running back to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
When Tyler Robinson was running to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
When Sebastian was running to the vehicle, was he shooting?
No.
So he didn't begin shooting until you guys were inside the car.
I don't think Tyler fully got in, but I don't know.
Right. The other three.
I believe so, yes.
And the reason he started shooting at that point, when he was roughly 20 to 30 feet away from the front of your mother's car, was that Sebastian had his gun and pointed it through the windshield, ready to shoot and kill him, right?
No.
No, that's not what happened?
No.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler Robinson, who was sort of hanging in the door frame in the rear, pointed his gun at Mr. Rudolph and DJ, and that's why he fired his gun?
No.
How do you know? You couldn't see behind you.
You're right, but I can see next to me.
In that moment, you're being shot at.
You said I wasn't being shot yet.
When you were in the vehicle, in that moment, you're all running. We saw the clip. We saw
Yes.
the video. Split second. You testified. You sped out of there. It's your testimony now that you're focusing on and can see fully what Sebastian's doing.
Yes.
So you can see what Sebastian is doing in that moment, in that heat, when your adrenaline's running. Yet you're telling this jury when you're moseying down to Mr. Rudolph's house, you don't see the same person, different person sitting in that exact same seat, getting FaceTime calls throughout the night, right?
There's things that grab your attention.
Right.
So a gun in my face would most certainly grab my attention. An everyday phone call, I wouldn't really focus on, especially after getting shot at. Something as minute as who called him really becomes unimportant.
Unless it's somebody that you've recruited to come there and help, right? Like Hackshaw.
No.
So Tyler Robinson fell from the car or jumped from the car. We don't really know, but you know it now. He's not in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you later learned that he was hit
Yes.
and he basically had some graze wounds, right? He was released from the hospital the next day.
He had a hole in his hip.
He was released from the hospital the next day, was he not?
He had a hole in his hip, though.
But my question is not where his injury was or what it was. My question is, was he released from the hospital the next day?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
When you were being shot at, you ducked down,
Yes.
and Chris Lowe ducked down.
I'm not sure if he ducked, but yes.
You couldn't see him, right? Because
Yes.
guess what?
Yes. He was in the back seat.
Just like Tyler Robinson was
Yes.
back, you couldn't see what he was doing either, right?
He definitely didn't put a gun past me, though. I can tell you that.
So you can see what the person, one person in the
Precisely.
back was not doing, but you can't see you can see what the other person in the back is doing.
I would know because one thing is happening in front of me and one thing is happening behind me.
Tyler's out of the car. He runs,
Yes.
and you later learn that he ditched his gun from the police, right?
Yes.
He basically tried to conceal evidence. That's what that means, right?
No.
You're aware that the police located a gun later that evening or that morning, right?
Yes.
And after you realized that Tyler was no longer in the car, you looked over at Sebastian and realized that he shot, right?
I knew that instantly. Yes.
So Sebastian didn't duck, right?
I don't know.
And the reason he was shot was because he was sitting upright pointing a gun, right?
No.
The reason you weren't shot was because you ducked.
I don't know where he was shot at, so I cannot speak if that's why he got shot.
The reason Chris Lowe wasn't shot was because he ducked too, right?
I'm not sure.
And the reason Tyler got shot was because he was upright, just like Sebastian, pointing a gun as well, right?
No.
When you left that scene, you drove south, right?
I'm not sure on which direction that is, but I drove.
And rather than immediately getting on the phone, you had Chris's phone, you said, right? Whose phone?
Yes. Chris's phone.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
And you didn't.
Yes, because that would take too long for paramedics to get there. I wanted to get him to the hospital as soon as possible.
The hospital you never made it to, right?
Yes.
So rather than calling for help, 911, got somebody shot, get an ambulance here, right? You didn't do that.
That would have took longer than me just directly taking him to the hospital.
You don't know that. You're assuming that.
No, I would know that.
So you're in the car roughly 5 miles, right?
Yes.
Down US 1.
Yes. Well, I don't know what road, but yes.
And you have in your GPS the hospital, right?
Yes.
St. Mary's Hospital.
I'm not sure which hospital it was.
You're driving roughly 5 miles south. And do you even know what direction you're driving in?
No.
You're just trying to find the hospital.
Just trying to follow the GPS, yes.
And on that road, US 1, that then turns into Broadway, there are 2 huge hospital signs.
It's subjective, but
That's subjective?
Huge, yes.
What is it? You're familiar with typical hospital signs, right?
Yes.
They're rather large, right?
Couldn't say.
How large do you think they are?
I'm not sure.
Well, tell the truth.
I am unsure of the size of a hospital sign.
How would you characterize a hospital sign?
The
Can you
same
tell
as
what it looks like?
it's a sign with an H on it.
Okay. And they're pretty prominent. That's why they have them, so that people can see them and know where the hospital location is, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you passed 2 of those large signs, and then you passed the hospital, right?
I'm unaware of that.
Well, the hospital was 5 miles back from 40th and 4 or 5 blocks back from 40th and Broadway. Are you aware of that?
So how did I pass it?
You have to tell me. Tell
No,
me.
are you telling me I drove past it? So it was on either one of my left or right sides, and I just didn't see it.
I don't know. You had the GPS on. It was.
But you just told me I drove past it.
It was on 45th, St. Mary's. You went.
That's not. I didn't drive past it. I took a right when I got out.
When you landed in the automobile, the abandoned shop.
Yes,
You
precisely.
could have made a right heading west to go to St. Mary's, and you didn't on 45th. You passed.
I didn't. But how could I pass it if it's not directly on my left or right side? You're saying I passed it like
Playing
it's.
with words.
I'm not playing words. You're telling me I passed it when it wasn't on my left or my right side.
Okay, let's break
If I can't see it, how did I pass it?
All right, wait for the next question.
Of course.
You end up in an abandoned shop.
Yes.
It's dark, right?
Yes.
Still didn't call 911.
No,
No. When you first arrived there, you did not call 911.
I called 911 as soon as we got there.
As soon as you got there.
Yes.
Were you inside the car or outside the car when you?
I'm not sure.
You remember seeing Officer Panagua, first officer that was in the vicinity, who came up to you guys, pulled up?
The one I flagged down?
Well, did you flag him down? Let me ask it that way.
Yes, you can hear it in the 911 call.
Well, you're assuming that that's Officer Panagua.
Because you're telling me that I spoke with him. So that's the only officer I remember speaking with.
There were multiple officers there. You're assuming that the person on that,
Sustained.
you're assuming, are you not, that the officer on that 911 call is Officer Panagua? You don't know
No.
that.
I'm telling you that the only officer I interacted with was the first officer I seen and flagged down during the call.
So it's your testimony that you flagged down Officer Panagua.
I don't know who Officer Panagua is.
And when did you flag, you, so your testimony is that you, while you were on the phone with 911, you did flag down a officer, but you
Yes.
don't know who it is.
Yes, precisely.
And you were outside of the vehicle or inside the vehicle?
I'm not sure. I had to be outside because I was like, hey, right here, right here. I'm not sure.
And where was Chris at the time?
I'm not sure.
And after you made the 911 call, what did you do?
What do you mean by that?
Well, what did you do? I mean, the police arrived and
I was on the phone the whole time.
and then eventually you got off the phone, right?
Yes, and then they were there. That's when I'm talking to them now.
How many police officers were there at that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it just one or was it multiple vehicles?
I'm not sure.
You don't know.
I do not remember.
And you were on scene there for several hours, were you not?
I believe so. I'm not really sure on the time frame.
Well, you eventually went to the hospital, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what time that was?
No.
Do you remember while you were at 40th and Broadway that you gave a statement to Detective Anderlin?
Yes.
And that was a sworn statement under oath?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Anderlin that anybody had a gun that night, right?
Correct.
Because it's your testimony you didn't know that Tyler had a gun, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell Detective Anderlin that your sister sent you a text message to go shoot up Travis's shit, right?
No.
Okay. You didn't tell Detective Anderlin that you sent a text message back to Tyler and your sister saying that Travis is a dead man walking, right?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you tell the lead detective in the homicide case that you went there after you received a text to go shoot it up and you said this man's a dead man walking? Why wouldn't you tell the detective that?
Honestly, I forgot that even happened. At that point, my only focus was Sebastian.
Okay.
Still, like that's still all that's in my head is Sebastian.
You spoke to her
Yes.
a couple hours after you and Chris were on scene.
I'm not sure on the exact time.
Were you and Chris talking about things that happened that night before you were interviewed?
No.
You had opportunity to.
But why would we want to talk about just getting shot at, a traumatic experience? Why would we want to speak? I still don't want to speak about it.
Were you present when Mr. Lowe gave his interview?
They separated us.
Were you present? Did you see that happen?
I couldn't hear him. But yes, we were in the same area when we both gave interviews. Yes.
Your interview, do you remember how long it was?
No.
Remember how long the police spoke with Mr. Lowe?
No.
But at some point they released you, correct?
Yes. Eventually.
And then the two of you took an Uber?
Yes.
And where'd you go?
Chris's house
Why'd you go to Chris's house?
to get his car.
Okay. And Did you in fact get his car?
Yes.
Did you ever find out how Mr. Lowe got to Tyler's house that evening, if his car was back at his own house?
No.
Um, so would that suggest that somebody picked him up? Do you know? Did you ever find out how he got there?
I don't know.
And after you got into his car, you went to St. Mary's Hospital, correct?
Yes.
But before you arrived at the hospital, isn't it a fact that your sister and you guys had FaceTimed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember that the four of you, Dominique, Chris, and Tyler, while in Tyler's hospital room, had
No,
all
we didn't.
talked? You had
No,
all
we didn't.
FaceTimed.
Tyler was in surgery. How could we possibly FaceTime?
You were in what?
How could we possibly FaceTime?
So at no point did any of you FaceTime before Tyler was spoken to by the police? Is that your testimony?
Literally, no.
And you don't remember calling your sister and telling her what had happened that night?
I never did.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought on direct examination you said that you had spoken to your sister.
Yes, I had spoken to my sister and just telling her we got shot. I didn't explain to her in any detail of what happened.
You did speak with your sister.
Yes.
And that was by FaceTime?
No, I think it was a phone call. It was on Chris's phone. I don't remember.
Okay. But it's possible it was FaceTime, you don't recall?
I think it was a phone call.
But you're not 100% sure, right?
I think it was a phone call.
Were you present when your sister gave her sworn statement to Detective Ema?
No, I don't even know who Detective Ema is.
Were you present when your sister gave a statement to any law enforcement officer?
No,
Do you know where your sister gave that statement?
no,
But you were not with her.
no.
How did you leave the hospital? Was it just you and Chris, or was it you, Chris, and Dominique?
Just me and Chris.
How did Dominique get to the hospital? Do you know?
I don't know.
But she did in fact show up, right?
Yes,
And how did Dominique get home? Do you know?
I don't know.
Where'd you go after?
To Chris's house.
Why didn't you go back to your home?
I don't know.
So you went back to Chris's house,
Yes,
and again, you didn't have enough concern about your sister who had been beaten to go back to your own home to help your sister, right?
Sebastian had just got shot.
Okay.
Tyler had just got shot.
So instead, you go to your friend's house and not your sister.
I literally had no idea what I was doing at that point in time.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened that night?
Yes,
Despite all of the adrenaline and excitement and being shot at and everything else?
yes,
Sure about that?
yes.
When you realized that Tyler was not fully in the car, but was sort of in and out of the vehicle, I don't want to characterize your words, but at some point you realize he's not in the car, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You could not see if Tyler was pointing a gun at that point.
I know he definitely did not point a gun in the car.
But again, how can you tell us how you know that while you're being shot at, as you're driving away, as you're ducking down? You've testified to the jury you were ducking down. How can you see what's happening behind you?
You said that we didn't start getting shot until he already pointed the gun. I'm letting you know that he did not point a gun past my head to aim at Travis in the street, because that's what Travis was. I did not see Sebastian point a gun to aim at Travis. For me, we got shot after, is what you're saying, that he's seen guns were pointed. I'm telling you that I didn't see any guns pointed.
You're assuming that.
I'm not assuming.
No, let me finish my question. You're assuming that, based on your answer, that Tyler was pointing the gun straight through the windshield in order for you to see it.
I'm telling you that that's not what I seen. Like, there's no way that I could have missed that.
But we already know that the car door wasn't closed. He wasn't pointing it through the windshield. We know that he was out of the car. He was pointing it this way.
Sustained. Sustained.
Did you see Tyler Robinson?
No, I did not.
Let me finish my question.
Of course, sorry.
Point the gun while he was hanging out halfway in and halfway out of the car, or had fallen out of the car. Could you have seen, or did you see him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph?
No.
And isn't it true that you would not have been able to, because he was not in the vehicle? He was not pointing it through the windshield.
I assumed he got out the car when the shooting began. So, by definition of what you're saying, it really doesn't make sense for me not to see it. Because you're saying if it happened when he was out the car, but he got out the car after shooting started, then I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
All right. Isn't it true that to this very day, the police have never checked if the gun that you owned at the time of the shooting, that Glock 9mm, is in fact the very gun that is currently in your possession?
No.
That's not my question. My question.
No. I answer no.
They've never done that, right?
No.
So there's no way that law enforcement knows definitively whether the Glock you possess today is in fact the same Glock that you possessed back then, right?
No.
Isn't it a fact that before law enforcement got to the location of 40th and Broadway, that you and Chris Lowe removed a gun from Sebastian's hand?
No.
Can you saw Sebastian, obviously, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember his hand being in a position like this, where it appeared that he was pointing a gun?
No.
So you're telling us you never touched his hand, right?
Yes.
There would have been no reason for you to.
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that you never, or you and Chris Lowe, never removed a firearm from Sebastian's hand.
Yes, precisely.
I'm sorry, I can't see your eyes.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't toss a gun?
No.
You didn't toss your own gun?
No.
Chris Lowe didn't toss a gun?
No.
Nobody tossed a gun except for Tyler, right? The
No.
one that was found by police.
Yes.
Just want to go back to something and make sure it's clear. At the time, isn't it true that the time that Tyler Robinson was pointing a gun?
He was never.
Sustained. You're going to have to rephrase that question.
Okay. From where Tyler Robinson was in the car, could you see him pointing a gun?
Yes.
So you did see him point a gun?
No.
You would have been able to see. That's your testimony.
Yes.
And that's true even if he was outside of the vehicle, correct?
I'm not sure.
So if he was outside of the vehicle, it's possible you would not be able to see him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother, right?
Yes.
And the same is true if he was halfway in and halfway out of the vehicle.
It was my understanding that you said that Travis didn't begin shooting until after. So I'm unsure on what you're trying to say.
So if Mr. Robinson is halfway in, halfway out, falling out of the vehicle, isn't it true that there was no way that you could have seen him pointing the gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother?
Are you saying after we were getting shot?
I'm asking at the point where he's hanging in and out of the vehicle, okay? You're focused on driving, speeding away, you're ducking down. Isn't it a fact that you could not have seen Mr. Robinson pointing his gun?
While we're being shot?
My question is, at the point that he's in and out of the vehicle,
Yes.
you could not see that.
Yes.
You could not see that
Yes.
before the shooting started.
But you said he didn't start shooting until after.
You could not know. You could not see Tyler Robinson pointing his gun while he was out of the vehicle or halfway in and out of the vehicle before the shooting started.
You said Travis didn't start shooting at us until we got in the vehicle.
After the guns were pointed. After
There were no guns being pointed.
I know that's your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that it would have been impossible for you to see that Tyler Robinson, while he was halfway in and out of the car, or after he jumped out of the car, according to you, before any shots were fired by Mr. Rudolph.
What's the objection? All right, it is. All right, so rephrase the question, please. Sustained.
Isn't it true that when Tyler Robinson, according to you, jumped out of the car, okay, before Mr. Rudolph fired a single shot, hold on, that it would have been impossible for you to see Tyler pointing a gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother?
Tyler did not get out the car before shots were fired.
Mr. Rudolph didn't fire a single shot until Tyler and Mr. Even Mr. Robinson was doing while he was outside of the car.
But you said that Travis didn't start shooting until we.
Four.
Said that.
My question is, You weren't all in the car, right? You've
That's what
already
you just-
said that.
We were in the car.
So Tyler Robinson was in the car as well? In the car, door closed,
We were all in the car, and he got out after shooting started.
the door never closed. He never made it in the car.
Sustained.
Isn't it a fact that he never made it fully in the car?
That is not a fact.
You don't know because you were ducked down. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure at what point I started ducking in relation to when.
You just testified Tyler didn't fully ever get into the car. You remember that?
I'm unsure.
Those were your words. Tyler didn't fully get into the car.
I'm not sure.
You don't remember just testifying to that a moment ago?
I remember saying that I'm not sure if he got fully in or not, but I'm not sure.
So if Tyler never fully got in the car, it would have been impossible for you to see him point his gun at Mr. Rudolph and DJ. Isn't that true?
It just depends on which side he's on, because you can only be halfway in and halfway out. He's right-handed. He's not going to point a gun with his left hand. So
What side was he on?
my left, behind me.
So he was behind you.
Yes.
Okay. And your position is that he's not fully in the car. He's on the street, and
I'm not sure.
You could not see him pointing his gun.
I did not see him point a gun.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to go to the ex-girlfriend after this one then, just so you know. Might take a couple of minutes just to go and grab a coffee in a bit, but
Just going back a few more questions with respect to Tyler in the vehicle. You've testified now that Tyler Robinson was directly behind you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to this jury, please, how you couldn't see Tyler Robinson pointing a gun when he's behind you and, according to you, not fully in the vehicle? How can you see behind your head what's going on? Explain to the jury, please.
I'm just saying personally that I did not see him point a gun forward past me.
So you don't know if he did then?
I know that I didn't see him point a gun.
So it's possible he did. You don't have eyes in the back of your head, correct?
I'm not sure. It depends. Like I said, it depends on what side he's on. Like, he's not left-handed. So if he's on my right side and he's halfway in and halfway out, he's not out the car pointing a gun with his left hand. He would have to point it past me. And I'm telling you, I did not see it.
It's not my question. My question is, you don't have eyes in the back of your head, right?
No.
He's behind you, correct,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
According to you, he didn't fully get in the vehicle. So that's either he's partially out, all out, but he didn't get fully in the vehicle, right? Those were your words.
I said I was unsure if he got in fully. I just know for a fact that as soon as shooting started, that's when he left the vehicle.
And before the shooting started, you can't tell this jury or explain to this jury how it is that you can tell them now that Tyler did not point a gun from that position before the shooting started when you weren't in a position to see it because you were looking straight ahead. Explain to the jury that, please.
I was in a position to see if he pointed a gun past me in the direction. So I'm confused on how any other way he could point it.
Well, that's assuming that you're looking in that direction. What if your head was turned this way? What if your head was looking straight ahead?
You just told me I was.
Sustained, it is.
Explain to the jury how you can see something that's happening behind you when somebody's not fully in the car. You can't tell them for sure whether he was pointing his gun or not. Isn't that true?
I can tell them for sure that he did not point a gun past me to aim at Travis.
Assuming, again, that you're looking in that direction. right?
It has.
I said that already, Michael. Yes, I did. I have nothing else. Thank
All
you.
right, very well. I'm assuming there'll be some redirect examination, right? Have you any, briefly? Describe briefly for me, if you will. Okay, very well. We'll take care of that. All right, thank you.
Yes.
So let's go back to the beginning of this and just to reiterate some stuff and to clarify some stuff for the members of the jury here.
Of course.
When did this defendant start shooting at you guys?
He started shooting at us after we got in the car, attempting to leave.
So, to be clear, this defendant started shooting at you guys as you guys were leaving in your car, driving away.
Yes.
Is that when the shooting started?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone with a gun?
No.
Did you know that Tyler had taken a gun over there that night?
No.
Did you see Tyler point that gun at anyone during the fight?
No.
What kind of fight was this?
It was just an altercation with many different people at one time.
Was it a fist fight?
Yes.
Did anybody pull out a knife?
No.
Did anybody pull out a
Sorry, what's the objection? True, sustained.
Did anyone pull out any sort of weapon?
There were no weapons.
Defense counsel asked you the seating positions, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on this. On your way over to the defendant's house, Tyler was sitting in the front seat next to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you guys were leaving the defendant's house, Sebastian was in the front seat next to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Defense counsel also asked you or intimated that this was some sort of sneak attack, and that's why you parked a block away from the defendant's house. Is that what this was?
No, I believe you can't sneak up on someone at their front door. Like, I don't.
If you were trying to sneak up on this defendant and his family, would you guys have knocked on the door?
No.
And if you took the statement, and I apologize, members of the jury again, shoot his shit up, literally. When you arrived at the defendant's house, wouldn't you just have started shooting?
Yes.
Would it have been necessary for you to?
Sustained.
Would you have knocked on his door?
Sustained.
Did you knock on his door?
Yes.
Did you shoot his shit up literally?
No. If I took it literally, there would be no fight. There would be no knocking. There would be no talking. It would have just been literally that.
If you had taken it literally,
Yes.
what would have happened?
I would have arrived at his house and started shooting and left.
And I don't want to belabor this, but I want to reiterate this. Did anyone ever pull out a gun during this fight?
No.
Did you have a gun on you?
No.
Did Sebastian pull out a gun at any point in time?
Never. No.
When you were driving away, did Sebastian have a gun?
No.
When you were driving away, did you see Chris with a gun?
No.
As you were driving away, did you know Tyler had taken a gun over there?
No.
Did you see Tyler with a gun when the fist fight was going on?
No.
When this defendant went in his house, remember that video we watched?
Yes.
Was his mom still standing out there with you guys?
Yes.
And she was standing right there with you, wasn't she?
Yes.
Was his brother still out there?
Yes.
Did you or any of your brothers or friends ever drag this defendant's brother, Daryl, down the street?
No.
Did you ever have, I know at some point this was a fist fight, and so at some point it was you guys fighting each other. During any of this fighting, did you ever fight with Daryl?
No.
Did you see who fought with Daryl?
No.
Can you tell the jury who was it that fought with Daryl out of the four of you?
I'm not sure.
Did you consider Sebastian? I mean, you call him a brother. You've known him since middle school, is that right?
Yes.
Were you intentionally trying not to get Sebastian to a hospital?
I really want to make it clear that Sebastian is really like one of the closest people to me in my life. There is no way possible. This is a person who is deeply ingrained into my life. Like, I speak to him, I spoke to him every day. Even today, I wake up, there's a picture of Sebastian in my room. Like, this is a person who I considered to be, I'm the closest with him.
It is a narrative.
So,
Simple answer, sustained.
Heard.
so you have intentionally driven past 2 hospitals
No,
in order to dump a gun,
no,
and Sebastian just dies.
no.
Now we saw the pictures of that car. Were those windows on that car tinted?
I believe so, yes.
And when you heard the gunshots, when you heard this defendant firing all those shots, did you hear several times? Were they just ripping one after one after one after one after one after one after
They
one?
just kept going.
And at some point during all this gunfire, Sebastian had a gun. He's your friend, right?
He would,
Do you think he would have fired back at him
yes.
at least one time?
There would have been shots fired back, yes.
Lastly, well, a question before that. The phone that we collected in this case, when you were asked to give us your phone, did you consent to us getting your phone?
Yes.
Did we have to get a search warrant to get your phone?
No,
And did you delete any text messages out of your phone?
no,
So once you arrived at that location where the car became inoperable, did you say, oh, you know what? Let me get rid of these doggone text messages. I mean, I need to get rid of this stuff.
no.
And sitting here today, Keyshawn, do you own the fact that in retrospect, it would have been prudent? The best thing for you to have done would have been to call the police after you learned what this defendant did to your sister.
Yes.
And do you regret not doing that?
Yes.
There's nothing further.
All right, any reason why Mr. Jones can't be, go on about his day? Thank you. All right, you may step down, Mr. Jones, stay safe. Let me talk to the lawyers real quickly, and then we'll take a break, folks. I just need to figure out how long a break.
No. So, yeah. So what we're going to do now is,
Gentlemen, I'm going to take about a 20-minute break. We're going to get one more witness in today. I have to do some things that are pressing, and some having to do with this trial, some not. But 20 minutes, which puts us at 3:28, almost 3:30. Then we'll get one more witness in today. Remember and obey, please, the 4 cardinal rules. Yes, you have heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard it all yet. So keep an open mind, no discussion about the case, and no research. You will not.
so we're going to go to the ex-girlfriend now. I believe the cross for her started. Did it start that day? I don't think it did. It was the next day. Shit, let me just double check. No, I can't have. Yeah, no, it was the next day. So we'll go to her now. This is the day that Amy joined us in chat for the first time. We were chatting for like an hour. I don't think we need. Do you want to listen to the paramedic? Do you want to listen to the cross of the paramedic? I mean, I don't think we learned anything. But if you guys want to, I will. Yeah. Um, well, I think we know that obviously it's 39 from him, but we don't know. I don't know then how many from them. Looks like a wish. Haha. Yeah. Yes, this is your day. This is Amy's day. Forever full glow now. So I think we just go because she was late, wasn't she? So the paramedic came on first. So I just think we skip. The paramedic was, just normal, just saying they were all normal. So there's nothing there. So we just go to the ex-girlfriend. I will do the neighbour because that was a good one. But that's the next day. Oops. Yeah, I was just going to correct that. I'm pretty sure it's 39, but yeah, you're on it. You're on it, Shelley. Right. Just trying to find a spot now. Right, got it here. I think we start off with a couple of questions. Was it? How the fuck did it stick with us? Jesus, because my audio was pretty bad. So what I'm going to do is start this off with a prosecutor and just real quickly grab a coffee for myself. So I might. Right, hang on, let me play it now then. You will hear a couple of questions, so like 2 questions, and then we go into it. So share screen.
Mary's?
Correct.
I'll
Where
be
I was
back.
working when this incident happened, yes.
Okay. And obviously you're familiar with St. Mary's. You're probably there every day.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, shit. Right, I'll be back now.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Ms. Jones. All right, Ms. Edwards, you may continue the direct examination of Ms. Jones.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, I apologize to the jury as well as the judge. I know you guys are on a time limit, but something happened with my vehicle.
Okay, so thankfully the vehicle got fixed and you're here. Thank you. So last evening when we left off, we were talking about a series of text messages that you got from Torini, and you said that you did not take her seriously to mean that your brothers would be in danger if they went over there, your brother and his friends.
Correct.
Did you know whether or not Mr. Rudolph had any firearms?
Yes.
And how many firearms did Mr. Rudolph have?
2 that I know of. I know he had an AR-15 and I know he had like a regular handgun.
How familiar are you with firearms? Do you know sort of the make, model, anything like that?
Not really, to be 100% honest.
So you knew one was a handgun, meaning it would be held in the
Correct.
Shorter gun. And then you said one was sort of a rifle type. You said AR-15, but you're not sure if that's the make or model.
Yeah, and he's always say something about like a drum. Like I knew he had a drum for the AR-15, but not really educated in that aspect.
And do you know where Mr. Rudolph would keep the firearms in the residence?
He would keep his handgun in his underwear drawer, and then he would keep his AR-15 like in his closet.
And that's the closet in the bedroom as well?
Yeah, his bedroom.
After the course of what happened on the night, early morning hours of the 7th, really going into the next day, did you do any web searches about laws or anything having to do with that?
Yes.
And why were you doing that?
I've never been in a situation like this before in my life, so I definitely just wanted to do research and just look things up to make sure, if anything I need to turn myself in or I need to protect myself, I wanted to make sure I knew what to do.
And did you have a particular interest in the law?
As in?
Did you want to study it? Anything related to that? Go to law school?
Oh, well, back in the day, yeah, I didn't want to go to law school. I'm not going to lie, but it ended up not happening.
You said your profession is a realtor.
Yeah, I do real estate.
All right, no further questions at this time.
Okay, thanks. Who's going to, all right, Ms. Burlett, cross-examination? Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
When you met Travis Rudolph, you knew that he had been in the NFL, is that correct?
Correct.
You knew he played for the Giants and then he played for the Dolphins, right?
Later on.
Right, but he,
Not initially did I know that, no.
at some point during your relationship, you knew that he had a very lucrative contract with the NFL, correct?
I knew nothing about his contract.
Okay. But you knew he played for the NFL, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point he became injured, right?
Correct.
And he was cut from playing for the NFL. He lost his contract basically, right?
Correct.
Okay. And he would spend his days down in Miami rehabbing and training, right?
No, he would spend his days at home playing video games.
But so your testimony is that he never went down to Miami and was rehabbing his injury in order to play for the Canadian League that he had just landed a contract with?
That's not my testimony. You said what was... Go ahead, I'm listening.
Isn't it true that he was rehabbing his injury?
Sometimes.
And other times he was playing video games. That's your testimony.
Correct.
And isn't it true that he was also training down at the NFL facility down in Miami after he was injured?
I'm not sure what he would do in Miami.
That was a concern of yours, wasn't it? That he was off in Miami and you didn't know what he was doing, right?
Correct.
When you met Travis, he had a nice vehicle, a BMW truck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he was taking care of you basically financially when you guys were together, was he not?
He was not taking care of me financially at all during our entire relationship.
How old were you when you guys met?
23.
So in March of 2020, you were 23 years old?
March of 2020. Yes, I was 23.
And you were living with your mom and stepdad and your brother at the time?
Correct.
That was in the apartment in Delray Beach?
Yes.
Spring Harbor Apartments?
Mhm.
Apartment, is that a yes?
Yes.
Apartment E?
Correct.
Two-bedroom apartment?
No.
How many bedrooms?
3.
During that time, you didn't own your own home, right?
No, I didn't.
You were living in the home that your parents provided you with, right?
Correct.
You were living under their roof, right?
Correct.
You didn't own any property, any real estate, right?
No, but I was a realtor.
Okay, let's talk about that. You got your real estate license in February of 2020, right?
Correct.
So right around the time that you and Travis met.
Correct.
COVID hit, right?
Correct.
And let's see, you made one sale. It was a rental, right?
Yes.
During the whole time that you had your real estate license,
I just got my real estate license in March, not to cut you off, sorry, but I just got my license in March and then COVID. Okay.
isn't it true that you were not making a living as a realtor? COVID hit. There was no sales going on. You weren't making a living as a realtor, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you're living with your mom and dad.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, please, ladies and gentlemen, but remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you really weren't making a living as a real estate agent, right?
No, but I do have a mom and she's a medical assistant, so.
Okay. And you were living with your mom,
Correct.
right? And you also had some costly cosmetic surgery around that time, right?
I felt uncomfortable discussing that, so.
Yes.
She had her butt cheeks done. That's what the cosmetic surgery was. It depends. It's like this one now is probably by the cosmetic surgery that it's not relevant, blah blah blah, because she does not want to speak about her butt cheeks essentially. But it can be numerous things, relevancy, and I don't actually 100% know.
During the time you had cosmetic surgery, did you not?
I did have
Just
cosmetic
doing-
surgery.
Okay. And it's your testimony that even though that you weren't making a living as a realtor, you were not relying on Travis for any financial help, correct?
Correct.
In fact, yesterday you testified, you told this jury that he never financially supported you 1,000%, right?
Correct.
At that time, you were also sleeping over his house pretty much on a daily basis. That's what you told the jury yesterday?
Correct.
And it was during this time that you and Travis were dating that you were actually married to another man, Andre Ginseng. Is that correct?
Legally separated, but correct.
Well, you were still legally married, weren't you?
But people could be married and separated.
Okay.
So we were separated.
Right, but you weren't divorced, let me put it that way.
Correct.
Okay. So if you're not divorced, then you're still legally married. Is that correct?
I thought separated was a thing when it came to marriage. I thought you can either be married, separated, or divorced. But if you want to get technical, like very technical, yes, we were not divorced.
Okay. And while you were dating Travis for this year or so, year and a half, you never told him that you were married to another man, right?
No, I didn't.
And you testified yesterday that you and Travis had a conversation about marriage. Is that right? That's what you told the jury yesterday. That you and Travis at some point you had a conversation about marriage. You remember that?
I didn't necessarily say we had a conversation about marriage. We basically were discussing has that came up about a future. And I said things have came up that weren't that serious, but yeah, conversations were had.
About marriage. That was your testimony.
Not specifically about marriage, just about a future between me and him, kids, things, etc., stuff like that.
Okay, so you're telling this jury today that you did not say yesterday on direct examination that you and Travis had a conversation about marriage. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, we had a conversation about that. Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had a conversation with a man about marriage, and you're still married to Andre Chusang. Is that correct?
Correct.
You lied to Travis. You misled him, did you not?
Travis never asked me if I was married.
So you have to be asked a question in order to get an answer, to be told the truth. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I'm just telling the jury that the conversation about me being married never came up, so I never spoke on it because I felt like it was not my personal business to speak on.
So what you're telling this jury is that unless somebody asks you a question, a specific question, you don't have to tell them the correct or honest answer. That's what you just told them.
I'm not telling you guys that. I'm telling you guys that in relationships, you have a past. It might not be clean. It might not be the best past that you have, but I decided to leave the past of my relationship behind me. When I started dating Travis, I felt like I didn't need to disclose that because it had nothing to do with what me and Travis had going on.
So you were talking about marriage and you're married. You never told him, right? Isn't it true you never told him?
No, he answered.
Next question.
You said that yesterday you told the jury that your relationship with Travis wasn't an open relationship. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. So the implication or the understanding was that this was a relationship that was exclusive between the two of you?
Correct.
Okay. And Andre didn't fit in this at all?
Haven't spoken to him in 2 years.
You got divorced from him after Mr. Rudolph's arrest. Is that not correct?
Yes, because it was already in the plan before Travis got arrested.
You knew in April of 2021 that Travis had received a contract with the Canadian League and was leaving for Canada in the following month in May. Did you not?
Yeah, I knew that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he got a contract to play football. He was excited about that. He was leaving for Canada in a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he wasn't taking you along with him, was he?
I didn't ask to go. I had my own. I was a realtor. Okay. I was starting to get back into real estate.
Okay. During COVID when you weren't making any sales, right? He wasn't taking you with him, was he?
No.
He was leaving you, right? He was leaving you. He was going off to Canada and he was leaving you here in the States, right?
Yes.
Okay. He had no interest in taking you with him, right?
I don't know exactly.
Overruled. Go ahead, answer the question.
I don't know what Travis's intentions were of taking me. He used to say things like that all the time, but that's hearsay. So I'm not going to say that.
Hold on. You're telling us, let me ask it this way. This man never planned on taking you with him to Canada. Isn't that true?
I don't know that for a fact.
Did he ever tell you he was taking you to Canada with him?
He would say things like that all the time. You can come visit me, things like that all the time.
Taking you with him. He had no intentions. Because
I don't know that. So you're asking me a question and I'm responding to you. I do not know if he had intentions or not taking me.
You didn't have a plane ticket to go with him, did you?
He didn't have one either. He didn't even have a passport.
Did you have a plane ticket to go with Mr. Rudolph to Canada?
He was not leaving until May, and no, I did not have a plane ticket. This all happened in April.
At the time of this incident, did you have any means of transport or a plane ticket, anything showing this jury that it was his intention that you were moving to Canada with him?
No.
And you knew in April, when you guys were dating, that it was his plan to just go work in Canada for a short period of time, and his hope was to get back into the NFL. Isn't that true?
I didn't know his ins and outs. I knew he had a contract with the CFL, and that's the most that I can say to you. That's all I really know.
So he never discussed with you his hope that he was going to come back to Florida and work again for the NFL? That was never a discussion?
He has said things like that, but I don't know exactly his intentions of what would have happened.
So he did say things like that. There was a discussion with you about that. You just
there was a discussion.
Overruled.
Didn't you just say that you guys had a discussion about that?
Yeah, we had a discussion.
That's so hard.
It's not. I'm just trying to make sure I'm answering the questions to my best ability. That's it.
All you have to do is tell the truth, and it'll be.
I am telling the truth, but you're asking.
Question.
Thank you.
Okay. You were hoping that when he got the contract with the NFL, that you guys would then be married, like you told the jury you guys had discussed. And
no.
And you would benefit by his millions of dollars that he was going to be making from the NFL.
First of all, I didn't even know how much money he was being offered.
Next question.
You guys had broken up in April 6th of that year, right? You were basically finished.
I wouldn't say that from the text messages that were shown yesterday.
Well, what about in your mind? Not about the text messages. Isn't it a fact that you guys were pretty much over?
I said I wanted a break, but you know how relationships are. Relationships are iffy. You might say you want to break one day. The next day, you guys are. Relationships are iffy. You might say you want to break one day. The next day, you guys might be back together. So
well, you told the jury yesterday that you hadn't seen each other for about a month. You remember that?
If you don't see someone, it doesn't mean that you're not with them.
Okay. Well, you weren't with each other during that month. You weren't having any.
We were still
during that month. Right?
We were talking every day, FaceTiming every day. And some days when he would come back down, he would come pick me up and I would see him.
Correct. But you would agree that if you don't see somebody for a month, and prior to that, the implication is that you were seeing them before that, that the relationship has taken a change in course, has it not?
Because I had surgery.
So the only reason you stopped seeing each other for a month was because you had surgery.
Correct. I was at his house every day before I had surgery. And then when I had surgery, I was only able to move so much. And I wasn't really able to drive in a vehicle that much.
You just said that sometimes he would come and pick you up, even though you told.
I had to sit a certain way. I had to do things a certain way in order to go places. Yes.
Even though you told the jury yesterday that he took care of you for a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
You were recuperating, right? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told the jury that you were concerned because he was in Miami so long and I didn't know where we stood. Remember telling the jury that?
Yes.
So you didn't know where your relationship was at. Isn't that correct?
I didn't know when it came to him being in Miami, but I knew that me and him still had a solid relationship because it was over a year.
Well, why did you say then? I was concerned that he was in Miami so long. I didn't know where we stood.
I didn't. That's why I was going on the movie date so I can figure out where we stood.
Because your relationship was basically over at that point.
Nobody ever said the relationship was over. So to my knowledge, it was not over.
You now said, or what you told you yesterday, was that he was in Miami so long, to use your terms. So he was spending a lot of time in Miami, was he not?
He was spending time in Miami, yes.
He was spending more time in Miami than he was playing video games, wasn't he?
Kind of in the middle.
Okay. And you were jealous that he was down in Miami so long, right?
I'm not going to use the term jealous. No, I was not jealous. I wanted him to do well. I wanted him to go to the CFL. I knew that was his dream. So I wouldn't call that jealous at all.
You knew then, now again, that after he went to Canada, his dream was to come back and his hope was to get a contract with the NFL, right?
I mean, usually that's what people decide. I'm not sure exactly what his decision was, but if you go off to the CFL, yes, that is something that you do try to pursue after.
Okay. You also told the jury yesterday that I felt uncertainty because I didn't see him for a month. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. So you basically did not see him at all for a month, right?
In person, because I was healing, but I did see him through FaceTime, on the phone, through text, every other type of communication.
Why would you feel uncertainty if the relationship had changed course? Why did you care that he was down in Miami?
It's not that I cared. It's just that I just had surgery. So I kind of wanted comforting from him and him to be there a little bit more and things like that. So that's more of what it was.
Well, you had some concerns because the minute he stepped out of the house when DJ came home, you took it upon yourself to snoop through his phone, right?
I didn't snoop because he gave me the password. So I just want to clarify that.
Oh, hold on. He did not give you the password that day, right?
He gave it to me to let me know I can look through it whenever I wanted to.
Right. That he gave you that password months earlier on in the relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So this is not a situation where you guys are alone in his house. He says, hey, by the way, here's my password. Feel free to go into my phone. I'm going to go step outside. That didn't happen, right?
No.
Okay. So he walks out for a minute and you could not resist to take his phone, his personal property, go in, put his password and start snooping around, right?
Yes, because we were in a relationship and he gave me that password.
Okay. So have you snooped around in his phone on prior occasions with his password?
No, because I just had surgery. So I haven't seen him in a while.
So you were snooping around because you were.
I wouldn't use the word snoop.
Overruled.
You were snooping around because you were concerned about him seeing other women down in Miami. Isn't that the bottom line?
The bottom line is he was my boyfriend at the time. I haven't seen him in a month, and I was curious. That's the bottom line.
Okay. You didn't want to lose him, right?
Of course not.
And when Travis said that he found Kyla's body more attractive than yours, you became infuriated, right?
No.
You didn't?
No.
You weren't upset that he found Kyla more attractive than you?
No.
When you saw the text from Kyla, you told the jury yesterday it was time for me to go. You remember that?
Correct.
And when you saw the text from Kyla, Travis was still outside, right? He was out with his brother. You were looking through his phone when he was outside.
Correct.
So you waited for Travis to come back into the house to confront him, did you not?
I more so didn't confront him. I just went into the room to grab my things.
So you didn't walk right out the door, did you?
I went to go grab my things, and he seen his phone on the couch, so he kind of put two and two together.
You waited for him to come back in so that you could confront him. Isn't that what's happening?
I didn't confront him. He kind of confronted me about the situation because he's seen his phone was open.
You wanted to hurt him, and that's why you stayed in the house so that you could confront him and then destroy his property. Did you not?
No, I wanted to grab my things and I wanted to leave.
Okay. Well, you immediately went off on him, didn't you?
No.
Yesterday, you told the jury I was hurt. I was not angry. You remember that?
Yes.
You were actually very angry, were you not?
I was more so hurt than angry.
But you were also angry, weren't you?
I was more so hurt than angry.
She's a psycho, is what she is. She sent her brother to kill this guy, allegedly. She has no remorse of it. I would not be surprised if this woman kills someone.
Testimony under oath on November 8th of 2021.
No.
You don't remember coming to the courthouse?
I remember, but you have to kind of refresh my memory.
Remember coming to the courthouse, right? You were subpoenaed
For the self,
You were subpoenaed to come to the courthouse, and you gave sworn testimony. Do you remember that?
was it the deposition? I'm just
Sure.
with
Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
There was a lot of this, you know. Yeah. She also didn't show up today. She was supposed to be there either. Yeah. So she showed up on day one, but she turned up late the next day, is how I understood it. Tyler didn't show up the when he was supposed to, but he did turn up the next day, and see if he turns up on Tuesday now. She said she had she was an hour and a half late because she said she had a car problems, basically. So the paramedic went before her. She should have been first up, and then it should have been Tyler, but Tyler didn't turn up until 4:48 that day as well, which was too late. So the judge gave a arrest warrant activated at 5 o'clock that day, all the way through until he testified. But he did turn up the next day, but he didn't turn up on time, so there was still a bit of a delay. So, so Tyler has turned up. He did turn up there, but if he didn't turn up on Tuesday,
All right, you may continue.
arrest
Remember
warrant
giving
again
a sworn
for him.
statement on November 8th of 2021.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked similar questions about whether you were angry after you noticed that he was talking with Kayla?
I believe those questions were asked.
And do you remember the question?
Sustained.
Wasn't the question asked of you and that made you very angry?
Sustained. You got to show her the document. Sure.
Okay. Yesterday, you told the jury that you told Travis a million times, I want to leave, and he wouldn't let me go. You remember that?
Yes.
And isn't it, in fact, that he was the one that was actually trying to calm you down?
Not at the beginning, no.
At some point, he was trying to calm you down, wasn't he?
No.
Isn't it true that he was trying to talk some sense into you?
No, I was trying to get my things and leave, and he was trying to stop me from leaving.
You also used the word that Travis was acting erratic yesterday. You remember that?
Correct.
The fact that you were the one that was actually being erratic.
I would say he started it, and then, yes, I became erratic right after.
So after you saw the text messages from Kayla, you actually had Travis FaceTime her, did you not?
Yes.
Did you FaceTime her or did you have Travis FaceTime her?
I just put the phone up and pressed FaceTime.
Okay,
So she didn't see me or anything.
And the reason you did that was so that she could only see Travis and you could evaluate or watch the way that Travis was interacting with her. Did you not?
Correct.
Okay. And so what did you, after you saw that interaction, it was your impression that somehow these two had a relationship, right?
I wouldn't say relationship, but something was going on, yes.
It was more than a friendship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that infuriated you as well, right?
No, I'm not going to use the word infuriated.
You were angry?
More hurt.
So you smashed his iPhone not out of anger, but because you were hurt?
Yes.
Okay. You also picked up the metal trophy on his dresser and you hit him over the head, did you not?
I did not hit him over the head.
So what did you do with the metal trophy?
If I hit him over the head with the metal trophy, would you?
What you did instead, not if.
I held the metal trophy up because he was standing in front of the door. I was asking him if I could leave. He said no. So I picked it up and I said, let me leave. And he ended up raising his hands up and he said, okay, you can go.
All right. So you never hit him with the trophy. You never threw the trophy at him.
Never.
Right?
Not at all.
Okay. You also took his PlayStation and broke it, did you not?
That was far. Are we going in chronological order or no?
I'm asking questions, you're answering them.
Okay.
The question was, regardless of the chronological order, at some point you took his PlayStation and you smashed it, did you not?
Yes, after I was slammed on the ground, I did.
Okay. So you did all these things not out of anger, but you did them because you were hurt, right?
It got to a point where it was angry, but with the questions that you were asking me, was I infuriated about him saying things about Kayla or the other things you're asking me? That was out of hurt, but it did get to an angry point. Yes, it did.
And that's when he was following you outside and he was in your ear telling you that Kayla had a better body than you, right?
It was more than that. It was the bitch word, the fuck you, it was more than just about a female.
Okay. And isn't it true? Let's talk about the B word. You were calling him a broke bitch. You were screaming at him out there on the front lawn, were you not?
After he started calling me one first, yeah, I was.
You called him a broke bitch. What did you mean by that? That he has no money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So why was that important? Why the fact that he had no money? Why was that something that was important to you at that point?
It wasn't important to me because I was still dealing with him when he didn't have money.
Okay. But why was that important at that point when you're being
because he's saying low blows to hurt my feelings. So as a reaction as a human, I'm gonna say low blows to hurt his feelings.
So you were pretty fired up at this point, right?
I wasn't really that fired up, but I was upset and I was reacting to what he was saying to me at that point. Yes.
He testified yesterday before this jury that he compared me to other women. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So besides Kayla, who else did he compare you to?
It was just, I can't pinpoint names or anything like that. I don't really remember. It was just a lot of different names of who I am, what I am, and things like that.
And that set you off, right?
Didn't set me off. I wanted to go. It was ready. It was time for me to go. It was just getting too heated.
Well, you saying now you wanted to go, but didn't you tell the jury yesterday? Then Travis said, "Get the F out of my house." Do you remember telling the jury that yesterday?
I told the jury that I had to go get my things.
You told the jury. Then he said, "Get the F out of my house." That's what you told the jury. Yesterday.
Okay, he might have said that. He said that.
He wanted you out. He wasn't blocking you. He wanted you out of the house.
He wanted me to get out after he told me to go in the house to get my things. So I went into the house to grab my personal items that I brought over there.
Right. He didn't want you there anymore. He wanted you out of his house. That's what you told the jury yesterday.
Okay.
He wasn't keeping you confined in there, was he?
He was.
He wasn't falsely imprisoning you yet on the 6th, was he?
He was keeping me confined in the room. That's why I picked up the trophy.
And that's why he told you to get the F out of the house.
You're not in chronological order, so you're saying it.
At some point, he told you to get the F out of his house, did he not?
After he held me in the room and was not allowing me to leave.
He wanted absolutely nothing to do with you. Isn't that the fact?
I wanted absolutely nothing to do with him.
And isn't true, you told this jury yesterday that Travis said, I don't like you anymore. You remember that? You remember telling this to the jury yesterday?
He was saying, I don't necessarily remember him saying those exact words, but he was saying a lot of things. Like I said, as
why'd you tell the jury yesterday? He said, I don't like you anymore.
He probably did say that. He was saying a lot of hurtful things.
So he did say that, right?
Okay, so yeah.
Right. So he told you to get the F out of his house and he didn't like you anymore, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Over a million other words, but yes.
Okay, well, I'm asking you about those specific words, not the other million words that he said.
Yes.
So he said a million words?
Not a million, but he said a lot of other
You
things.
just told the jury he said a million words. So is that true?
He said a lot of other things.
I'm asking you if you're.
He said a lot of other things.
I'm asking you if your testimony right now that he told you a million words, if that's an exaggeration or if that's the truth.
Obviously, he didn't say 1 million words.
That's what you just told them.
But he said a lot of other things to me.
Are there other things you've exaggerated about during your testimony?
Not at all. I've been extremely truthful.
All right. So despite the fact that he told you these things, you want the jury to believe that he was the one that was blocking you during this event.
Asked and answered, sustained. Next question, please.
Travis, you didn't want to leave because what you were doing was interested in destroying his property, right?
No.
Yesterday, you told the jury, I was saying stuff, but Travis started, right?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact that you were the one that actually started this whole thing by sneaking and looking into his phone?
I didn't sneak and look through the phone if I have the password.
But he didn't tell you could look at his phone, did he?
But if someone gives you something and it tells you are allowed to look at it, I don't believe that is called sneaking.
Isn't it true that you were the first person to become physically violent with Travis and not the other way around?
No.
Not at all?
When we were in the house, he was already nudging me to get out.
You were the one that was first physically violent, were you not?
If you can play something or show me something, I can't recall the exact steps of the moments.
You may.
I'm sorry, what are you looking at? This is November 8th, 2021, 75. Hold it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Back on November 8th, 2021, you provided a sworn statement. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked similar questions to the questions that I'm just asking you now?
Yes.
You remember me asking you those questions?
I'm reading. Give me one moment, please.
So I'm asking you, do you remember?
I'm trying to read them so I can.
Okay. (14 to 16).
14. Okay. Okay.
Question. Okay, so you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, not the other way around. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
So you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, right?
Mhm.
That's what you told us under oath on November 8th of 2021.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, but today you're just saying that's not.
I didn't say that. I said I didn't remember. I said if you can show me something to recall in my memory. I just said that.
Yeah, you do remember that you were
Right.
the one that started being physically violent with him.
Yes. After he started calling me names in my face, running me down. Yes. I tried to push him away from me.
You may.
Yesterday you testified to this jury on direct examination that Travis manhandled you, right?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yes.
You've also testified that he picked you up off your feet and slammed you to the ground 2 times. Is that correct?
Right.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So he literally picked you up off your feet and then slammed you to the ground on 2 occasions.
Correct.
And you testified that he was disrespectful yesterday. That's the moral of the story. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't the moral of the story is that you sent your brother and his friends to go kill Travis?
No, the moral of the story is him putting his hands on me. That is really the basis of everything. And I didn't send my brothers to kill him.
You just sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
I didn't say shoot him.
You sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
Correct.
Tell the jury what the shit is.
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something when I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question.
Well, if you were responsive to my question, I wouldn't have.
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Question was shit. What does shit mean in the context of that text?
Anything but him.
Okay. So it could have been his brother.
No.
It could have been the house.
Nothing violent toward a person.
It could have been his mother's house, right?
I was upset and my adrenaline was running and I said something that I didn't mean. That's the bottom line of that. I didn't mean for my brothers to do any of that. That's why when my brother left the house, he did not have a firearm on him.
So you're not answering my question again.
Okay.
You told the jury that shit meant anything other than a person, right? That's what you just told them. You remember?
Okay. Can I clarify the jury? Okay.
Didn't you just tell the jury that shit meant anything other than a person? Yes or no?
I would like to clarify that.
Well, answer yes or no, and then you can clarify. Did you not just tell them that?
I did tell them that, but I want to clarify what I mean.
Okay.
When I said that, I was upset. I was angry, and I said something that I didn't mean. My adrenaline was running. I am clarifying my answer. Am I not?
Go ahead. Finish.
So I was upset, and I ended up saying something that I didn't mean. Like, people say things when they're upset that they don't mean all the time. But since the situation has happened, it obviously blew up 20 times more. But I didn't necessarily mean for anything to happen to Travis, his family, his house, or anything. It was like my second home. I would not want anything to happen there.
All right. So again, when you just told the jury that when you sent the text to go shoot up his shit, to shoot meant anything other than a person.
I just clarified my answer to the jury.
I'm asking, isn't that what you just told them?
This question was asked, answered.
Sustain. Next question, please.
Isn't it true that when you left his house, that he didn't slam you to the ground? Well, he didn't lift you up off your feet and slam you to the ground, that you actually tripped and fell.
I didn't trip and fall.
Isn't it true that Travis put his foot out and you tripped over his foot and you fell?
No, that's not true.
So you're telling this jury that the video that we saw from the ring camera shows him picking you up off your feet and slamming you to the ground.
You can barely see it because Daryl's in the way.
So it's the video does
the video that we seen yesterday. You can barely see the full physical between me and Travis.
But the video is the video, right?
Correct, but nightly.
You're not suggesting to the jury that video was tampered with, right?
No, not at all. But I'm just saying the angle of it wasn't. You couldn't see the full testimony of what I'm saying.
Well, we saw you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Correct.
We saw Travis, right?
Yes.
We saw you fall to the ground, right?
And you saw Daryl in front of the entire thing.
And we saw you on the ground, right?
Correct.
We saw you jump right back up, right?
Correct.
And then we saw you storm into the house, right?
Yes, he was saying to get my things.
You told Keyshawn that Travis slammed you to the ground 2 times, right?
Correct.
You also told the police that Travis slammed you to the ground several times, right?
Correct.
You also told Tyler that Travis slammed you to the ground a couple times.
Correct.
And you also told that to Tierney and Linda, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, Tierney is Tierney Coleman, Travis's sister.
Correct.
And Linda is his mom, right?
Correct.
So you told basically everyone that night that he picked you up off your feet and slammed you to the ground.
Correct.
Now, on the video we saw, you went back in the house for the purpose of getting your tequila bottle, right?
I was grabbing all my things. I think I still had things on the couch as well.
One of the things you went back into the house to grab was your tequila bottle, was it not?
Correct.
The bottle that you had bought early that evening.
Correct.
That was your bottle, not Travis's, right?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact that you started hitting him? And we saw that on the video yesterday, that you started hitting him with your fists.
Yes.
Right? And you were slapping him, were you not?
I don't think I slapped him, but I did like throw a punch or two, at him so I can go in there and get my stuff. He wasn't letting me.
Okay, so he was physically holding you and not letting you go in?
He was blocking me from going in. He's telling me to get my things. I'm going in there to get my things. Then he's blocking me saying like, back up.
And he never raised a hand and touched you, did he not?
Yeah, he was raising his hand the whole time, like grabbing me, pushing me back. Yeah, the whole time.
So did he punch you?
No, he didn't punch me.
Did he slap you?
No, he didn't slap me.
Did he pick up any objects and hit you over the head with them?
No.
So other than standing there, right? And he did absolutely nothing else to you.
Just like a physical altercation without punching or slapping or anything like that. Just the grabbing me up and DJ trying to grab him. It was.
Where was he grabbing you? Was he grabbing you by the hair?
Just like by my shoulders, but like by my arms, like trying to get out, things like that.
Even though he's the one that told you to get the F out of his house, right?
No, he told me to go in there and get my stuff.
Because he wanted you out. He wanted you out of there.
And I was leaving with my things that I brought.
Including your bottle.
It doesn't matter about the bottle, but I wanted my actual clothes and things that I brought because I used to sleep over there all the time.
Well, it doesn't matter about your bottle because when you did leave the house eventually, you took that bottle and hit him over the head.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that after you left the house, you picked up a brick outside on the lawn?
I picked up a lot of things and I threw a lot of things. I'm not 100% sure about everything, but I was throwing things, yes.
And you picked up that brick. It was your intent to smash Travis's car window, was it not?
It wasn't my intention. I was just frustrated and angry and I was throwing things.
Including the brick, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why'd you want to smash his car window?
Like I said, it wasn't intentional. I was just throwing things because I was upset.
And when you were throwing things, you were also screaming things at him, like you were going to send your brother Keyshawn over to kill him, right?
Never, ever, ever said the word kill at all.
Okay, so when you were yelling at him, telling him that you're sending your brother Keyshawn over, it was just to shoot up his shit?
I texted that message. Yes, I did.
When you were screaming and yelling at him while you still were at his house, and telling him that you're sending Keyshawn over, what exactly did
I never threatened him. The messages between me and my brother were only between me and my brother. They have never seen those messages, and so everything has came out.
This day, you're aware that Travis's car window was smashed, right?
Correct.
Did you do it?
Yes.
When did you do it?
Right before I left.
While Travis was still outside?
I don't know if he was outside or inside, but he was still outside yelling.
Okay, so we saw some video yesterday after you left. Travis is still outside. You remember that?
Yeah.
So your testimony is that while he's outside, you smashed his car window, right?
No, I wasn't there at that point. I think I was already on my way home at that point because I didn't see those videos. When he came outside with no shirt on and all that, that was my first time seeing that.
So when did you exactly smash it? After you were on the lawn, picked up the brick, DJ and Travis came, they took the brick away from you. You remember that?
Correct.
And then you got in your car and you left, did you not?
Yeah.
All right. So you didn't break the car window at that point, right?
I was throwing things, so it could have hit it at that point.
So it's possible that you hit it while Travis was still outside, or had he gone back in the house?
I'm not sure.
You also, when you left the house, you called your brother Keyshawn. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were still crying and upset when you called him, right?
Yes.
And then you also called Tyler Robinson when you left Travis's house, did you not?
Yes.
And you were crying and upset at that point as well.
Yes.
And you told both of them that Travis had picked you up and slammed you to the ground, right?
Yes.
And that he had disrespected you.
Yes.
And you also sent a text message to Keyshawn at roughly 9:45 that Travis dropped you to the ground. You remember that?
Yep.
And in response to that text message, Keyshawn sent a group text message to you and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the message that you deleted from your phone, right?
No, I deleted the shoot his shit up message.
And you also deleted the dead man walking message.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember if I did or not.
Why did you delete messages so that this jury couldn't see them?
It is argumentative phrase that way. Rephrase, please.
Why
Sustained.
would you delete evidence so that it's not available for the jury to see?
The evidence wasn't deleted for the jury not to see because clearly I'm standing up here right now and I'm admitting that I did delete the messages and I'm confessing that I did turn my phone into the police enforcement. It wasn't for the jury not to see. After all these actions have happened, you have to understand how that looks. It looks ridiculous. Beforehand, if nothing like that happened, it would have just been words that were said. People say things when they're mad. Their adrenaline is running all the time. So that is the reason why I deleted them after I came to the conclusion that there was a shooting.
And you were concerned about that. You had a guilty conscience, did you not?
I still have a guilty conscience to this day. And I will say that to the jury, to everybody in here. Of course I do. That was never my intentions for no one to die or for even for him to be sitting over there right now.
Go shoot it up, whatever the shit was, right?
Like I said, I made a terrible choice of words during that time. I was 23. I was young. I was dumb. I made a very, very bad decision when I said those words, but it was never my intentions.
You deleted those text messages because you know that they were incriminating, right?
No. I deleted those text messages because it actually happened, and I was confused. And
What actually happened?
Travis shot at them.
Okay.
So I immediately thought in my head, they're gonna think this is I planned something. Like that's immediately what I thought in my head.
You were worried about you getting arrested and you getting in trouble and setting this whole thing into motion.
No, I was worried about saying the wrong thing and it actually something coming out of it. That's what I was worried about.
And you deleted it.
Correct. And when I was asked for it, I gave it to them.
Well, after you deleted those text messages before you gave your phone to Detective Vanderland.
And Detective Vanderland asked me, "Did you delete anything out of your phone?"
I'm not asking you what she said. My question was that you deleted those text messages before you gave your phone to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those text messages were never found on your phone because you deleted them. Is that not correct?
I don't know that.
And the only reason that we have those text messages is because they were found on your brother's phone, on Keyshawn's phone.
If you know, do you know?
No, I don't know.
So to this day, as you sit here, you have no clue how those text messages were discovered by law enforcement because
No.
they weren't on your phone. Right?
No, I don't know how.
You knew at the time of this incident that your brother owned a gun, right?
Correct.
That was a 9mm Glock?
Correct.
And you also knew that he had owned other guns over a course of time. Did you not?
I knew he had his license to carry.
I didn't ask about his license
And
to carry.
I'm
My question was, you knew that he also had other guns during the course of the time that he first bought his first gun. He had owned other guns besides that Glock. That was my question, not his concealed weapons permit.
She's argumentative.
What's the objection, please?
I'm objecting because it is misleading. The question is misleading.
All right, rephrase. It is.
You knew that your brother owned at the time of the incident one gun. Is that correct? A Glock?
Correct.
That's your testimony?
Correct.
But he also owned other guns, right?
I'm not sure during his time of how many guns. I don't.
Well, are you aware that he had a 9mm Taurus that he sold to Tyler Robinson?
Yes.
What other guns are you aware of that your brother had and sold?
The gun that you just mentioned. I know he sold that to Tyler.
Any other guns that you're aware of that he had and sold?
No.
You're not aware that he had a 380 that he purchased and sold?
No.
You knew that Tyler Robinson also, at the time of the incident, owned a gun, the Taurus 9mm, did you not?
No.
The gun that your brother sold, you weren't aware that Tyler still.
I'm not aware of the exact transaction, when the transaction happened, how many days. I'm not aware of that. But yes, I am aware that the gun was sold to Tyler.
And you're aware that Tyler Robinson discovered since then that Tyler Robinson in fact did take a gun with him to Travis Rudolph's house, right? If you know.
If you know.
Didn't know that.
So to this day, as you're sitting here, you're telling this jury, you're telling this jury as you sit here today under oath, that this is the first time you're hearing that Tyler Robinson brought a gun with him to Travis Rudolph's house. Is that what you're telling the jury?
No.
So when did you learn that Tyler Robinson brought a gun to Travis Rudolph's house?
I can't remember the exact time I learned.
But you know that now, right? Right?
Yes, I know that now.
So you tell Tyler and your brother to go shoot his shit up, and Tyler Robinson actually brought a gun to his house, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Have you ever asked Tyler Robinson why he brought his gun there?
He says he carries his gun
The
on.
question is, did you ask him?
No, I never asked him.
You were just going to give an answer. So which is it?
You didn't let me, so you choose.
Ms. Jones, just answer.
Sorry.
Question was.
What was the question?
Question was, did you ever ask him?
No.
Okay, next question.
Is the way you talk to me, is that the way you talk to Travis?
How am I talking to you? I feel like I'm being respectful.
Okay. So you just made a comment to me.
Judge, objection to commenting on the witness.
Sustain.
You didn't call the police that night to report that Travis Rudolph picked you up by your feet and slammed you to the ground 2 times, committing a battery on you, right?
No.
You were battered though, right? That's your testimony.
Correct.
Your testimony is also that you were basically falsely imprisoned and held against your will. Did you call the police to tell them that?
No.
Okay. Instead, you drove home, right?
Correct.
Del Rey?
Yes.
And Keyshawn was there?
Correct.
And you were crying and upset?
I kind of calmed down by the time I got there.
And you and Keyshawn had a conversation about what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday on direct examination that Keyshawn told me I was overly tripping. It's not serious.
Both of us, not just me.
Who?
Me and Travis, like we're both overly tripping. It
What
wasn't
does
that serious.
overly tripping mean?
Just meaning in relationships, sometimes things get out of hand for no reason, and an outsider can see better than me and him inside the relationship.
So you again, you told the jury that Keyshawn told you that, right?
Correct.
So your brother is telling you basically that this wasn't that serious, right?
And yeah, he was gonna just go over there and speak with him. Correct.
The question was that he told you that this wasn't serious, right?
I said yes.
So you didn't have any bruises or scratches on your face, right?
No, but I did have injury.
You didn't have any bruises or scratches to your arm, did you?
No.
You didn't have any bruises or scratches on your neck, right?
No, but I did just have
Any bruises or scratches on your back, right?
No.
You would agree, Ms. Jones, that you don't need to bring 3 men with you if you're just going to go talk to somebody?
Objection to asking witness their opinion on other people's actions.
Sustained.
You testified that you were the one that told Keyshawn to go talk to him, right?
Correct.
So it wasn't Keyshawn saying, I'm going to go be your protector and take care of this. You're the one that encouraged him to go do that, right?
No. When I told him what happened, he instantly is like, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go talk to Travis.
You just told this jury that it was you who told him to go talk to him. That's what you told this jury yesterday. That's what you just answered, and now you're changing your answer. So which
I'm not changing my answer at all. Me and him had a mutual conversation, and the mutual conversation was I told him what happened. He said he was going to go speak with them, and I agreed.
yesterday you told this jury that you're the one that told him to go talk to Travis.
Like I said, it was a mutual. I told him to go talk to them, and he said he was going to already on his own.
After you told him to go do it, right? That's what you told this jury yesterday.
Objection to this characterization and
Overruled.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. After the shooting took place, Chris Lowe and Keyshawn FaceTimed you, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that FaceTime call was made before you got to the hospital and gave your statement to Detective Ema. You remember?
No, I was already at the hospital when they called me.
But that call was made before you gave your statement to Detective Ema.
Correct.
So before you gave your first sworn statement to law enforcement, you had already spoken with Chad Lowe and your brother about what happened, right?
Incorrect. The conversation was more of him crying, saying he thinks Sebastian died. It was more of an emotional conversation. It wasn't a sit down and let's discuss exactly what happened.
Well, they told you that Sebastian had died, right?
Correct.
And they told you that Tyler told you he had a gun, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Didn't you also become aware that Tyler Robinson had a gun that night with him at that point?
Not at that moment, no.
So they only told you that Sebastian died and you didn't ask, oh my God, how? What happened? Tell me how this could have occurred.
It was an emotional moment. They're speaking with law enforcement. I'm at the hospital with Tyler's mom. There's not really much conversation on the table to discuss what happened.
You know, one person's dead. You know, another person's wounded.
Correct.
You're not curious or asking questions about how this happened.
No, I am. I called Daryl.
Who?
DJ, Travis's brother. I called him.
I'm not talking about DJ.
But you're asking me if I was curious. So I said, yes, I was. I called the person who I called.
Curious when you were speaking with Chris Lowe and Keyshawn is my question.
No, because they were emotional. They're crying. They're distraught. They're not in the right state of mind. So I wasn't asking them personal questions like that.
You've already testified that you FaceTimed with your brother and Keyshawn right after the shooting, right?
Well, Keyshawn's my brother. So Keyshawn and Chris.
Keyshawn and Chris, yes. You testified that you already FaceTimed and you already spoke about it right after the shooting, right?
We didn't really speak that much about the exact shooting is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a Sebastian. He thinks Sebastian's dead. He was crying, things like that.
And around 2:45 in the morning, you actually gave us a sworn statement to a detective that was at the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was Detective Ema. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Detective Ema at 2:45 that morning while you were giving your sworn statement under oath, subject to perjury, that you told Keyshawn to go shoot up his shit, right?
I don't remember the exact. That was the very, very first statement I ever gave in. I don't remember exactly what I said.
You never told him about the text message to go shoot up his shit, did you?
I don't recall.
Did you ever tell Detective Ema that Keyshawn texted you and Tyler back that Travis was a dead man walking? Do you remember ever telling him that?
I don't recall.
Is it true that you didn't?
I don't recall.
You may. You want to show the state what you're, of,
Lines 11.
of what transcript?
Oh, I'm sorry, it was November 8th again.
Thank you.
What's the page number? I'm sorry.
130. Yes. If you look at lines 11 through 17 or 18. I'm sorry, I'm starting page 129. 129. You on page 129?
Yeah.
Start around line 17, please.
Okay.
Did you read that?
Hmm?
Look over on page 130. Do you need to look at that as well?
No, this is exactly what I just said to you.
And it's true that I was asking you questions during that statement in November that are similar to the questions I just asked you now, right? About whether you shared with Detective Ema the text message that you instructed.
You're going to object to improper impeachment?
Yeah, well, technically it is, but I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
I asked the question, and you didn't tell Detective Ema that you had instructed Tyler and Keyshawn to go shoot up Travis's ship, right? Answer no.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, the answer says no. And I said I didn't remember. I don't recall.
So now you recall that?
Yeah, now that I'm reading it, you have to remember this is a year or two ago.
Right.
So my memory is a little bit more fresher back then. So if you can show me something, I have no problem owning up to it. So yes, here I did say no.
So you never told Detective Ema about the text messages, is that correct?
No, me and Detective Ema, but I believe our conversation was extremely short.
Did you tell Detective Ema that Tyler Robinson had a gun?
I don't remember if I told him that or not, because I don't think I knew he had one or not at that moment.
Did you tell Detective Ema that you told Linda there was going to be trouble? Do you remember making that?
I don't remember.
You have November 8th statement there?
What
Yes,
page?
it still does.
Okay, page 131. If you would look, lines 20, 23.
You didn't tell Detective Emma that?
You just told that?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory about what happened, what you said to him?
Not really, but Keyshawn was.
My question is,
No, it doesn't.
my question was that you didn't tell Detective Ema about Linda, that you had spoken to her and that you told her that there was going to be trouble, right?
At this moment in time when I'm talking to this detective, I'm just learning and finding out about everything that's going on. I might have missed a lot of details that I then came forth and spoke about, but you're asking me nitty gritty details that at the time when I'm speaking to a detective, I'm not going to remember or recall because I'm just not finding out someone died.
So the details that you left out to Detective Ema were nitty gritty?
I'm not saying nitty gritty, but there are details. But I'm speaking on a death at the point when I'm talking to the detective. Someone's dead. I'm not really worried about what text I sent or what text someone else sent. When it came time for us to speak on that, I spoke on that. And I was 100% honest about everything that I had said. But during the time where I'm just finding out somebody who's very close to me has passed away, that's the least thing on my mind at the moment. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
I was asking you very specific questions, right?
Not necessarily.
Just going freestyle?
I was kind of rambling and just saying from what I know like has happened from the night.
Okay, well, his statement started at 2:44 a.m. and ended at 3 o'clock. So it was roughly
15 minutes.
20 minutes or so.
That's what I'm saying. That's not really. I'm fine.
And
Like,
during the course of that statement, he asked you a number of questions, right?
All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, but please remember to obey at least 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. one of them is inapplicable at this point.
I forgot how well I knew she was bad, but Jesus, she's like a lot of people make comments about how do you marry her and stuff like that. She must have something about her. Do you know what I mean? To control all these men, to get all these men to basically kill for her, allegedly. So you know, I'll say I'm a staunch not guilty guy here so far. Anyway, I don't see how you can make him guilty so far. Well, there's a lot more testimony you can. I wonder if they put these people at the start just so they forget.
All right, you may continue, Ms. Perlette. Yes, ma'am.
Doing a nice picture.
Thank you.
You change your profile picture. I was like, who's that? Who's this beautiful woman? I thought. And it's Luna.
All right.
Yeah, you're right.
All right,
Awful.
so apparently there's a request for a restroom break, and that's fine. We've been at this for a while today, so far. So now, remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. Again, cardinal rule number 4 isn't going to be applicable because you all will be in the jury room. But remember, no discussion about the case, no research, and keep an open mind. We'll take. I know there are only 2 restrooms in there, and I don't know how many folks have to use them. So let's be back at 5 minutes after 11. I think that's probably long enough. 5 minutes after 11, folks. All right. Is on what's known as duty or duty judge. 24/7, we have to monitor applications for a variety of different types of warrants. So that's my responsibility this week, including presiding over this trial. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm not paying close attention because I have a laptop up here, keeping track of the warrants that are coming in. And then when we take a break, I go back there and I go through the ones that I'm able to go through in the amount of time that I have. Again, just because I have this laptop up here does not mean that I am not paying attention, because I am. All right. Thank you. All right. You may continue, Ms. Perlette.
So we were talking about your statement to Detective Ema while you were at the hospital after the shooting at roughly 2:45 in the morning.
Correct.
And you've testified here that you don't remember him asking you specific questions. It was more of you were just telling him everything because of your state of mind was pretty harried because you had just found out that Sebastian was killed and Tyler was shot, right?
Correct.
Is that what you told the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall the statement being roughly 15 to 20 minutes in length?
Yeah.
Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about, rather than what you didn't tell him, let's talk about what you did tell him. Okay.
Okay.
All right. During this 15 or 20 minutes, isn't it true that you told him that Travis picked you up and dropped you on your back? You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it also true that you told him, I'm going to have my brother come down here because you obviously need to talk? Do you remember telling him that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Ema, my brothers, plural, never going to come down here on some harmful anything? Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him about your liquor bottle?
Yes. I told him I threw the liquor bottle.
Okay. And you remember telling Detective Ema that Travis was in your face talking shit?
Yes.
And you were slapping him?
I don't remember that part, but I might have said that. But it did get kind of like very physical at that point.
And you then remember telling Detective Ema that you left and went home and told your brother you got to go see about me to Travis? You remember telling Detective Ema that?
Kind of a blur, but I did say to go talk to him. Yes.
That you told your brother to go talk to him, right?
Correct.
That's what you told Detective Ema.
Yeah, if that's what that says. Yes, I don't remember vividly exactly every single word I said, but if that's what I said there, then yes, you can show it to me if you want.
You may.
That's a copy of your sworn statement that you gave to Detective Ema.
Okay.
And if you would turn to page 8. And look at lines 22 to 25.
I'm sorry. I just need to make sure our page numbers.
Did you look at lines 22 to 25 on page 8?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, on page 8. I'm sorry, I'm on 7. 22 through. Okay. Okay, yes, I just read it.
And you remember telling Detective Ema that when you left, you went home and told your brother you got to go see about me to Travis?
That's exactly what it says here. But do I remember? Your question was, do I remember correct?
Right.
No, I don't. I don't remember our exact. That was my very, very first talk with anyone.
Isn't it not true that you told Detective Ema that?
Your question was, do I remember?
I'm asking you, isn't it true that you told Detective Ema that?
I don't remember saying this. I'm going to be honest. I remember telling him that I told him to go talk to him, which is on the page previous to this.
Okay. Well, you're not disagreeing that you gave a sworn statement.
I'm not disagreeing at all. I just don't remember. You asked me if I remembered. I said no.
But you're not suggesting that what's in there is not correct, right?
No.
You remember telling Detective, again, we're talking about what you told him. You remember telling Detective Ema that without being asked, and the question, my brother is licensed to carry. Do you remember that?
I probably did tell him that.
So you thought that was an important fact to tell him, right?
Just for the simple fact that I found out there was a shooting. Yes, I believed I needed to leave.
Why would that be important if your brother didn't have a gun? Why did you want Detective Ema to know that Keyshawn had a concealed weapons permit?
I wanted him to know because there was a shooting.
Right, because your brother took his gun with him. That's why you
Show me where my brother took his gun with him. Show it to me. But you're telling me something that you're asking me a question. I'm letting you know my answer. So if you don't have proof right in front of my face, then you can't sit here and tell me anything. I'm telling you.
Okay, enough. Next question.
Exactly. Next question.
Stop. Your next question, please.
Is this how you talk to Travis?
Stop.
This is how I'm talking to
Next
you.
question.
Didn't you also tell Detective Ema that when your brother got to Travis's house, he said, I'm not here to start nothing with you. I'm here to talk. Remember telling Detective Ema that?
Correct.
So your brother did give you some details about what happened.
No, before he left the house, he told me he was going over there to speak with him.
Right, but you told Detective Ema that your brother said to Travis, I'm not here to start nothing with you. I'm here to talk. So you did have details about what happened more than Sebastian was dead and that Tyler was shot, like you told the jury or implied. Isn't that true?
I said I don't recall all of the details that were said that night. I was more concerned about Sebastian being dead.
All right. Didn't you also tell Detective Ema that Travis ran out of the house and trucked my brother?
Sustained. Next question.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Ema that Travis ran out of the house and hit your brother?
I don't remember.
Okay, if you look at page 11, please.
Mm-hmm.
Lines 3 through 5. You done?
Okay. I'm ready.
Isn't it true that your brother said that he ran out and trucked him?
Yes.
You told Detective Ema.
So,
Isn't that true?
yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also told Detective Ema that he was with his friends?
Yes.
So you knew while you were at the hospital that his friends were with him.
After I spoke to Daryl, because he said his dreadhead friend is dead.
You already testified that you spoke with Chris and with Keyshawn.
I spoke to them after I spoke to Travis and Daryl.
So you're saying that that's how you found out about that was from Travis, from who?
Daryl, DJ, his brother. They were naming like that. They were saying that light skinned nigga. They were saying the nigga with the dreads. So that's when I'm starting to understand like more people came rather than my brother because my brother doesn't have dreads.
Well, then can you explain to the jury how it was that you just told the jury that your brother told you that I'm not here to start nothing with you. I'm here to talk.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we didn't have a discussion on the phone. And I don't want to, that's what I'm trying to let the jury understand. I'm not saying there wasn't a discussion over the phone. Was it a detailed discussion about what exactly happened that night? No, the conversation was not that long is my point that I'm trying to get across to you. This isn't a detailed, what I'm reading, this is not detailed at all.
Well, this is your detail that you gave to Detective Ema.
which is very minimal because that's all I know. That's what I'm saying. When we talked on the phone. Okay.
Going through, okay.
Cool.
You told Detective Ema also that it wasn't like your brother came in there with a gun and tried to start something. You remember that?
Correct.
Again, you brought up Keyshawn and his gun, right? Look at page 11, please, lines 14 to 16.
Yes, I said you're initiating the fight. You're jumping on my brother. He came there to have a conversation with you. He doesn't. It's not like he came there with his gun because I knew he didn't have a gun. That's why I said that.
So you talked about Keyshawn and the lack of not having a gun, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because now I'm figuring out there's a shooting.
And you also told Detective Ema that Tyler and Sebastian, who are your brother's best friends, had gotten shot, right?
Correct.
And then you remember Detective Ema asking you how you had so much detail and knew so much?
I said I spoke with them. They called me briefly. They were crying. It was a very short conversation.
Sure, but you do remember that.
And I also spoke with Daryl and I also spoke with Travis. So
you remember Detective Ema questioning you about why you knew so much details at an event that you weren't at.
no.
Page 12, please. You look at lines 12 through 16.
Yes.
Isn't it true that he asked you, and how do you know all of this? Your answer, I just spoke with my brother. Do you remember that?
And did I not tell you already previously that he told me Sebastian was dead on the phone? This says read the entire line. And then Sebastian is pronounced dead at this moment. And how do you know all of this? I just spoke with my brother.
And before that, there was a lot of discussion about all the details that you and I just discussed before this jury.
Minimal details. They're not. They were very minimal details.
Do you remember telling Detective Ema that none of your brother's friends and your brother they weren't answering their phones? Do you remember telling him that?
Correct.
Remember telling Detective Ema, going into details about a text message that Tierney Coleman sent you?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
And isn't it true that you actually showed a screenshot of one of the text messages that Ms. Coleman sent you to Detective Ema? You had it on your phone and you showed it to him. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was the only text message that you showed Detective Ema. Isn't that a fact?
Because I believe the context of the conversation was about that.
So again, the only text message you showed Detective Ema in your sworn statement was one text message from Tierney Coleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you were trying to portray.
No, the reason.
Let me finish my question.
Is it a question or is it an assumption?
All right, just wait for the question, please, Ms. Jones.
My question is, that's the only text you showed to the detective, right?
Yes.
Already answered that one.
Thank you.
Next question.
You never showed him a text that you sent about shoot his shit up or Travis is a dead man walking, right?
Not until the next day when I was asked, or whenever day I was asked.
Well, I'm talking about Detective Ema now.
Correct. Right after, exactly. Right after everything has occurred, you have to understand, I'm not in the right state of mind either. I'm just finding out someone passed away. I'm finding out my mom's car shot up. I'm finding out a lot of things at this moment. A lot of details are going to be left out.
All right. May I approach the witness?
You may. Make sure the state knows what you're doing.
Yes, I'll go back and put it.
All right.
May I have that statement back, please? I just handed you what's in evidence of states number 17. Remember looking at that yesterday and being asked questions about it?
Yeah, but honestly, I'm not really sure exactly what this is.
Well, you answered questions.
Oh, these are my phone. Oh, these are my phone records.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you want to just take a look at them?
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar with that, right?
Familiar with what?
Well, you just said those are your phone records, right? Your phone log, right?
Yeah, I'm realizing that now because I'm seeing numbers that I know. So
Okay, well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
All right, and that call log, if you look at the first page, or second page rather, look at the very top. You see where there's some dates?
Yeah.
Okay, and that call log begins on April 8th of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the beginning of that call log, is that right?
I believe so.
Was there anything preceding that page?
No.
Okay, and go to the end of that call log. The last page.
Okay.
And tell me where that call log ends. What's the last date?
Of everything?
The very last entry. What was the date?
4/4/2021. That?
May I approach?
You may.
Is this not the last page?
Florida. It's in Florida.
I think you have it out of order.
Cheers to the meet Travis. Not Travis,
yes, I had it
sorry.
out of order.
Tyler.
Yeah, I
He's
have it.
just as bad.
So yes, like I said, the last entry is 4/4/2021.
So the last page starts on April 4th, is that correct? Of
Correct.
2021?
Mhm.
And it goes through what date?
The 8th.
Okay. And you've testified that you spoke with Linda Rudolph, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it true that Miss Rudolph's phone number is nowhere in that call log?
Let me take a look for a sec. No, I don't see her number.
You also testified to the jury that you called Linda Rudolph, is that correct?
That's the same
Attorney
question you just
Coleman,
asked
excuse
me.
me. Ms. Coleman, you remember that?
Yes, I spoke with both of them. And
Okay. And can you tell us where Ms. Coleman's number is on your call log that you turned into the police?
when I was asked, it's not there.
It's not there. That's all I asked. It's not on there.
Okay.
So did you delete those?
No. When I asked to turn my phone in, I turned my phone in.
So how did these numbers disappear from your call log?
Why don't you go ask the police officers or the detectives?
Your phone. I'm asking you if you deleted those.
I didn't, and I answered your question.
So you didn't delete them.
I didn't delete those phone calls between Tierney, and I didn't delete those phone calls between his mother. You would have to ask law enforcement.
You turned a different phone over to the Detective Vanderlyn?
What different phone do I have?
My question to you is, did you turn the phone over that was your phone that you were using on April 6th to Detective Vanderlyn, or did you go out and buy another phone and give her that phone?
You have your evidence all mixed up. I had that phone prior when I was talking to Travis. Okay. So the phone that I turned in, you're asking me a question, I'm answering.
It was the same phone.
It was the exact same phone.
Tell us how they're the items missing from the call log.
That would have to be taken up with law enforcement.
You have no idea.
When I turned my phone in, everything that was in my phone and things that weren't there, I spoke on.
Okay. Now you testified. May I approach?
You may.
You testified yesterday. Thank you. That the very next day, you turned your phone over to the detective. You remember that?
I don't know if it was the very next day. It was when I was asked.
Well, according to your testimony yesterday, you said.
Well, the objection is improper impeachment or improper question. So rephrase, please.
Didn't you say that you turned your phone over to the detective the next day?
When the detective asked me to turn my phone in, that's when I turned it in. I don't know the exact day.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense number 8. Seven. Thank you. Defense number 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
What is this?
I had to sign that in order to turn my phone in.
Okay, so this is a consent to search form.
Correct.
And this is your name down here on the lower right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, and my signature.
Is that your signature? And can you tell us what date this is?
4/15.
So April 15th of 2021?
Correct.
The incident occurred on April 6th of 2021?
That has no recollection for me. You have to understand that. When they asked me to turn my phone in, that's when I turned my phone in.
Okay, so you actually signed the consent to search on April 15th, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Objection to the admission of the evidence.
Any objection? All right, very well. It's admitted into evidence. Now, you know, in the event that there's a review by the 4th District Court of Appeal in this case, those particular exhibits have to be down to, yeah, okay, you understand that. They're not going to be transported in that format. All right, thanks.
So that was signed by you several days after the incident, right?
Right.
And then you turned your phone in the following day after you signed that, and you sent your friend Paloma to do that, right?
Right.
Now, you didn't turn your phone over to the detective directly. You sent a friend.
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you didn't want to be interviewed by the detective. Isn't that true?
No, I was already previously interviewed by her.
By Detective Ema. We've talked about that.
Exactly.
But the phone was being turned over to the lead detective in the case, Detective Vanderland. Isn't that not correct?
Correct.
And you never went to see Detective Vanderland. You sent your friend instead, right? Right?
My friend turned the phone in.
Yeah, you said yes.
You asked me this already, and I've answered yes. My friend turned the phone in.
Right. And you told the jury yesterday the reason you had your friend do it is because she lived closer.
Correct.
To the detective than you did, right?
Correct.
You lived in Delray at the time?
Right.
Detectives in West Palm Beach, right?
Right.
It's about a 20-minute car ride?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have a car, right? You had a car back then.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
You couldn't drive 20 minutes to drop your phone off to the detective?
It wasn't 20 minutes from my house, though.
How many minutes was it?
About 40.
From Delray to West Palm?
She was somewhere further. It was far from my house. It was traffic time. So I just gave it to my friend the night before, and she just turned it in after work.
Okay.
That's all it was.
So it's your testimony that the detective told you that you had to come during a specific time that was traffic time? Is that your testimony?
She didn't say it had to come a specific time. I came when I gave my phone when I was ready to give it to her.
You could have gone anytime. There wasn't a specific time set during traffic time, right?
What's the question?
That's my question. Don't you understand?
No.
Okay. You could have dropped that phone off anytime. The detective didn't say you had to come during a specific time. Is that correct?
I dropped my phone off when she asked me to drop the phone off.
You didn't. Paloma did.
Correct.
You remember there being some discussion yesterday about text messages with Daryl, DJ. Remember that?
Correct.
You remember you said on direct examination, I didn't know anybody went with Keyshawn to Travis's house. You remember that?
I said that yesterday.
Sure did. Do you remember that?
Tyler, I knew went. That's it.
You said yesterday, I didn't know anyone went with Keyshawn. Do you remember telling the jury that? You were trying to imply, there was a whole line of questioning about this.
Sustain.
You testified yesterday that you didn't learn about all this until you were speaking with DJ. You remember that? That's what you told this jury.
Overruled. Overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's try to unconfuse you.
Let's start over.
Because hold on. All right, go ahead. You remember telling the jury yesterday when the state was asking you questions about DJ's text? You guys texting back and forth?
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. And then you told this jury that the first time you heard about all of this and that there were more people that went there besides Keyshawn was when you were talking and communicating with DJ.
But prior to this, you have to remember me, Keyshawn, and Tyler were in a group chat. Remember? You said that out of your own mouth.
You also just testified that there was a FaceTime. You told Detective Ema details about your brothers going there. Don't you remember you just testified about that?
She's chronologically way out of order.
All right.
She's just like chatting right now.
Start over again. Listen.
You are. Like, I don't even
All
understand
right,
where
stop, Ms. Jones. All right, next question. Start over again so we can get this cleared up and move on.
Your Honor, though, can I say something?
No, stop.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You knew well before you spoke to DJ in those text messages that your brother and his friends went over to Travis's house, right?
No.
You said yesterday that you began to understand who came to the Rudolph residence after and you spoke with DJ or during the time you were speaking with DJ. You remember that?
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that you texted Keyshawn, Sebastian, and Tyler in a group text at 11:44 p.m. on April 6th? Where are you all at?
Can I see?
I'm just asking you. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember Tyler sending you a
Objection. Witness is asking whether she remembered. She said she did not. She should give an
Well, this is a different question, though.
Yeah, I'm asking.
All right, go ahead. Overall, overruled. Go ahead.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler sent a text back to you, Keyshawn, and Sebastian at 11:44 on April 6th? We're on our way right now. RN right now. Do you remember that?
Do you remember that text? Responsive
No.
reply text, excuse me. All right, next question.
Isn't it true that Tyler sent you, Sebastian, and Keyshawn?
Do you remember whether is the proper way to ask that question?
You remember whether Tyler sent you, Sebastian, and Keyshawn a group text at 11:44 a.m. and that text saying, I love you so much. I got you. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember a text at 11:44 that you sent in a group text to Sebastian, Tyler, and Keyshawn. Your response was okay. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a text at 10:16 that evening, before the other text that I just read, that Tyler sent to you saying, send me his address? Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember at 10:17 that you sent Tyler Robinson a text that said 550 Teak Drive? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:21 p.m. on the evening of April 6th, sending Tyler a text where you said, tell Keyshawn come on? Do you remember that?
No.
At 10:24 p.m. that night, do you remember sending Tyler a text? Okay, you here? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. And after the shooting took place, which was approximately midnight, do you remember at 12:58 after the shooting that you sent a group text to Keyshawn, Sebastian, and Tyler? Call.
No.
Okay. You knew before you spoke to Daryl DJ that group of men were together and that they were at Travis's house, did you not?
I knew Keyshawn and Tyler were together. I didn't know Sebastian was there.
And you're not just trying to distance yourself, right?
Distance myself from what?
Well, you didn't want anyone to know that you were communicating with them because you didn't want to get in trouble.
Get in trouble for what?
Well, you could have been in trouble for setting this whole thing up and setting this in motion. Weren't you concerned?
Setting what up? Your client shot 84 rounds. There was no shots back. What did I set up?
Well, you sent somebody to go shoot him, didn't you?
Did he get shot?
You sent somebody to shoot him, did you not?
Did he get shot?
All right, Ms. Jones, you need to answer the questions, not ask them. All right, next question.
Okay. On April 6th, at 10:24 p.m., before the shooting, do you remember Tyler calling you?
No.
Do you remember seeing that call on your phone extraction, states number 17?
If I can't see any evidence in front of me, this happened 2 years ago. I don't remember. So you're going to keep receiving I'm not trying to.
You may. All right, and you've provided Ms. Jones with what?
I just provided her with state 17, which is a phone log.
Thank you.
Okay, so what was the question?
Do you remember Tyler calling you at 10:24 p.m. on April 6th?
April 6th.
Well, do you remember or do you not?
I'm looking through the.
Okay, but the question is, do you remember now without looking
Question
through
is, I have
anything?
to look first.
All right, so you don't remember. Is that right?
I have to look to see exactly the time. It shows you more than just somebody calling you.
All right, well, if the lawyers are all right with that, I'm all right with it.
Okay, I don't remember. I'm not even
Do
getting
you
to that.
see?
I don't remember.
My question is, do you see?
No.
You don't even know my question, so how are you answering no?
Do I see the conversation of Tyler calling me? No.
Conversation, a call on your phone log.
No, I don't see it.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:52 Tyler calling you?
No.
Do you know if that's on your call log?
Who?
That call. Do you see a call on your call log at 10:52 from Tyler?
No.
Okay. Do you remember Tyler calling you, that you called Tyler at 10:58 p.m. before the shooting?
I speak to them all the time, so I don't remember.
I'm asking you if there's a call on your call log that reflects that.
No, that isn't what you asked her. You asked her if she remembers.
Do you remember?
And I said no.
Okay. And now take a look at that and tell me if you can see a call that you made to Tyler Robinson at 10:58.
I don't even know his number anymore. I don't see. So no, I'm going to say no.
Well, do you see anything in there that reflects Tyler? You had Tyler's name in his phone as what? In your phone? What was he in your phone as? Tell the jury, please.
I don't even see it. I think.
So how did you have him as your contact? What was his name in your phone?
Didn't you just hear me say I don't see it?
No, I'm asking you how you saved his name in your phone. What was his?
I don't remember. It might have been Ty, but I don't see it here.
You're still in touch with him, right? So you don't know how you put him in your phone?
You have to be specific now. You're using the present tense or the past tense. I can't tell. Ms. Perlette.
Okay. At 10:59, a minute later, on April 6th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
Okay. Another call at 10:59 on April 6th. Do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
At 12:20 after the shooting, now April 7th. Do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
At 12:23 on April 7th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
12:38, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
1:29 in the morning, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
1:31 in the morning, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
Now, with respect to those questions, can you tell me if you, by looking at that document, if you see any of those calls on there that we just discussed?
I don't remember his number at the time, so I can't tell you.
And again, you don't know what you saved it under, right?
At the time, sometimes he's changed the number. So if he changed his number, I might not have saved it at the time. So no, I can't see his name right now.
So there were some text messages that we already have in evidence between you and Tyler and a third party that have Tyler's name on them. So on April 6th, he was named. So,
Sustained.
Stand up and stretch, folks, but obey the cardinal rules while you're doing that.
So the cosmetic surgery was bum implants. She had a new bum, so she was out of action for like 8 weeks. She did not want to speak about it though. But yeah, it's bum implants. Fucking, I couldn't believe it. But Lady Law, thanks for being here. You know, you've been like my great whale to get here. So appreciate you popping in. Travis was sincere. Definitely. I'm not sure if we saw it. We played it at the start of this time.
so you recall seeing some text messages between yourself, Tyler, and your brother during the course of this trial?
Yes.
And those phone messages, I believe, were actually from Keyshawn's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know what Keyshawn called or had his contact saved for Tyler Robinson?
No.
And you don't remember how you saved Tyler Robinson in your phone, correct?
Because he gets new numbers, so no, I don't remember.
So he gets new numbers?
Yeah, some like normal people. If he changed his number, sometimes I might not save it.
Okay, so since this incident, he's changed his number. Is that your testimony?
That's not my testimony. I said people change numbers and sometimes they don't get resaved. That's my testimony.
You don't know whether he changed his number or not, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay.
You may.
There's no objection to this entry.
Okay, thank you.
That's number 8.
No, it is 8. 7 is the big oversized consent form.
Yes. Okay. Showing what's been admitted to evidence as states number 8. Take a look at that, please. I'm just going to remove that.
Okay.
You familiar with this search history?
Yeah, it's my search history for my cell phone.
It's your search history from your cell phone, right?
Right.
And the first page, it starts on April 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the very last page concludes at April 15th of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you look at the first page. Are you on the first? You need another moment to look?
I'm
through?
on the first page. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. So on April 7th, at 6:41, I believe it is. Do you see that, that entry? It's about a quarter of the way down on the page.
Stand your ground law.
Right. You researched on your cell phone, stand your ground law. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at 6:41 in the morning, right?
Yes, after everything happened.
Right. A couple of hours after you spoke to Detective Ema, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The same day on 4/7/21, at 6:41 in the morning, you also searched stand your ground law in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/7 at 9:01, you searched death penalty in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/8 of 2021, you searched accessory to murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why were you interested in that?
I'm searching on my phone like normal people do when they get into uncomfortable situations.
Well, when you searched up that term, accessory to murder, what did you learn?
I didn't really learn that much.
Okay.
I wasn't really looking too hard into it. I never been in a situation like this, so I just was looking,
Well,
literally.
What does that mean, accessory to murder?
I don't know. You're the lawyer. You tell me.
No, you're the one that said you wanted to go to law school, right?
I'm a realtor.
Do you have a college degree?
No, I have a real estate license.
So
And why does that matter?
April 8th of 2021 at 10:59, you searched up self-defense in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on April 8th at 10:59, you searched self-defense, correct?
Correct.
And that was only a day after this incident, correct?
Correct.
And then on April 12th at 5:35 p.m., you searched Florida Stand Your Ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on April 13th at 10:39, you searched Mark Shiner, attorney, net worth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why were you looking at Mr. Shiner's net worth?
Because I just knew Travis's financials and I knew he couldn't afford, so I was just curious.
Okay, but what does Mr. Shiner's net worth have to do with Travis affording a lawyer?
Because I heard he hired him, so I was curious. I heard he was hired, so I was curious.
Okay.
I'm allowed to search anything on my phone. It's not illegal.
Okay. On April 13th at 10:51, you searched best prosecuting attorney, Palm. You remember that, Palm Beach?
Okay.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Then you searched on April 13th.
You have to remember now at this point, a lot of these aren't just my searches. People are asking me questions and I'm using my phone to find certain things. The beginning ones, okay, yes, these definitely were me. But
these are other people using your phone now?
They're not using my phone. That we're having conversations and I'm typing it into my phone. It's not just me sitting there typing all this every single day.
You're having discussions with your friends about self-defense in Florida, right?
Not necessarily about self-defense, about the entire situation.
Well, you just said that some of these things weren't necessarily you. Your friends were talking to you and
we're just having an open, when you have an open discussion and you might yourself just type something in your phone. Right. No one's telling me to type anything. No one's forcing me to. And I'm just having open discussions with people and I'm typing it in on my phone.
I understand you're typing it, but your testimony is that you and your friends or people are having a discussion about self-defense as it relates.
That's not my testimony.
I'm asking if that's what you were doing.
No.
You and your friends having a discussion about self-defense as it relates to Mr. Rudolph's conduct.
No. I didn't think it was self-defense at all from day one.
Then why were you looking it up?
I wanted to know, is it a crime for me to look at my phone to be knowledgeable?
No, don't ask questions, answer them.
Okay, I was trying to be knowledgeable. That's the answer.
Because it was relevant.
It wasn't relevant.
You just look up stuff that has no relevance or that you're not interested about?
I look up stuff that I'm not knowledgeable about. That's what I look up about.
Okay.
All right, there's not going to be any more argument back and forth. Ask the question and you answer the question.
Okay.
April 13th, 2021, you searched JetBlue customer service. You remember that?
Okay.
And then on April 13th of 2021, you searched up pro bono. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then the same day you looked up pro bono lawyer. You remember that?
Yes.
What does pro bono lawyer mean?
That was for something completely different. A pro bono lawyer takes you and they take your case for free. Yeah. It had nothing to do with, no, I wasn't looking for a lawyer. This is something completely separate that you don't even know about. So that's not relevant to the case right now.
It happened to be in the same days where you're looking up defense attorney, Mark Shiner net worth, and then you're looking for a free lawyer.
And arguing. Next question, please. Sustain.
You've testified repeatedly that Keyshawn did not have his gun that night, right?
Yes.
And you've testified repeatedly that Travis was the one that had the gun and he's the one that shot Sebastian and Tyler, right?
I didn't testify that. I saw it.
You saw Travis what?
I saw Keyshawn not have his gun.
You said Keyshawn did not have his gun, right?
Correct.
So isn't it true that your research regarding self-defense would have nothing to do with Keyshawn's conduct since he didn't have a gun? The only one that had a gun, according to you at that time, was Mr. Rudolph.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
What's the question?
Isn't it true that the reason you researched self-defense had nothing to do with your brother having a gun because you've testified repeatedly he didn't have a gun, right?
Correct. He did not have a gun.
And according to you, it was my client who had the gun and shot, right?
Correct.
And self-defense involves the use of a gun, and you're defending yourself.
Seriously.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
Take a break, actually.
If you.
Oh, fucking hell. Lefty, why are you even putting... Why do you always have the authorization? I don't get it.
All right, next question on a new subject. All right, well, we'll take a restroom break then for, well, wait a minute, it's almost noon. How much longer have you got? Literally 2 minutes? Okay, go.
Till I'm done to go home.
Well, after redirect if there is any, but we'll take a restroom break after Cross is finished.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Paulette.
You looked up self-defense because after speaking with everybody, you believed that somebody was acting in self-defense, right?
Last time on that one.
Weren't you?
No.
Then why did you look up self-defense?
Because I have an iPhone and I can look up anything I want to.
On direct examination today with Miss Edwards, you said you were asked some questions about web searches, and you said you did some of the searching in case if I need to turn myself in. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And what did you mean by that?
I was unaware, unknowledgeable about this entire situation. So I did some research. That's the bottom line of it. Can we please move on from this question?
Because you believed you had some culpability that you had.
If I believe I had some culpability, I would have never came. I would have came in with a lawyer, a paid one, not a pro bono one. And I would have made sure that I would have never spoke to any law enforcement if I thought anything was going to happen to me. Did I do that? No, I completely, from day one, agreed, turned my phone in. Anything that was asked of me, I did. So no, you have it incorrect. And that's the last time I'm speaking on that.
So you turned your phone in over a week later after you deleted items from it.
No, when they told me to turn my phone in, my phone was turned in.
And items were deleted from it, right?
And they retrieved them is what I heard.
And you were concerned still, though.
Who wouldn't be concerned? This is not a normal situation. Of course I'm going to be concerned.
That's why you said I needed to do this research to see if I had to turn myself in.
I research everything. I research any little thing I research. I'm a knowledgeable child. I'm sorry if you felt like this was inappropriate to research.
All right, thank you very much. Before we take that restroom break, let's find out, is there going to be any redirect? All right, okay, so we will take a restroom break then for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12:10. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to try to finish with this witness before we take a lunch break, all right? Pardon me, leave your pads, remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion, open mind, and you won't run into any of us, so you don't have to worry about that.
Let's look. I don't remember her on the. Let's just see what she. Right, here we go. I don't think it's much of it, so we'll watch it.
Yeah.
Yes, please, by all means.
Jury's back. Swearing is allowed. It is more than allowed, so make them work, Lefty. The way it should be. Unless it's political, then fuck me, you mad world.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Take your seats. All right, you may commence with redirect.
Ms. Jones, did you love Mr. Rudolph? Like, really love him?
Yes.
Did you want Mr. Rudolph to die?
No.
You want Mr. Rudolph to die?
No. I don't even want him in this position right now, honestly.
Okay. I assume you love your brother
More than anybody in the world.
and that you loved Sebastian
Yeah, I did. And do.
and that you loved Tyler.
Yes.
Same.
So I think the question everybody wants to know is that if you loved everybody,
And it happened same place, just a different timing.
and did you do anything to manipulate the recording system so that it didn't capture that?
No, I don't. I thought it was going to all be captured originally because it is a ring light, but I guess it doesn't work that way.
All right. So when you're talking about getting put on the ground by Mr. Rudolph, what exactly physically happened to your person?
So sure, I had cosmetic surgery. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I didn't. It's 2023. My back and my bottom part of my butt like was physically hurt because I was only about like 6 weeks post-op, so I was still healing. They tell you about like 8 weeks, and I was injured. Like out of second time he slammed me, I was out of breath from his slam.
So what I want to know, and what I'm sure the jury is interested in, is the mechanics of what actually happened. Where were you held and how were you put to the ground?
Basically up here and like grabbed by one foot and
Sorry,
then
just because the recording is audio only, I need you to identify the parts of your body.
okay, so basically it's shoulders and one foot and then like fell back to the ground. Like he pushed me back to the ground.
So are you saying that he like lifted you off the ground?
I'm not saying it was like up in the air, like above his head or anything like that. No, but he lifted my body off of the ground. My feet were not planted on the ground when I fell down and hit the rock part of his house.
I want to talk to you about some of the things you were asked about your phone records and what time people called you and you said you didn't remember. What's going on there? Why don't you remember the exact times when people were calling or you called someone?
The way that she was addressing it, I wasn't understanding. If she's asking me, was I calling during the shooting? Yes, I was calling them. Like I was blowing my brother's phones up and things like that because I haven't heard from them. But when I'm on the phone with my friend, I'm just thinking they're with other girls or they're doing something. I'm not thinking there's a shooting at that moment in time. Her chronological order kind of confused me because she's discussing the hospital phone call, then she's discussing the house phone call. There were several different phone calls that were had.
Okay. So just so it's very clear for the jury, did you call your brother Keyshawn after he left the house in Delray?
No.
So you never called him?
He left the house.
So let me just make sure we're understanding.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you get home from coming from Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Okay.
Keyshawn is now leaving your residence in Delray.
Okay.
Did you ever call Keyshawn Jones, your brother, between the time that he left the residence at that moment until whenever else was the next time you saw him?
Yes, I blew their phones up because I didn't hear anything from them.
So you were, when you say blow their phones up, are you talking about multiple calls?
I'm calling multiple times.
Now, earlier in the cross-examination, you were asked why those calls were not on your call log. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
And during your direct examination, we had discussed that. Do you recall that about the fact that you use multiple apps to make calls?
Yeah, so that's another thing that I don't think she really understood. You can speak on different FaceTime audio, you can speak on FaceTime, you can speak on tons of other different devices. So that could possibly be a reason why it's not popping up on her phone, her evidence.
So let's make sure everybody understands the call log that was in evidence or is in evidence. What form of calling is that, if you recall?
It's probably going to be regular phone call.
So any calls made on, say, WhatsApp, Instagram, or anything else would not be captured there?
I don't think it would, no, to my knowledge.
Did you delete anything besides the text messages?
No.
So you did not delete calls?
No, I didn't delete anything. The only thing I deleted was the shoot his shit up, and I've said that since day one. I haven't deleted anything else.
And then you did not then delete, obviously, web searches either?
No, you guys have the web searches. There's nothing to hide. Like I Googled it. I'm not going to lie about it.
Now, you were asked a lot about web searches and why you chose to make those searches. Do you recall that?
I'm 23.
No. I'm not getting into your reason at this point. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
And is that the kind of person that you are? You're always on your phone Googling something?
I'm just very informative. I like to know what's going on. Just like my brother, I'm extremely intelligent. I like to know what's going on. I like to be aware of my surroundings. I like to play chess, not checkers. So I definitely Googled whatever I Googled because I wanted to just be aware of what was going on. I've never been in a situation like this before.
Okay. Are you lying to this jury about anything that you said?
Sustained.
I'm not.
Have you?
Jury, disregard that last statement, please. Next question.
Ms. Jones, did you send your brother Keyshawn Jones over to Mr.
Rudolph.
Travis Rudolph's residence to kill him or shoot him?
Absolutely not. And it sounds absurd and it sounds crazy for anyone to ever think that.
When Mr. Jones left the residence, you said earlier in your testimony that you saw his weapon, the firearm that he had purchased in his room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you know was going with Keyshawn to the residence
Tyler.
that Travis lived at?
Tyler.
So you had spoken to Mr. Robinson, Tyler Robinson.
Correct. Those were the first two people I called after the incident.
When did you learn that it was other people also present?
When DJ started saying like, "Oh, that dreadhead nigga, like he's gonna die," da, 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 I put two and two together and I realized he was talking about Sebastian because they're always together. I know that they're always together, so I'm not gonna act oblivious like, "Oh, they probably wouldn't end up together that night," but he was not called to go over to the residence.
Let me see if I understand this. You knew for sure who was going and then realized who came.
Exactly.
Ms. Jones, you were asked about whether or not you felt guilty about this situation. And you
Yes.
answered yes.
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what you meant?
Of course, 100%. So basically, I'm the type of person just gonna say right now, I don't really wear my emotions on my sleeve, but Keyshawn, okay.
Overruled. Go ahead, finish your answer, please.
The type of person who doesn't wear my emotions on my sleeve. So I might come off kind of cold or might come off like the situation hasn't affected me, but it has. Even on Travis's behalf, because I do love him.
Is there an objection? What's the objection? The legal objection
The legal objection
is what?
is an improper statement calling for sympathy.
I'm not calling.
Overruled. Just finish the answer to the question, if you will, please.
I want you to tell the jury why you feel guilty.
I feel guilty because this situation should have never ended the way it should. That's why I feel guilty.
Do you feel guilty because you wanted this to happen?
I didn't want this to happen.
One moment to confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
In retrospect, should you have just called the police instead of asking your brother to talk?
Definitely.
Nothing further.
All right, very well, thanks. Any reason why Ms. Jones can't go on about her day? All right, thank you. Ms. Jones, watch your steps, stay safe. All right, now's a good time for a lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. We need to take apparently a little longer than I allowed for yesterday. There's been a request that we start off at 45 minutes if that's long enough. If it is, raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so an hour then? Is that good?
Everybody, yeah. Right, skip to the next witness now then. What's it? I did find him. 35. So this is the other guy. I don't remember his name now. Don't remember his bloody name, mate. I think this guy's pretty quiet. I don't think he does or says much. Fair play. Lefty's always been quite informative in these streams. I think Lady Law, I think you bring out the worst in him. He's always nice and polite with his P's and Q's when you're not here. Don't know what it is. Oh shit. Right, hang on. We don't need to watch that, do we? We'll just watch the cross because it's literally so boring. Yeah, do you know what? Spider Girl goes mad at me because I always saying, everybody, yeah. I try to get everybody together. Put your hands up in the air, shake them like you just don't care. All right, we're trying to get this spot on. This is near enough, so it's fine. We all love Lefty here, so it's all good. And no one hates Lady Law, so that's a lie. So we all know that anyway. Right, after that bitch, I think this one's going to be a nicer one. We got the neighbor who was so lovely, and he gives us a load of information, and then Tyler at the end as well. So I know some of you are going to drop off because of UK time, but I'm here for it. I wasn't planning on being here, but I'm here now. Right, let's watch this bad boy then. Considering we got royalty here, Lady Law, I have to see through now. Right. Motherfucker, that's right. Right. Here we
I
go.
will yield this witness at this time, Judge.
All right. Cross-examination? Okay. You may inquire, Mr. Shiner. Yep.
Good afternoon. Telling this jury that you called 911 when you left, right?
I'm telling this jury that I called 911 when I left. Well, I passed my phone to Keyshawn. He called 911.
You didn't call. Keyshawn called.
Yeah, he made the call on my phone.
And just keep your voice up a little bit, please. I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
No problem. No problem.
That's after you made the right turn, you said, and you were in a safe area, right?
Yes, correct.
Way before the car broke down.
I mean, way before is the kind of a stretch. It was only about 2-3 minutes down the street.
A few miles before. It was closer to Travis's house, Travis Rudolph's house, the house where this all happened, than it would be closer to where the car allegedly broke down in West Palm somewhere, right?
I don't remember.
So you didn't talk to 911 on the way out. You're saying to us that it was Keyshawn, right?
Correct.
Did you hear what he was saying to the 911 operator?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said something around Travis just shot somebody. We need an ambulance.
And did you call, or did Keyshawn call 911 after the car broke down again for a second time?
No.
No need to, right?
Yeah, no need to.
Was he on the phone the whole time you guys are trying to drive away with the 911 operator? As soon as you called, did he stay on the phone with the police or the 911 operator?
You're asking too many questions at one time. Could you repeat your question?
Did Keyshawn stay on the phone with the 911 operator from the moment he called, like you telling us he called, until the car stopped, until the police got there?
I don't believe so. I don't remember 100%, but I think the call was ended before then.
Wasn't it true that 911 was never called on the way there to not on the way there, but where the car got stopped, on the way to where the car got stuck, that you handed Keyshawn the phone after the car got stuck, after you had time to do what y'all were going to do?
That is so far from the truth.
No, overruled. Go ahead.
That is very far from the truth.
All right, so let's break it down. You're telling us that Keyshawn had to use your phone to call 911 like you testified to, right?
Keyshawn didn't have to use my phone. He used my phone because I gave him the phone because I felt like he was more suited to make the phone call and to speak with the police. So that's why I gave him this phone.
And he didn't have his phone with him, right?
He did not have his phone with him.
Put his phone in the trunk, right?
His phone was in the trunk.
Right. You know why?
I do not know why.
Sebastian's phone was in the trunk, right?
Correct.
You know why his phone was in the trunk?
I do not know why.
And Tyler Robinson's phone was in the door pocket of the passenger seat, right?
I honestly do not know.
Okay. You know where Tyler Robinson's phone was at all during this incident or after the incident?
Not really, no.
Okay. Well, let's get back to the gas station that you said was abandoned where the car got stuck, right?
Correct.
Right. Do you remember if Keyshawn was still on the phone with the 911 operator telling him where y'all are so the police can find you at that point?
It's possible, but I do not remember.
Okay. And you're telling us definitively, 100%, that there's no way the first time 911 was called was after the car was inoperable at this gas station or abandoned gas station?
Definitively, I don't think so, but I don't think so. We made the phone call in the car while we were driving down the street.
Okay, and that would be the prudent thing to do, right? If you could. That would be smart.
That was the right thing to do.
Sure.
That's what we did.
All right. And when you get out of the car, before the police show up, there was no police there, right? Right away?
It depends on what you mean by right away.
Well, within 30 seconds or a minute. Did you see any police officers? 2 minutes?
Within a minute or two, I did.
All right. So you had at least a minute or two before you saw any police cars, right?
That's correct.
You saw them driving around. They didn't even know where you guys were. It took a while before somebody found you, right?
I didn't say I seen any police officers driving around.
You didn't see cars tons of police cars going past you, trying to figure out where y'all were?
Nope.
Okay. And the reason you didn't see all these police cars is because you were trying to hide the weapons you brought to Mr. Rudolph's home. Isn't that true, sir?
That is so far from the truth. It's loud.
So you disagree with that?
I completely disagree.
Okay. Did you have a phone with you today?
I have a phone with me today.
In your right pocket, right?
Correct.
I made the witness step down.
Sure.
You have the mic.
I got it.
Judge, I can object to this demonstrative. This is not the same items that the individual is wearing on the night of the incident.
I don't know whether it is or not, but in any event, I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
You face please. Take your hand out of your pocket if you don't mind. Thank you, sir. Where's your phone? In your right pocket? Right here. All right. What kind of phone? Please talk in the mic if you don't mind.
Right here.
That's your phone in your right pocket?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, it's not the same pants, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the same phone or the same type of phone you had back on April 6th or April 7th of 2021?
This is the same phone.
Exact same phone.
Exact same phone.
Okay. And the police never took that phone from you?
They never took my phone.
To this day?
To this day.
They never checked it to see if you called 911 or who you texted or who texted you back, right?
They never checked my phone.
They never asked you for it?
Never asked me.
To this day?
I just said that, yes.
Okay. Let me show you. Let me get the pointer. First witness does.
You may.
So it's been put in evidence as defense exhibit number 4. Can you come a little closer? Take the pointer. Show me where you are. All right. And you're telling us here, this in your right pocket, that's your phone?
That is what I'm telling you.
Okay. Not a gun.
Not a gun.
You think it's funny?
I think you're funny.
I'm not joking around.
You must be.
All right. Well, isn't it true you put a Keyshawn's gun in your pocket before to check it out to see how it fit?
That is not true at all.
You've never done that?
Not that night.
Well, previous to that night.
Maybe. I've held this gun before.
In your pocket to see how it would fit, right?
Not that night.
Previous night is my question.
Okay, yeah. Maybe a different night, yeah.
Okay. Let me show you one more picture. Same question. You still maintain
Which one?
exhibit number 3 that's been entered into evidence. That's your phone in your pocket. That's what you want everyone to believe, right?
That's what it is. It's my phone.
Can you explain to the jury why you're standing in the back?
Somebody had to stand in the back. I just stood in the back just because.
Someone had to stand in the back because you had to line up to make sure this was going to carry out the way you wanted it, right?
No, I just wasn't familiar with the area, and I was just, as you can see, looking around.
You showed cameras when you got there, right?
I did, actually.
You can obviously, I appreciate you coming down. Thank you, sir. And when I say cameras, I mean security cameras on this house you've never been to in your life that you guys all decide to go to for whatever reason you went there. Right?
Are you asking me a question?
Hey, you saw the security cameras on the home of where Mr. Rudolph lived, right?
Oh, yes. When I walked up to the driveway, I saw the cameras.
All right. And you didn't know if they were recording or not working, right?
No, I have no idea.
You didn't want to get in trouble, so you stayed to the back, right?
I don't even know how to answer that question. Like, I don't know.
Well, you were concerned that you could possibly be caught on camera if you did something improper, right?
If I was worried about being on camera, when I seen the cameras, I would have just left instantly.
Well, you wouldn't leave instantly. You're there to help your brothers no matter what, right?
Exactly. But if I was worried about being in trouble, I would have just left.
You weren't worried about being in trouble, right?
I was worried about Dom. Actually, yeah, I was kind of blinded.
Kind of blinded. You did things without thinking the way you should, right?
Now that the result happened the way it did, yeah, I kind of could say I didn't think.
You didn't give a F about what was going on. You were going anyway. Those are your words, right?
That's not necessarily true.
Wasn't it true you told Detective Hector Vanderlyn that? You didn't give an F?
I don't remember saying that.
All right, let me give you a transcription of your statement. I approach the witness.
May?
I'm going to refer you page 8, line 14 to 18. Page 8, line.
What, which,
Page 8, sir. Line 14 to 18, or anything else that helps you in that area.
just read it to yourself, Mr. Lowe.
That lines 14 through 18?
Yes, sir.
Page 8?
Yes, sir. And specifically, just
Like, it's supposed to be one page, but he flips loads of pages over just to read his own testimony.
All right, do you have a chance to read that, Mr. Lowe?
Let's go through the book.
Yes. Could you tell me when did I say this, or like?
Well, hang on. Wait for the question. Go ahead.
you remember speaking to Detective Vanderlyn when she interviewed you at this abandoned gas station. The day this happened?
Yeah. Yes.
You've only given one statement in your whole life to the police officers about this case, right?
I'm not sure. I've met up a couple times. It's been a lot of sit downs.
Okay, so you're telling this jury you gave more than one statement under oath to a police officer in this case?
I'm not 100% sure.
You only gave one statement that lasted about 5 or 6 minutes on the scene.
Okay, yes.
That was 5 or 6 minutes.
I don't know how long it was, sir.
Minutes, right?
Overruled.
I do not. As long as.
It doesn't say that, Judge. It says it's -7.
Then that's a problem. I want you both to compare the transcripts right now and see. Okay, what? Yes. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, please. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules.
So next we've got the neighbour. You're all gonna love the neighbour. If you've not seen him, you're gonna love him. He's a state witness, but basically pro Travis.
Okay.
I'm looking for him as
That
well.
refresh your memory that you told the initial detective that you didn't give an F. You were just on your way.
Yeah, this happened after everything happened.
Give me yes or no. Refresh your memory. That's my question.
All right, yeah.
All right, that's what you told the detective. You didn't care. You were going no matter what, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to handle business with your brothers, right or wrong. You're taking care of business, right?
Wrong. I was just going there to support my friend to make sure he was okay.
All right. We'll talk about that. Okay. All right. So let's start from earlier that night. The testimony that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Tyler called you and you drove to Tyler's home, correct?
Correct.
With your car.
I drove to Tyler's house in my car, correct?
What kind of car did you have at the time?
It was a 2012 Honda Accord.
Where did Tyler live generally at that time?
Where was that? It was off of Belvedere and I can't even remember the other street. Belvedere and some other place. It was like 10 minutes from my house.
All right. And what were you doing when he called you?
I just got home. I was in my house doing whatever.
Were you with your girlfriend?
No.
By yourself?
I was by myself.
All right. And what was your plans that night? Did you have plans?
My night was actually coming to an end because it was around 11 o'clock.
Why? You worked that day? Worked out? What?
It's nighttime. That's when the day ends.
You're a young guy. You probably go out sometimes, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
You also used to work at a club last time we met as a bouncer, right?
I did used to work there at a club at that 2 years ago, a year ago.
As a bouncer, right?
Correct.
That means you physically have to remove people and use force if necessary if they're not behaving properly, right?
Correct.
You work out, right?
Sometimes.
You worked out for many years, haven't you, sir?
I wouldn't say that. Not consistently, at least.
How tall are you?
About 6'3".
6'3"?
Yeah, about 6'3".
And you know how to fight, don't you?
I could say I know how to defend myself.
You also know how to use offense if you need.
I'm not a trained fighter of any sort.
The only one who had no idea how to fight that night, in your opinion, is Daryl Rudolph, right? The brother.
Could you repeat your question?
The only one who had no clue what they were doing in fighting was the brother, Daryl Rudolph, correct?
You're saying they didn't know what they were doing?
Nah, he had no idea how to fight.
No, it seemed like he knew what he was doing.
All right. Well, you don't remember telling me previously on the oath that he didn't know how to fight at all? Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that.
We'll get to that then. Let me get there. First witness.
Yes, you may.
Showing you. Oh, I'm going to get in the microphone. Let me just give this to you. Made a motion on November 9th, 2021. Page 77. I'm referring you to page 77, 77, lines 2 through 5.
Hearing.
You have that? Page 77, lines 2 to 5.
All right.
Get a chance to read that, sir?
Yep.
Remember coming to this courthouse and swearing under oath and tell the truth back on November 9th, 2021?
Could you repeat your question?
Remember coming to this courthouse, raise your right hand.
Yeah.
Like today, promise, tell the whole truth.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And isn't it true you were asked one second, I lost my place. Page 76. Wait a second. Go back to page 76. I apologize. 76 lines 24 to 25. And then go to 77. Read from lines 1 through 7.
All right.
Isn't it true you were asked on my client's brother, that guy didn't really know how to fight, did he? And you said he was trying to gouge my eyes out. I said, that wasn't my question. He isn't really a fighter. He doesn't know how to fight. Isn't that true, sir? And you said correct. Remember that?
I don't remember it, but it is here. So, yes.
Well, that's true. He didn't know how to fight. He was clueless, right?
I wouldn't say clueless, but he's not a professional fighter. So,
Oh, you answered on that day. And there was no jury here that Mr. Rudolph's brother did not know how to fight, correct? That's how you answered that question.
I said he was trying to gouge my eyes out.
Oh, and then I asked you, he really wasn't a fighter. He didn't know how to fight. Isn't that true, sir? And you said, correct. Wasn't that your answer?
Correct. Yep. That's my answer.
All right. So are you saying now he really knew how to fight?
I just don't believe he's clueless, like you said. And when it comes to fighting,
Forget the word clueless. Isn't it true he didn't know how to fight at all? He didn't know how to fight. The brother of my client, Mr. Rudolph.
that's an opinion. I could say yes. I say yeah. He knew how to fight.
Wow. All right. So you want this jury to believe today he knows how to fight, correct? That's what you're saying?
Fighting is just fighting. It's not like you got to be good or bad in a street fight.
Wow. There's some people that don't have a prayer if you get into a fist fight with him, right?
He's not that guy.
You want the jury to believe he knew how to fight?
Honestly, they can believe whatever they want.
What's your testimony, sir? You're sitting here under oath. What's your testimony?
He knew how to defend himself as well. When he was trying to gouge my eyes out, he knew how to do something.
Okay. You never met this man in your life, did you?
Correct.
What right did you have to get involved in another adult man and adult woman's relationship? What gave you the right to be involved in this?
He abused my best friend's sister.
So then you become an enforcer when that happens?
No, I become a protector and a helper.
You protect someone when they're in trouble at that moment, right?
Correct.
You become a vigilante when you wait a few hours and go with a posse to somebody's house.
That's not
Sustained. Rephrase, please.
I don't agree. Sorry.
Protected Dominique while she's in the comfort of her home where she could call the police or go to the hospital since she's so hurt like you think, right?
Could you repeat your question?
You're protecting her while she's in the comfort of her home or wherever she is. She's not with you guys, right?
Well, it's sort of a question.
She's not with you.
She was not with us. Correct.
All right, and she's not with Mr. Rudolph as far as you know, right?
Correct.
She's not being held hostage.
Correct.
She's not being trapped anywhere where she can't get out, right?
Correct.
First of all, you don't even know what happened that night personally, do you?
I know it happened. I just didn't see it.
You were not there, so you don't know who's telling the truth, not telling the truth, if it was real or not real. You don't know, do you?
It turned out to be the truth, so I did know.
Okay, so even if it was real, you have a right to be her protector when she's in her house, fully protected, right?
Correct.
Why don't you call 911 to protect her and put this guy in jail if he's doing these things that you think are really true that happened? Why don't you do that?
That's not how I decided to handle the situation, and it wasn't my situation. So
You made it your situation. You just said you're her protector.
made it is not the word I would use.
All right, so How are you going to protect her by going over another grown man's house at midnight and park a block and a half away? How are you going to protect her at that moment, sir?
It wasn't necessarily protecting her in that situation. It was more like defending her honor.
So it's not protecting now. Now it's about chivalry, her honor. Is that what you're telling us?
Correct.
And what gave you the right to do that?
I don't know, my mind. I woke up and I wanted to do it.
You would do it again, wouldn't you?
No, I won't, actually. I really won't.
You had no idea that Keyshawn was sending messages to Tyler and his sister that Travis is a dead man walking. You didn't even know that when you got there, right?
Correct.
That was the biggest surprise of everything that you found out later on, right?
Correct.
You didn't know that this young lady that you're protecting her honor told her brother and Tyler Robinson, or maybe you did know, tell me if you knew, that she told her brother, Keyshawn, and Tyler Robinson to go shoot his shit up. Did you know she made that statement?
No, I did not.
You didn't go to protect her honor. You were part of a group of guys who were going to put a hit on somebody, right?
Sustained.
You were going to go kill my client with your friends, weren't you, sir?
That is so far from the truth.
You're going to beat him to a pulp or shoot him if you can get away with it, right?
That is so far from the truth.
Well, how do you protect somebody's honor, in your words, with four guys at 12 o'clock?
My words were defend her honor.
Sorry?
My words were defend her honor, not protect them.
Well, your words now. Why didn't you use your words over the telephone and call Mr. Rudolph if you wanted to use your words?
I don't have his phone number.
Ask your dear friend Dominique, who you're protecting her honor, for his phone number?
No.
Why not? You use words over a phone, can't you?
This wasn't a talk over the phone matter.
You can use social media if you want to use words, right?
I don't have social media.
You could borrow one of your friend's phone if it was so important to use words to try to rectify her honor, correct?
This wasn't an over the phone matter.
All right, this was an in-person matter to defend her honor. Those are your words, right?
Correct.
I told the jury how you defending her honor.
By showing up to her abuser's house and asking him questions.
What gave you the right to do that? Are you a counselor, a marriage counselor?
Sustained.
Are you a marriage counselor?
Am I a marriage counselor?
Yes, sir.
No, not legally, no.
How about illegally? Or just on the side?
No.
You ever done this before and go to another man's house and ask what happened with your relationship and why you did so and so? Did you?
No.
Nobody forced you to drive over to Tyler's house, did they?
Correct.
Well, after this was all over and you took an Uber with Keyshawn, right?
Yeah, the police department called a Uber.
All right, and you took it back to your house?
No, we went back to Tyler's house to get my car.
Of course, that's where it was, right?
Correct.
Wasn't at your house.
Not at my house.
Keyshawn was with you when you went back to Tyler's home to get
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
You knew my client had guns, right?
I did not know he had a gun with 100 rounds in it waiting to kill somebody, no. I knew he had a pistol or something.
Right, so you want this jury to believe that he was waiting to kill somebody, right? That's what you just said.
That's why you buy a gun, to defend yourself.
So people who have guns are waiting to kill somebody?
To defend themselves.
You just said he had that gun with 100 rounds so he can kill somebody, right?
If he felt like he had to use it, that's what he had it for.
He didn't come out the door shooting at you guys when you were there, right?
He did not know.
He didn't come out when he came out with a gun. He didn't shoot at anyone, did he, sir?
I mean, somebody died to his shooting, so he did come outside with a gun and shoot somebody.
As soon as he came out with a gun, and you said you were in that video, and Tyler and my client's mom, he didn't come out shooting anyone, did he, sir?
He was too busy slipping on the pavement to shoot anybody, and by the time he was able to do that. I was in the car.
So my question is, he did not shoot anyone at that point, did he, sir?
No, but just give him 30 seconds.
You want to keep adding so you can try to convince the jury some, or why don't you just answer the questions?
Sustained.
You understand my questions?
No, can you ask it again?
I don't understand. Please, I'll repeat it.
Go ahead.
I'm not asking about 30 seconds later. A lot can happen in 30 seconds.
Sustained.
That's
What's the
you.
question? What's the question?
Comes out of the house with the gun. You saw him, right? You saw Mr. Rudolph come out with the gun, right?
Nope.
How'd you see him slip if you didn't see him come out with the gun?
You guys just showed me a video.
You're telling us what you saw now.
Exactly.
I want to make sure you talk about what you saw at the time.
Okay.
You didn't hear any gunshots go off at all while you were running to the car, did you?
Correct.
You didn't see Tyler get shot when Mr. Rudolph came outside and came very close to him. And Tyler, as you discussed, said, "You got this." And you said that means he gave up, right?
Correct.
My client didn't shoot him then, did he?
He did not. No.
Could have if he wanted to, right?
He could have.
Sure. Could have shot at you running to your car, right?
He could have.
But he didn't do that, did he?
No, and I know why, but I can't say it.
He didn't
But-
shoot at Keyshawn, did he?
No. Well, no, not yet.
Yeah. He didn't shoot at your friend Sebastian, who's fighting with his brother. His own brother, Travis Rudolph's brother.
The only person he could have shot at in front of his house was Tyler, because me, Keyshawn, and Sebastian already were at the car.
That's not true.
That is true.
You told us a few minutes ago, and we'll get into this if you
Go ahead.
refresh your memory. You told us earlier that Sebastian was fighting with Darryl Rudolph, or DJ, or the brother, whatever you want to call him.
Okay. And at that time, your client was going back into his house to get the gun.
Okay, so let's take this slowly so we don't get the times confused. You didn't hear any gunshots go off while Sebastian was fighting with DJ or Darryl. You know who DJ or Darryl is, right?
Yeah, I don't care about him.
All right, well, I'm asking you to care. I'm asking if you know who he is.
Correct.
Okay. You get to the car with your friend Keyshawn, right?
Correct. And Sebastian.
All right, now you're saying Sebastian was there at the car? He was not fighting with DJ at that point?
Said get into the car. That's what you said. Get into the car. Me and Keyshawn didn't get in the car. We just walked to the car.
When you get to the car, isn't it true you saw Sebastian fighting with DJ?
Correct.
And not only did you see him fighting with DJ, and then you showed in the chart to the prosecutor where you think it was, right?
Correct.
All right. You went to go help him, right?
Correct.
You didn't get in the car, did you?
Nope.
Could have.
I could have, yes.
You were shooting at you, were threatening you at this point, right?
Correct.
You could have walked away. You could have walked down the block, couldn't you?
I guess, yeah, you can say that. That defeats the whole purpose of showing up, to walk away after everything already happened. But
You could have walked away. Nobody stopped you, right?
I had that option of doing that.
You also had the option of not going to my client's home or going to the door and standing where you stood, right?
And he also had the option of not putting his hands on Dominique. So correct.
All right. So I'm not asking you what my client's options. I'm asking about your options.
Correct.
Okay, next question.
So your other option would be walk away, get in the car, call the police, right? You could do that. You had your phone, right?
I wasn't gonna call the police if it was just a fight.
Yeah, because you knew you were in the wrong for going to his house at night and doing what y'all were going to do, right?
No, I just wouldn't have believed that the police needed to be involved in just a fight situation. Murder is different.
So calling the police was not an option since her honor was destroyed and she was beaten up like you were told. And everything that happened at the front of the house, right?
Well, the real problem is it's a multi-pronged question. Next question.
All right. So under no circumstances were you going to call the police, right?
Before the situation, under no circumstances was I going to call the police. Correct.
talking during the situation when you got back to the car before anything happened while Sebastian was fighting with DJ and Mr. Rudolph went in the house to get his gun, as you now know. You didn't call the police, did you?
You said under no circumstances, the circumstance of him killing somebody, yeah, I would call the police, but
Before this all happened, when
Okay.
you got to your car, your life wasn't in danger when you got to the car, was it?
I didn't know that, and but I thought it wasn't, but it actually was.
Okay, well, if it was so much in danger, tell us why you went to go sucker punch DJ to make sure you guys could beat him up and get your final licks in.
So all four of us can go home.
Okay. You were not in fear of getting shot when you went to go help Sebastian beat up Mr. Rudolph, were you? And I'm not talking Travis, I'm talking his brother.
I didn't see a gun for me to be immediately scared to not help Sebastian.
You went over there to do that, right?
I went what?
You went over there to help Sebastian beat up DJ if you saw Mr. Rudolph with the gun at that moment, would you, sir?
I don't know. That's not how the situation happened.
All right, but you definitely did not see a gun at the moment you were trying to help your friend, your brother, Sebastian, beat up this man, whether he knew how to fight or not. You still went over to help him, right?
Oh, overruled. Go ahead.
Beating up the guy that you told us back in November didn't know how to fight. Today you said maybe he did. You went over to help beat that guy up, right?
Correct.
Why'd you have to do that? If it was over and you were trying to get away, tell the jury why you had to do that.
Because
It was, but last time. Go ahead, answer the question, please.
Could you repeat your question?
Why? Well, first of all, was Sebastian losing?
I don't remember specifically. No, he wasn't. Nobody was getting knocked out, or it wasn't like a blow for blow fight. Like it was just two people just kind of squaring up with each other.
So why did you have to go over there and try to knock him out by sucker punching him in the head or face?
Because Keyshawn was getting the car ready, and while he was doing that, Tyler and Sebastian were not at the car yet. So I went to help him.
To get the last licks in or do something to Mr. Rudolph's brother, right?
To help Sebastian.
He didn't need your help, did he?
Two is better than one.
You weren't going to give anyone a fair fight that night, were you?
I didn't go there to fight.
That's what y'all did.
Because of your client.
Okay. Not because of anything you did, is what you're telling us.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Okay. Your friends all had guns with them, didn't they, sir?
No.
Yeah, well. All right, personal witness.
You may. Make sure you use the microphone.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you a defense already entered into evidence, defense exhibit number 3. See your friend Sebastian here? Speak in the mic if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yes, correct.
Okay. You already said his cell phone was in the car, right?
I actually don't know if his phone was in the car, but
You just testified to that earlier. Why'd you say that?
correct. Go ahead.
Well, why'd you say it then?
You asked me if Sebastian's the phone was in the trunk. After you asking Keyshawn's phone was in the trunk, I just said yes because I didn't know for sure.
Well, why are you guessing? You know this is important.
Correct. He had his phone in the trunk, and go ahead and say what you got to say.
So you agree his phone was in the trunk, or are you taking that back?
Career, I agree. His phone was in the trunk.
Okay. You don't know what's in Sebastian's pocket, do you?
Not necessarily 100%.
All right. Well, did you search Sebastian's pockets? Did you search him?
Did I search him? Oh, no, I did not search him. He's a grown man.
You know what was in his pockets when the police and the medical examiners got there?
What?
Oh, I'm asking if you know.
Oh, no, I don't.
You know there wasn't a gun in his pocket, right?
I 100% know that.
Yeah, because you guys tossed the gun when you got to the gas station or on the way there, right?
So where's the gun?
Good question. Where is it?
You tell me. You know the situation better than me. You were there. Seems like it.
So when you guys leave, you never gave Keyshawn the phone until after you're in the gas station, because you have to figure out what to do with the gun that your friend Sebastian had in his hand, correct?
That is so far from the truth.
Okay.
This guy's an idiot, bro.
Would you be surprised to learn that the police were not called until after y'all had the car stopped?
That would be surprising information.
Kind of wouldn't make sense, right?
Correct.
So let me get this straight. So you're waiting at the gas station. You don't really get interviewed by any of the police officers, right?
Wrong.
Until Detective Vanderlyn shows up.
Oh, interviewed? Yeah. Okay, interview, right, correct.
All right, maybe they asked you where you were, how this happened, who did it. Maybe those little questions by the police officers, right?
I don't remember.
All right, but the first time you got interviewed, and the only time you got interviewed, was by Detective Vanderlyn, correct?
I don't know how to answer that because I've had multiple things where I had to come in and ask questions. So
Talked by the police.
Okay, correct. Go ahead.
Okay. And Detective Vanderlyn never came back another day to follow up with you to ask you any more questions other than the whatever she asked you at the scene, right? Where the gas station was.
I don't 100% remember. I'll just be honest.
So maybe she did, maybe she didn't. You don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know anything about your phone being able to tell exactly where you are?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, do you know anything about that, where they can...
Like location services and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. You know about call logs?
Call logs, correct, yep.
Text messages?
Yep.
Instagram messages? Do you ever use those?
I don't have social media.
All right, so there's no way Dominique could ever call you or your friends call you through Instagram?
Correct.
WhatsApp?
As of right now, yes, but at that time, no.
Okay. Did any of the officers at the scene ask you for your phone?
No.
And Detective Vanderlyn never asked to look at your phone or gather it either?
Correct.
You still have the same phone or a different phone?
Objection, this line of questioning has already been asked.
That's literally...
Sustained. Next question, please.
When you got to Tyler's house, you said Tyler was there, Tyler Robinson. Is he still your buddy?
Correct.
Best friend?
Correct.
You guys are still tight, all of you.
Yep.
Okay, that's a yes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said somebody by the name of Tyrone, Tyler's brother, was there?
At Tyler's house?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Is he a grown man?
Is he a grown man?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a grown man.
Any reason why he came or didn't come with you guys?
I said before, he was hanging out with his own friend, his own business.
Did he know or have any idea? Did you guys share with him what was going on?
I don't know, 100%.
You were there. Did anyone talk to him about?
This was 2 years ago. I don't remember that. I almost died.
Did the police ask you about this gentleman named Tyrone?
No.
What was Tyrone's friend's name?
I think his name is Nick.
All right, nothing else you know about him?
Nope.
Police have asked you about anyone who was at Tyler's house that night beside you?
You said the police never asked me?
Did they ever ask you about who else was there?
I guess, yeah, they just asked me who was there and just said the same thing.
All right. Is it your testimony when you got to Mr. Robinson's house and all the guys were there was no discussion about a firearm?
Could you repeat your question?
Sure. You're at Mr. Robinson's home.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree there was no discussion about a firearm between all of your friends and you?
I would disagree.
Okay. You still have the big booklet there from
Yep.
front of you? From November 9th, 2021. Go to page 12, line 15 through 17, please.
15 through 17.
November 9th, yeah. 12, 15, 17. You get a chance to read that, sir?
Sure.
And November 9th, like we talked about, you were under oath, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true you were asked, okay, when you were at Mr. Robinson's home, was there a discussion to your knowledge about firearms? And your answer was no.
Isn't that what I just said?
Did you read it?
No, I know that, but your question before this, I said I disagree. You said, did I agree?
All right, let's get this straight. Would you agree that none of you guys talked about a gun at Mr. Robinson's home? There was no discussions about a firearm while you were at his home.
Correct, correct.
Okay, so you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. When you get to the house, Mr. Rudolph's house, did you GPS it on your phone?
No.
You know who did?
More than likely, Keyshawn.
You guessed it or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, did anyone GPS it?
I just said I don't know.
You don't know, that's okay.
I don't know.
All right. Did you pass the house, Mr. Rudolph's front door, before you parked the car?
I didn't know what his house looked like.
All right, well, you do now. You know now, right?
I do know now, yes.
All right. So isn't it true you passed the front of his house before y'all parked?
I don't remember.
Can't remember that.
I don't remember. That's something so small out of that whole night.
Well, it's not small if you're casing a place and looking for cameras or looking how to do something. So if you don't remember,
Sustained.
isn't it true you guys passed the house and were looking for cameras or seeing if there was anyone outside and where you should park?
That's true.
Okay.
I can say that.
And why would you do that if you're just there to have a conversation about somebody's honor? Why would you do that?
I mean, everybody looks at any situation before you do anything. So I think that's a normal thing to do.
So how about when you came into this courthouse today, were you trying to check where all the cameras are?
If they're visibly right in front of my face, I'm going to make a mental note that it's right in front of my face.
Yeah, but you're not looking around. You can't tell me how many cameras are in this courtroom, can you?
See at least 2, but I know
That's not something you look at every day, is it?
I'm not in the courtroom every day.
I'm talking on the street. You don't look for cameras and when you go to your friend's house or a neighbor's house, do you?
Overruled. Overruled. Go ahead.
Like I said, if I see it, then I take a mental note. I don't look for it.
All right. Well, you knew there was going to be trouble that night. That's why it was important to figure this out, where to park, where the cameras are, right? You knew it.
I wasn't looking for any cameras, and I knew it wasn't the best situation to be in, but I wasn't looking for no cameras.
You just said y'all drove by the house and looked for cameras and tried to figure out where to park. Remember?
I did just say that, but I don't really remember doing all that.
So that's a guess, or you're making that up?
No, it's not a guess. We had to drive by it. I don't really remember doing it, but I'm assuming that they parked the way they did for a reason, or Keyshawn parked the way he did for a reason.
You had to drive by Mr. Rudolph's home, correct?
I don't remember. I just told you I don't remember.
Why do you keep saying things? Now you're telling me now you don't remember what you just said.
I don't remember driving past his house. I remember parking in a certain way.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Isn't it true there was parking in front of the house where Mr. Rudolph lived?
Could you repeat your question?
Isn't it true there was plenty of parking in front of the house where Mr. Rudolph lived? The front door, there's parking adjacent to the front door right on the street.
You could say that, yes.
I don't want to say that. You tell me. You were there.
I mean, yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
You have to say yes.
Yes.
Maybe misinterpreted if it's
Sorry. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Isn't it true this parking directly across the street from his house when you got there?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't care either, do you?
Not really.
Didn't make a difference to you.
Not really. No.
How about when you turn the corner? Remember your brother Keyshawn making a U-turn to park the car?
I don't remember. Just be honest.
If you know, why did y'all get out of the car and then he moved it again? Do you know?
I don't remember getting out of the car and moving it again.
I'm not saying you did. I'm talking Keyshawn.
No, I don't know because I don't even think that happened.
Okay. Well, isn't it true when you got out of the car, you and your friends were looking for cameras to see if any neighbors may catch what was going on?
That is very false.
Okay. And you don't even believe he moved the car a second time. After he parks and you get out, you don't believe he moved up a little bit, right?
I don't remember, and I'm just gonna say I agree. I agree. Correct.
I want you to agree with me. If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't believe he moved the car a second time.
Okay.
So correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the knocking on the door was very loud? The front door of Mr. Rudolph's home.
That's a opinion. I could say he knocked normally.
I'm asking what your opinion is. You were there, not me.
He knocked normally.
All right. So it wasn't a loud bang. It wasn't a low bang. It was a normal bang.
Normal knocking.
Normal knocking. Thank you. Was there a bell at the house?
I do not remember.
Remember a doorbell cam that we saw pictures on?
Yep, I remember that.
Oh, there's a bell on that doorbell cam, or you don't know that?
I was in the back, so I wasn't really looking at that.
And then you see a gentleman come out of the house who you never met in your life, right?
Correct.
You don't leave at this point.
Correct.
How come?
Why would I?
You didn't know my client lived with anyone, did you?
I didn't even know what he looked like. That could have been him.
You thought he lived by himself, isn't that true?
I did not think that. I didn't know where he lived with, who he lived with.
Right? So somebody told you he lived with his mom and his brother, or you didn't know that?
I did not know he stayed with his mother.
How about his brother?
I did not know he stayed with his brother.
So you were surprised when the brother opened the door, right? Or you didn't know if that was Travis or the brother at that point?
I wasn't surprised, but I didn't know who that was.
Oh. And no one attacked the brother, right? At first, when he came out, nobody beat him up or hurt him, right?
Correct.
Why were you cognizant, or why were you aware there was cameras facing you?
It's pretty obvious. You're walking up a driveway, you see a camera pointing directly at you. So
Multiple ones?
I just remember at least one.
One from the front door facing out?
I don't remember exactly where it was at, but I remember making a mental note about it.
It was obvious it was there, right?
Yep.
Remember the ones on the side of the house facing out too, or you don't remember those?
No.
You're not saying they weren't there, you just didn't see them.
Correct.
Okay. And then after you find out it's not Travis because your friends or your brothers are asking this man, where's your brother at, or where's Travis at, right?
Correct.
Right. And then you said the mom came out next?
Correct.
And you knew she was the mom because she was obviously the right age to be a mother?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Like, how'd you know it was the mom?
Lucky guess.
Okay, wasn't that hard to figure that out, right?
Yeah.
And when the mom comes out, you still don't leave, do you?
No.
She starts yelling at you guys, saying, look, this is on my camera. Check this out. Right?
Sustained.
Wrong.
So isn't it true the mom came outside and started showing you her phone?
I disagree with that statement.
Okay. Isn't it true the mom started yelling and telling you all, she has everything on camera. We don't want no problems. You all need to leave. Something to that. No, maybe not the exact words, but something to that effect. Isn't that true, sir?
I don't remember that, honestly.
Right, so the mom came out and didn't say a word as your testimony, or what's your testimony about what the mom said?
I don't. She may have said words, but I don't remember what she said.
Weren't paying attention to her?
Just so much more happened throughout that night that's very minimal to me.
Right? You didn't care if his mom was there, did you?
Nope.
Because you were going to take care of business, right?
I'm gonna keep saying my words, defend Dom's honor, Dominique.
Okay. Why didn't you wait till daylight when maybe it would be a little safer for everybody? Any reason why you didn't do that?
This wasn't my plan or anything like that. I just got a phone call and I just went along with everything that was happening.
But it said no, right?
I had the option to say no.
There's no way you would do that, right?
Under different circumstances, it was, I don't know, for that situation, that exact situation, there was no way I was saying no.
You would agree it was kind of a long fight, right?
I don't know what a long fight is.
So your words previously, you want me to show you where you said them?
Yeah, please.
Same statement, go to page 24, line 20 to 25, please.
What lines?
20 to 25.
Okay, so if you're considering 5 minutes long for a fight, then yeah, I would say that's a long fight. That's what I said, 5 minutes.
All right. Isn't it true when you were asked the question, this physical fight that's occurring, are you staying in one spot? Are you moving around? Described for the court. And your words are, it was I would say, a long fight. For I would say probably like 5 minutes. So we started off the driveway and then you keep going on. We ended up in the road and yeah, it was all over the place. So it wasn't in one spot. Those are your words, long fight, right? You said that.
Okay.
True?
I did.
5 minutes as long as you did.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't even ask you.
I thought you.
Let me finish my question. The question wasn't whether it was a long fight. Well, I asked if it was staying in one spot was the question, the fight. And you said it was a long fight, 5 minutes. So you said long fight, right? Well, whichever lawyer asked you, I'm sorry, maybe the state asked you that question. Sorry. Remember saying long fight, your words?
Correct.
Okay. Now you want us to believe it was a short fight, right?
Well, the word long is subjective, so.
Okay. So do you agree now or disagree that it was a long fight?
I guess I agree because I said it.
Fight started at the front door, right?
In front of the garage area or the front driveway.
Yeah, well, it was right on the front patio as soon as the door opens up, right?
Wrong. That wasn't directly in front of the door. It was
the driveway area is where it started?
Yeah, at the end of his drive. Well,
and you're saying that Mr. Rudolph attacked your brother, Keyshawn, right?
correct.
Okay. For no reason.
Correct.
And that's how the fight started, according to you. Correct?
Yep. Correct.
Okay. You've been to gun shows before, right?
Like a viewing of gun. Is that what you're saying?
You know what a gun show is?
It depends on what you mean. Like people selling guns.
Selling them, displaying them.
Yes, correct.
Things about guns.
buying, selling, doing all kind of things.
Correct.
Hundreds and hundreds of vendors in the South Florida Fairground.
Yeah, correct.
You know what I'm talking about.
I just wanted you to be specific.
No problem. You've been to gun shows before, right?
Correct.
You have interesting guns, don't you, sir?
At the time of the incident, I had no interest of guns. After the incident, I gained an interest for guns.
Well, you went to the gun shows before the incident happened. Isn't that true?
Have I ever been to a gun show before that happened? Yes. Did I have a gun? No.
You had Keyshawn's gun be in your pocket, not the day this happened, according to you, but before that, you put the gun in the pocket, right?
Correct. Not this day, but when he got it.
All right. Do you agree or disagree that Dominique Jones' relationship with Mr. Travis Rudolph is none of your business?
Objection, Judge. This is argumentative.
It is, but I'll allow it. And then we're going to move on to something else.
Thank you. Would you agree with that, sir?
Would I agree that their situation has nothing to do with me?
Their relationship or problems has nothing to do with you.
Only up until the point when somebody begins to put their hands on somebody. If it has something to do with Keyshawn, then it has something to do with me. So,
was she injured, Dominique?
I'm not 100% sure.
You saw her when it happened. After it happened, right?
Later that night.
You didn't see absolutely no injuries on her at all, did you, sir?
I did not see it. No.
You would agree. I mean, obviously, people wear hoodies for different reasons. Usually, it's cold or it's just a habit, right? Right?
Correct.
You would agree that your friend Keyshawn, who you know very well, puts his hoodie up when he starts getting mad or angry, right?
Correct.
Okay. Police never took any photographs of you after this altercation when you were at the gas station, did they?
No, they did not.
You had no injuries at all, right?
I had a cut on my face, going down my face from his brother trying to scrape my eyes out.
All right, so you're pointing to your right eye, right?
Correct.
And how long or where was the scrape exactly? So I'm clear.
It was from the corner of my eye down to like right here. It was just a cut. It wasn't nothing too crazy though.
Pointing from the bridge of your nose on your right eye coming down
to around my cheekbone area.
How many inches would you say?
I would say like 3, maybe 2 or 3.
Clearly visible, right?
Clearly visible.
You'd have to be almost blind not to see it if I was someone standing next to you, right?
Correct.
Did you show that to the police?
Did I show it to them?
Yeah.
No, because it was nighttime and I didn't even know I had it till the next day.
So was it visible that night or it didn't come out until the next day?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't have a mirror after SB died. I saw it when I woke up the next morning.
They had lots of flashlights out there, didn't they?
I'm sure they did, but I didn't know I had it on my face.
Did the detective ever say, hey, can I get a picture of that?
No, they didn't.
And when you saw it the next day, did you bother calling the police and saying, hey, check this out. This just came out. This is what happened to me?
No, I did not. Because I was devastated by the death that happened the day before.
But when you're at the hospital, you went to the hospital, right?
Correct.
Plenty of police officers there, right?
Correct.
Tell any of them.
I was still devastated and not worried about a cut on my face.
Okay. When Mr. Rudolph comes out of the home with the firearm, now you see him with the gun, right?
Wrong. I never saw him with a gun.
Okay, so it's your testimony you stopped beating up my client's brother, Daryl or DJ. Why?
Because I wanted to leave.
And if you wanted to leave, why did you go over and give him a sucker punch?
Because not everybody was at the car, and I was helping Sebastian.
Okay, so you didn't see Mr. Rudolph come out of the house with the gun, is what you're telling us.
Correct.
All right, let me same statement, page 88, lines 6 through 9. Read that to yourself, please.
Page 88.
Yes, sir. 88, lines 6 through 9. Statement from November 9th, 2021. Finish?
Yep.
Isn't it true when you were asked by whatever lawyer, so after you sucker punched this guy, why did you stop? And your answer was, because I knew he was going in his house to get a gun. Isn't that true what you said?
Correct.
So you knew he was getting a gun.
That's
Sustained.
those are two completely different questions. You said, did I see him with the gun?
All right, stop. Wait for the next question.
You're right about that, and I'll correct that. So you stopped fighting because you knew he was just about to come out with the gun.
Exactly.
Okay. And you knew after what just happened, it's going to get dangerous because y'all went there with guns and somebody threatened. Well, let me ask you this. Did you see Tyler point a gun during the fight against Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph, the gentleman here today? Did you see Tyler point a gun at him during this fight?
No, I never saw that.
Were you in the fight with Mr. Rudolph exclusively, or were you back and forth fighting both the brothers?
It was back and forth, fighting both.
Would you agree there was 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 at any given time during the main fight when it first started?
I would disagree. I believe it was 2-on-1 the entire time.
Right. And when you get back to the Cadillac, you never saw Tyler in the Cadillac before you left. Isn't that true, sir?
Correct.
And Tyler could have been standing outside the car pointing a gun at the Rudolph brothers, and you don't know if he did or didn't because you couldn't see what he was doing, right?
He could have done that. I did not see. I wasn't there.
You would duck down.
I was in the car getting shot at, yes.
You would duck down, right?
Right.
So you don't know what your brother Tyler was doing. You don't even know if the door was open or closed, do you? The back door you jumped in. You don't even know if that was open or closed, right?
Correct.
So if Tyler was standing behind the back door pointing a gun at the Rudolph brothers, you don't know if he was or wasn't. You couldn't see.
Correct.
All right, we're going to take a break here for just a moment. Let's see. That would be Mr. Colon. Come on up, sir. Don't be afraid. Just come on up. There's nothing to be afraid about. Come on up. Yeah. All right, that was a personal message for Mr. Colon unrelated to this trial. All right, continue with cross-examination. Actually, on your way up, let me speak with both sides, please, real quickly.
True. You both say the same things. Oh no, I could tell you so much, but it's one of those things. I'm not like, what's the point? You just gotta. I'm always this person that shoots off the hip. shoots off the hip, and then a day later, I'm just like, oh fuck, what did I do that for? Because now I look like a proper dick. Do you know what I mean? But in the moment, I'm like, who gives a shit? So I try now. I don't. People who send me screenshots of stuff, as you should say, I just ask them, don't do that anymore. Just don't do it because I snap straight away. So, and I feel better for it because I don't get agitated anymore. Yeah, it was Brandy and Judy Carpenter and all them. They were mocking me for having 2 viewers, and then all the usual crowd with them jumping in
Yes.
and mocking me for it. I was like, fuck off! I'm trying my best. You know what I mean? Just
When you
because
got
they
down in
got
the car, you never saw Mr. Rudolph shooting people, did you? You just heard the shots.
Never seen him.
Then you went straight down.
I went straight down.
Pushed by Tyler.
I don't know exactly, but I would say correct.
Well, you said that earlier, right?
Correct.
Right. And when Tyler pushed you, that's before the gunshots even went off, right?
Correct.
I don't know what was in Tyler's mind when he pushed you, do you?
He said in his mind. His mind was to get into the car.
He never got in the car, did he?
I'm not Tyler, so I don't know.
You couldn't see the shot in front of you, could you, at the moment or a few moments before the shooting started? Because you were pushed down, right?
I couldn't see Keyshawn.
Yes, sir. No, right.
Yeah, correct. I couldn't see him.
All right, and you couldn't see Sebastian either, right?
You're talking about during the shooting, right?
Oh, I'm talking before the shooting. Moments before, when you got pushed down, before the shooting starts, you couldn't see what Sebastian was doing other than he was in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All you could see is Sebastian's hair, right?
I couldn't see anything.
So you can't tell this jury what Sebastian was or was not doing at the moment the shots rang out, could you, sir?
He was sitting in his chair.
Other than that, you can't say what he was doing because you couldn't see what he was doing at all.
I cannot speak for anybody at that time. No, correct.
Okay. In your testimony, you and your friend, your buddy, best friend, Keyshawn, flagged the police down?
Where are we jumping from the shooting to the?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're jumping up.
Only one place you guys flagged the police down, right?
I know. I'm just saying you're all over the place. So I just want to be clear.
I'm at the gas station.
Okay, now we're there. Okay. I jumped out and I flagged down the police officer.
Isn't it true both of you flagged down the police officer, according to you?
I don't remember if I said that, but I know that I was the one who did it.
Page 95, line 3 to 11, please. See if that refreshes your memory.
95, what lines?
3 through 11.
Okay, yes.
All right, so both of you guys flagged them down, right? Flagged the police down.
Correct.
And how do you flag the police down? You jumping up and down with your hands waving?
Basically, yes.
All right. And before the police got there, you both were out of your car, right?
I don't remember where Keyshawn was at specifically, but I know I was outside of the car.
Okay. Did the police ever ask you where you went before they showed up in terms of the gas station?
No.
I am wrapping it up, Judge.
All righty.
Couple more minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
You didn't know that your good friend Dominique, well, your best friend's sister, was married, did you?
No.
At the time she was in a relationship with Mr. Rudolph.
No.
You didn't discuss those kind of things with her, right?
Correct.
You know how she even met Mr. Rudolph? Dominique?
I have no idea.
You've never been involved in anything in their relationship other than this night when Keyshawn unfortunately got shot, right?
When Keyshawn what?
Unfortunately shot.
Keyshawn was shot?
No. Keyshawn. Sebastian, I apologize.
Okay. Before this night, I had nothing to do with anything between her relationships. So correct.
You know that they were on the rocks for about a month? Well, you don't know that, do you?
No.
Okay. Beside Tyler calling you, who else called you or texted you or instant messaged you or whatever words you want to use communicated by your cell phone before you that night? Anyone else?
Besides, before everything happened?
Or yes, sir. Let's start with before.
No, there's no one who called me besides Tyler.
Okay. And no one texted you, instant messaged you, FaceTimed you, whatever words you want to use.
Nobody.
How about right after?
After everything happened?
Yes, sir. After the police let you go and you went back to Tyler's house to get your car, sir. Receive any calls? Text messages, instant messages, FaceTime?
No.
Instagram?
No.
From nobody?
No. Nobody.
The whole night? The whole morning?
I don't remember if anybody called my phone specifically, but I know Keyshawn was getting calls.
And did he have a new phone at that point? If you know.
He didn't have his phone. So maybe they were calling my phone for him because he didn't have his phone with him. And so we probably spoke to...
No problem. I want to know if you remember. If you don't remember, that's okay.
All right, I don't remember.
Okay. Why didn't you want Keyshawn to go with you and Tyler and Sebastian over to Travis Rudolph's home?
Why did I want them to come
Why did you not want Keyshawn to go with you to Travis Rudolph's home?
Did I say I didn't? Could you repeat your question?
Yeah. Did you want, let me ask you another way. Did you want, before you went to Mr. Rudolph's home, did you want or did you not want Keyshawn to go with you?
It was his situation. I was going if he was going. If he wasn't going, then I wasn't going.
Isn't it true? And I'll show you this. You previously said you didn't want him to go with you.
Show me.
You don't remember?
Yep, I don't.
All right, let me hand you a sworn deposition. You remember coming to give a deposition? Let me go on the mic. Let me hand you this. Sorry, it's coming out, but everything's there. Remember giving a deposition, a sworn statement?
Yes.
On July 27th, 2021.
Correct.
And those prosecutors there?
Correct.
Me? Remember that?
Yeah.
Ms. Perlette, is that a yes?
Yeah.
Ms. Perlette?
Who?
Ms. Perlette, this other lawyer?
I don't know.
Remember a court report? You remember a lady typing everything down that we were all saying?
All right, so you're giving a statement under oath.
All right, so you gave a sworn statement under oath, right?
Correct.
All right, if you can go to page 49, line 5 through 9.
What was the lines?
5 through 9.
You just misphrased me so bad. Okay.
Okay. So you take that a different way.
No,
all right?
ask your question again.
All right.
Same question, because you just said something completely different.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? I take that back. You're correct.
I know.
I'll give you that. Yeah, you didn't want him to go over there by himself, is what you said.
Exactly. So
Oh, okay, because
take your book back.
because he has a career, right?
Future, yeah. Yeah.
Smartest guy you know.
Exactly.
Why would you be worried about his career or future under these circumstances? Why?
Why would I be worried about his future or career?
Yeah, before any of this happened, why would you not want him to go by himself and worry about it? Since he's the smartest guy you know, he has a great career ahead of him, promising career in your mind. Why would you not want him to go by himself?
Because Keyshawn is in school, medical school to be exact. That's a very intense degree to get. He shouldn't have to have distractions like this in his life when he's trying to be much greater than something like this. That's why I was worried for his future.
You knew something was about to go down, right?
No, but I could say I know it's not the best situation to be in.
Your job to protect Keyshawn, right?
I'm not going to say it's my job, but I would definitely step in if I can.
Okay. You weren't going to let this slide, right?
What do you mean?
What allegedly happened to Miss Jones, Dominique Jones. You weren't going to let that slide, right?
Correct, I guess.
I'm calling the police. That's not how you operate. There was no chance you were calling the police to report what happened to Dominique, right?
Correct.
You don't think what you all did was wrong, correct?
Correct.
You still don't.
If it wasn't for the result of what happened, then I would believe that we were doing nothing wrong.
You have TikTok? Back in the day when this happened?
TikTok?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I believe so.
Why is that funny, TikTok?
That's a crazy question to ask.
Okay. Isn't it true you sent a TikTok video by text to Tyler and Keyshawn on 10:26 p.m. the day before your good friend passed away?
I don't remember.
Isn't it true at 10:33 you FaceTimed?
Sure. Once again, feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying the cardinal rules.
So there's about 25 minutes left of this one. Then the neighbour is about 45 minutes. Now the lady law's got her 1.25 back on. So I can play that if people want me to or not. It's up to you if you want me to play that. I can't play the Tyler one because it's like 3.5, 4 hours. And it's like, bloody hell, it's 1:45 in the morning here in the UK. So I'll be fast asleep by then. But I'll probably play it tomorrow if people are around because no, it's a national holiday. But yeah, so let me know if you want me to do that or not. But Lefty say no. So if people don't want to play the neighbour, that's fine. I won't bother. Just leave it at this. I'll probably just stream it tomorrow. I love it. Only one watching. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll say call it a day after this one then, and then I'll do the other ones tomorrow. Because it's about 4 hours in total. So I'll probably on again, 7 o'clock UK time tomorrow. Once you're all off.
Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Around 10:30 that night, the night before, on the 6th, before the shooting happened. Remember Tyler FaceTiming you?
No, I don't remember that.
How did he call you? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
But somehow he contacted you and told you what's going on.
Yeah, either FaceTime or regular call, but
All right. You know anyone named Hack or Hacksaw?
yes.
Who's that?
It's just a mutual friend that we all have.
Did you see Tyler talking to someone named Hacksaw while he was, FaceTiming actually, in the car on the way to Mr. Rudolph's home?
No.
Did you see Tyler even using his phone on the way to Mr. Rudolph's home?
No, probably he was probably on his phone doing something, but I don't remember.
Did you ever become aware that Mr. Hack saw, what's his real name? Do you know his real name?
His real name is Hackshaw.
Real name?
His last name is Hackshaw. Yeah.
First name?
John.
John Hackshaw?
Yeah.
Is he the same age as you?
Around, yeah.
Where does he live? Roughly what area?
I prefer not to say.
Palm Beach County?
Yeah.
Any reason you don't want to say?
He has nothing to do with any of this.
Do you ever come aware that somebody may have, if you know, someone invited him to come to 550 Teak Drive before this happened?
I have no idea.
Did you see him over at that area when this whole incident happened?
No, no, not at all.
Or about after it happened, did you see him in the area?
I didn't see Hackshaw for no.
When you saw Tyler without his shirt on earlier today, you had a little reaction. What was that?
You're just jumping all over the place. The timeline.
You understand the question?
He doesn't have to stick to a particular timeline, so answer the
Why I
question.
did that. That's why I did it.
You understand the question?
I understand the question. You didn't.
Why'd you have a reaction when you saw him without a shirt?
Oh, you're talking about that.
Yes.
Oh, no, I didn't have a. Actually, I did have a reaction, but it's just funny seeing the footage. I have never seen the ring camera footage of that night, so that's why I had a reaction.
You surprised he took his shirt off?
I was surprised seeing camera footage of the night.
Okay, you didn't even realize he took his shirt off when you were there, did you?
I didn't care.
Didn't matter if he was ready to beat someone up or not. You didn't care. Right?
Yeah, it didn't matter. That's what he wanted to do. That's what he wanted to do.
You know, growing up and as a guy, when you take your shirt off, you're ready to fight usually, unless you're going to the beach or taking a shower, right? No secret, right?
You could say that.
Oh, can you say that?
I'm not going to say that taking your shirt off signifies that you're going to try to fight somebody.
In this circumstances, would you agree that's what he was doing or don't agree?
I can agree that someone may believe that.
That he believed that, Tyler, if you know.
No, I'm talking about your client may believe that somebody's trying to fight them with their shirts off.
All right, it was pretty cool that night, right? It wasn't hot.
Don't remember.
Okay. You didn't take your shirt off, did you?
Correct.
Did you see Tyler having a gun tucked in his waist
No.
when he was at the house?
No.
You didn't see a gun at all, is your testimony, right?
I did not see any gun.
From Tyler.
Correct.
You know now he had a gun, right?
I found that out, yes.
Because the police found it, right?
Correct.
You would agree or disagree, let me ask you this way, that there was punching, kicking, and a lot of screaming, that you guys were fighting loud enough for the neighbors to hear it, right?
I would say, I guess, yeah, I agree.
You guessing or you agree with
Yes, I agree.
Okay. You would agree that if you didn't defend yourself correctly, you could have been seriously injured, right?
You're saying, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, during this fight, if you didn't defend yourself properly or correctly, you could have been seriously injured.
Correct.
It wasn't a joke.
Correct.
A real fight.
Correct.
And you would agree that anyone involved in this fight, including Travis Rudolph and his brother Daryl Rudolph, it would be reasonable for them to believe they could also be severely injured fighting against two guys, right?
Overruled.
You were there. You saw the fight. Don't you agree that they could have easily been seriously injured if they didn't try to defend themselves?
If they felt that way, then he shouldn't have started a fight with us.
I'm asking you, not how he felt. You're understand.
I don't know if that's how he feels.
Okay, I'm asking your opinion from watching and being in this fight. Isn't it true that Mr. Rudolph's brother could have reasonably believed he could have been severely injured while fighting against two guys?
He could have. I guess.
You agree that you said that before in the oath?
I don't remember.
You want to see it?
Show me.
Page 134 of the deposition, taken on July 27, 2021.
Page 134, line 18 through 22.
I said he has a reason to believe that.
That'll be reasonable for them to believe they could have been seriously injured. You said that, right?
I'm not saying reasonable. I said he has a reason to believe that.
Okay, so you're just taking my words and changing them a little,
Objection,
right?
Judge?
Sustained. Next question, please.
Okay. This was a serious fight, not a little fight that you told the jury earlier, right?
Wrong. It wasn't that serious.
Okay. So how could people get seriously injured if it wasn't that serious?
Nobody got seriously injured besides when
they
the guy
got.
shot us.
Okay.
Us.
All right. You would agree in some areas during this fight, it was dark out and it was a little hard to see because things were happening so fast, right?
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, where this fight took place in many different parts of the front of the house and the driveway, multiple places, right?
Correct.
And when they got away from the house, it was dark in some areas, right?
Correct.
And things were happening so fast, correct?
Correct.
All right. You found out on the way to Mr. Rudolph's home that he had owned guns, right?
Yes, correct.
All right. And you still went.
I was in the car.
But he got out, right? You could say, buddy, just let me off. I'm not going with you guys. Right?
I could have.
Still went, no matter what.
Correct.
And when the shots rang out, there was only 3 men in Keyshawn's black Cadillac belonging to his mom, correct?
I can't tell you what was happening while there were shots fired, but I can only tell you what happened after the shots stopped.
Go to page 198, lines 10 to 24. With the deposition dated July 27, 2021, please. Page 198, lines 10 to 24.
198, 10 to 24. All right. There was 3 of us.
You agree, you said under oath previously that there was only 3 of you in the car when the shots rang out, correct?
Correct.
And the only one not in the car was Mr. Tyler Robinson, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect? Yes, sir. Okay. To accomplish that other task that I set for you? Okay, go ahead.
Can I get my documents, Your Honor?
What do you want? Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Listen to this now and then we'll call it a day. Just because we'll see what she's trying to.
Judge, as I start my redirects, they would be requesting permission to publish states 31 to assist in this part.
31, all right.
What bullshit they bring out. Also, Lady Law, have you seen Johnny Depp? Amber Heard.
As the video is getting set up, I have a few questions.
Accidentally freak shot.
You, during your cross-examination, said that the jury can believe whatever it wants to believe. Why did you say that?
Honestly, this situation is so personal and just I lived through this situation, honestly. I'm not here to prove a point or prove a story to anybody. I'm just here to answer the questions.
All right. Now, there are moments in the cross-examination that you were asked about various statements that were made. Did you recall with perfect clarity those statements that have been given over the course of the 2 years since this shooting?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Did you remember with perfect clarity all the statements that you've provided over the 2 years since the shooting?
No.
Okay. I want to, for instance, go to one of the last things that you were asked about. And this is about who was in the car at the time the shooting started, okay? If I may approach the witness again with states, I'm sorry, not state, it's a deposition transcript, same page, 198.
All right.
It should be the same number. And starting from about line 18 or so, if you could read the entirety of the rest of that page.
And that's on what page?
198, Judge,
Thank
of
you.
the deposition. Are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were asked by Mr. Shiner whether or not there were 3 of you in the car or not. Do you recall that question on cross-examination?
Correct.
I'm sorry, the objection is
Mischaracterizing my question.
overruled.
Do you recall that question?
Correct.
Okay. Was your answer complete at you knew that Keyshawn, Sebastian, and yourself were in the vehicle?
Was my answer complete?
Yeah, meaning is that all that you said regarding that issue? Or is there more on that page?
I said I couldn't track him because there was a bunch of shots going on, so I couldn't completely tell you where he was at.
So the answer to the question is you knew they were definitely there, but you couldn't remember where Tyler was because of all the shots coming at you.
Exactly.
It's well.
I'm just trying to
hang on.
clarify
It's
that.
neither impeachment nor refreshing recollection. It's an improper question, however, in that it is leading. I'm sorry? No. The question was a leading question. All right, try another.
Yeah, I was
Sure.
looking at that too, which is crazy. Go ahead, show.
All right.
Show him.
Okay. So can you tell us if you knew exactly where Tyler Robinson was when the shot started?
I can't,
Okay. And why is that?
because I was getting shot at.
So it could have been next to you.
Could have.
Could have been outside the car.
Sustained.
Do you know if he was next to you?
I do not know.
Do you know if he was outside the car?
I do not know.
You were asked about whether or not you could see Sebastian and Keyshawn in the front seat. Did you see them prior to the shooting starting?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you all drove away from the location, did anyone open any windows and throw any firearms out of the car?
No, they did not.
When the car became inoperable, what happened? Did anybody move any firearms that you saw or anything like that?
I got out the car. I went to the front side. I checked on Sebastian. I was just looking at him, trying to see, like I wasn't shaking him, but kind of touching him. And after that, I would say a minute later, I seen a police car come by and I just waved him down.
So there were no firearms.
There was no firearms in the car.
You were asked whether or not you later discovered that Tyler Robinson had a firearm. Do you recall that question in cross?
Yeah, I do.
And when did you find that out?
After everything had came out.
So this was after the case had started.
Exactly.
Okay. So you did not know that night.
Exactly.
Did you know the next day after the shooting?
No, I was worried about Tyler being in a hospital shot up and obviously Sebastian not being here anymore.
Okay. You were also asked about your
I
telephone
don't believe
and
that.
what you did with it and when 911 was called. Do you
Not
recall those
one bit.
questions?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have an exact memory of what time or what period of time that the call was made?
Look at
So,
me.
911 call?
Yes.
I don't have a time, but time frame. It was on the drive, leaving his neighborhood area complex, whatever.
And do you recall if it was you or Keyshawn that was
No,
actually
there
dialing
was,
that
it
number?
was fine.
I do not recall. I just know Keyshawn was definitely talking on my phone.
Do you know what was happening with the phone prior to 911 being called?
We were trying to find a hospital.
Why did
Oh,
that
look.
stop at some point at
Oh,
trying to
maybe,
find the
but-
hospital?
We've
Because
never
the car
judged you.
became inoperable. It just pulled over.
And I bet you
started
bullshitting
failing.
as well. But you poor soul to shame.
You were asked about whether or not you waved down an officer. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would have been afraid to wave down an officer?
There's no reason at all.
Were you concerned about your friend?
I was concerned about his life, yes, but as far as trying to hide things, no, I was not.
You were asked about looking for cameras when you went to the Rudolph residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you look for the cameras?
No.
They were just there in front of you.
Exactly. They were just in front of me.
So, why didn't you just run away when you saw cameras if you were going over there to shoot somebody?
Because I
That's
wasn't
why we
going
did
there
you
to
on
shoot somebody.
stream. What
I was going there for a conversation.
Did you ever get the impression from anything that happened from the moment you got into Keyshawn's car to when you got to Mr. Rudolph's residence? That's a time period I'm talking about. Did you ever get an impression that you were all going to go shoot up Mr. Rudolph's house or Mr. Rudolph?
What a spot.
No,
What a spot
we even
that
had a
is, though.
discussion that we're not bringing any guns. So,
Judge, this was
Hearsay is-
open during cross.
Well, it's true. You did. So I'm going to allow it. Go ahead. Repeat the question, please.
Did you ever get the impression that you were going over there to shoot up either Mr. Rudolph or his house?
no, I never had the impression because we discussed that we're not bringing any guns. We don't want it to go down like that.
When you said you did not care about Daryl Rudolph, what do you mean by that? You don't care if he lives or dies?
I personally do not care about him, his well-being, nothing.
And why?
Because he's related to the person who killed my friend for no reason.
You were asked about I guess the brother, Daryl Rudolph's fighting ability. Did you get the impression that he could not defend himself at all or was unable to during the fight?
No, I never got that impression. It's not like he's disabled or in a wheelchair or something. He was a fully healthy, grown man.
Was he punching back?
Yes, he was.
Was he scratching back?
Trying to get my eyes out. Yes, he was.
You were asked about the severity of the fight. Were you seriously injured?
No, I was not.
What about Tyler prior to the shooting?
No, he wasn't.
What about Keyshawn prior to the shooting?
No, he wasn't.
What about the brother, Mr. Rudolph's brother?
No, he wasn't.
What about Mr. Rudolph, Travis?
No, he wasn't.
What about Miss Linda, who was outside as well?
He was untouched.
What about Sebastian?
It's a
We were all
brother's
good. Nobody
friend.
got seriously
I
injured
don't
at
remember his
all.
name.
Wasn't that type of fight, right?
Exactly. It was I don't even know how to explain it.
The brother.
I couldn't hear that. What?
It was a regular fight,
Friends
like
with the brother, yeah.
Okay.
without bruises and black eyes and bloody noses. Just
All right. Can I get your assistance to sign up the video? The judge, for the record, states 31 was a surveillance video from the neighborhood.
All right.
If you could please tell me if you can see the image on the screen. Okay, or do you need to step down to be able to better see it? Okay, wonderful. Is this the first time you're seeing this particular video, Mr. Lowe?
correct.
Do you recognize yourself in this video?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize that as being you and your friends on the night of this incident?
Yes.
All right. Keep watching, please. Are you outside or inside the car at this moment?
Outside.
Okay. Do you even remember that, Keyshawn moving up a little?
No.
So when you were asked whether or not Keyshawn moved up, were you lying when you said you did not recall that?
No.
Overruled. No, overruled.
Now, this is later, according to the video time, after midnight, 10 after midnight, okay? I want you to watch closely.
How's the audio in this video been today? Has it been alright or has it been sketchy? I'm trying to play about with this. I'm just wondering what your experience with it has been like. Obviously, Lady Law said it was echoey earlier on. We fixed that.
Could you see that person that was running alongside the car as it was moving?
Correct.
Okay. You don't know who that was, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. And at that moment, as far as you know, Mr. Robinson was not in the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. Can you recognize the individual that you see there?
No.
If you could back it up a little bit for me, please. Talk
Right here?
about where the vehicle is leaving. Yeah.
That's us? That was it? Okay.
So in terms of me speaking, what about the quality of the audio of the actual?
See somebody run off to the side, another person following?
Yeah, that looks like
I need to check out. I never watched
Travis.
free stuff.
Okay. Now a third person walking back with Travis.
Cool.
I do not know who that is.
I don't know.
Is it fair to say that when those shots started, they did not stop for at least a while?
That is completely fair.
What are you going to cover?
Just
Is it
kept coming.
Like
Yeah, maybe
recaps,
generous.
or is it
Felt like forever.
live streams? Or is it
And you
just
could tell there was an
videos
impact to your vehicle or
quarantine?
no?
Not like at the moment, but I mean, the car, the glasses, the windshield's all shot up, and I know the car got shot up a lot, so I could assume that it's messed up.
I don't want you to assume anything.
Okay, so
Do you remember hearing impact on the vehicle?
yes.
I was just
When your vehicle became
asking
inoperable and it stopped, and you were
what-
checking on your friend Sebastian, did it ever occur to you to check
Did I
his
talk
pockets?
over it?
No, not at
Is
Did it
what's
ever
the plan
occur
gonna
to
be?
you to search anywhere in that car?
Is it going to be?
No, not at all.
Why not?
Fuck me.
Had no reason to.
10 viewers down to 6. Live streams. What are you going to be doing?
In retrospect, Mr. Lowe, would you have stayed home that night?
I don't know. If I knew everything was going to plan out that way, I mean, I don't know. That's a tough question. It's like, I don't know, actually. I just don't like the result of that night.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
fine.
can't tell you if I would stay home or not.
Were you expecting guns to get involved?
No.
Was that a surprise?
That was a complete surprise.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
All right.
Bit of mix then.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, take a stand up and stretch break while I talk with the lawyers. Please, any reason why Mr. Lowe can't talk about his day? All right. Down, sir. Watch yourself. Stay safe.
Right, that's the end of it basically. So I'm gonna stop that there. Put that there. Ah, yeah, good. You see? No, it's good. You'd be great to that as well, giving legal takes and stuff. Because obviously I can't give legal takes, so I obviously watch a lot of Peter Tragos, but that's about it. So having you echo, I've got echo now, have we? Maybe because I put the volume on too high, absurd beats. Is that better? I'll say I don't look at my video, so I'll never know if my audio is good or not. I should really look at that. Yeah, I could give the man takes, yeah. Cool. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's what I mean. I'm confused. Oh, hey, have you not seen my recaps, Lilo? It's just loads of swearing and just being like, oh shit. Yeah, he's a stream and his backup. I just got a fright of it. I always do. Where's my last one? Where's my last one? But I do most of mine. It's to take the piss, though. Do you know what I mean? Um, where is it? I hate bloody. Where's it gone now? Oh, I've, I do, I do. I've got so much. Do you know what? Lady Law, I love Lady Law, right? Because she tells you straight, and that's what I need. Lefty's not told me anything about my audio. All the time that he's been here, never told me my audio shit. You come in straight away, oi, echo, oi, your volume's wrong, oi, fucking sort yourself out. That's what I need. He does suck. I'm not going to say too much because he has. Do you know what? I will say this about Lefty. He's very loyal and he's been here a lot. Fair play to him. Get my watch hours up. So I do appreciate him there. Once I got to 4,000 hours and fuck Lefty, I don't give a shit then. But until then, I got to be nice to. Oh, he's still here. Shit. Shit. Hey, Lefty, you all right, mate? No, I appreciate everyone that's around here. Um, Amy, I know you're still here. I've not read your message yet, but hope you're okay. I'm back on 2 o'clock Eastern tomorrow to finish this off. Um, but Shelley, it's great to have you here as well. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, because you're in the UK. I don't know, Shelley. I don't know. I have no idea. What do you mean? Does that mean you're leaving, Lady Law? You're rolling. I'm rolling. Like your kids, these kids slangs. I don't know what the fuck you're on about half the time. Do you know what I mean? I don't even know what Lefty's on half the time, but me and Lefty the same age. Fucking hell. But anyway, yeah, that's Absurd Beats. Thank you for being here. Rumble was okay today. We had probably an average about 16 there in Rumble. Oh, that's another thing, Lady Law. You need to go on Rumble as well when you do start. Um, that's a good Rumble's fantastic for viewers, but it's shit. All the same. Um, there we are, Amy. Fucking hell, Amy. I thought it was quiet. Amy's a chatterbox. So this is what I love, the story about people like Amy that joined by mistake, and here she is, you know? She's been here for like 3 days now. Oh, yeah, put me on telly, Amy, because they might watch it then. Spider Girl, where the fuck have you been? I'm only joking. Hi, by the way, Spider Girl. Um, Locals, what's that? Is that like a dog site or something? Locals. We got something called Locals. It's like a porn thing. It is though. Is that the same thing? Are you on that? I'm only joking, everyone. I don't know what Locals is, by the way. I don't know what it is, but I imagine it's not that. Um, yeah, we got something about Locals. It's like a dog site in the UK. Um, I know that's not what you're talking about, but I don't know what Locals is. OnlyFans, feet find the OnlyFans. I might do that. Get me a cash in it. Oh, thank you. Um, fucking hell, oh, everything's coming in now. Fine, Lady Law, that's fine. You send it to me in DMs. Thank you very much for that. Tell me what you're doing as well. And if I can help out, if you need to know anything about my equipment, anything, if you need to see what I'm using StreamYard, other people that use other stuff to record. If you want to look at all that stuff, please do. There's some bonuses to it. There's also some crap stuff about it. If you want to talk about Rumble, you can see how what I do. Happy to help you in any way to set it up, Lady Law. Um, Amy, thank you for being here all the time. It's just because the chat was quiet. And you're normally such a fucking gobby one that I was like, what the fuck? Why is it so quiet? Let's book it. I'm just on a normal laptop. I should really upgrade, but you know what? I've spent thousands on this. So I'm like, my laptop will do for now. Do you know what I mean? Bloody hell. Um, Also, I made loads of mistakes at the start, Lily, so I can help you with that. You got StreamYard. So StreamYard, I've got that, right? And it's good. I think it's good, but there's some restrictions to it um, that other people use. Oh, fucking hell. I don't blame you. Jesus. 4 grand, Jesus, yeah. And I used to be like that, but not quite like that. But I've only got cheapy, which keeps overheating sometimes. Do you know what I mean? So it's not great. But hopefully, Amy, you have some people on tomorrow that will watch afterwards. You know what I mean? Because you'll end up a smoking pile of that. I love the bands. I love the bands in here. But yeah, no, honestly, I had to buy. I bought loads of equipment that I don't use, and B, it were rubbish. So yeah, if happy to talk you through everything that I've got. Sort of works for me, but might not work for you. Do you know what I mean? So, but happy to share anything on that, and some of the struggles and stuff. Uh, it's one of those. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't. I know what you mean, but yeah. What I found shockingly, all right. I found out yesterday. Me and Lefty the same age. I thought he was like 50 odd. Do you know what I mean? So I was shocked with that. I'm looking good. Sorry, Lefty, taking shots left, right, and centre here. Hey, Absurd Beast, thank you, my man. I hope all is well in the diff there in Cardiff. Keep yourself out of trouble, buddy. I'll see you soon. I do look younger, yeah. And everyone's surprised with my age and stuff like that, but so Luna couldn't believe that I was 41 the other day, like last month. It's like, no fucking way. I was like, yeah, no, I am. I am. I do feel when I bend over, it's a bit of a. I cut my hair today, so I think it's getting a bit bald in now. It's not. There's still hair there, but I think it's a light it is. You're not that much older than us, Lady Law, so you might be a couple of years older, but you're not much older than us. Well, if you are, you don't look it anyway. That's for sure. So, um, barely. But we got Giovanna here. She's like 63, 64, I think she is. She's gone missing the last couple of days, but Spiker, you're the same age as us, man. There we are. I said you're not old. 44th birthday, yeah. You're not, yeah. Once you reach 40, we're all the same. If you're 49, you'd be like, we're all the same age. We're in the 40s. So I've just had my 41st. So yeah, basically. And I wouldn't say that you look 44. So, but I would say Lefty look 54. So I mean, what can you do in it? You know. But Spider Girl, you're the same age as me, or yeah, you're roughly, or maybe a little 1 year older. So I think you're all good there, Spider. I think you're fine. Downhill from here. No, you're all good. Plenty of life in that dog, as they say, you know. Um, and you've accomplished a hell of a lot in your life so far. So I think you're far ahead than us, like, you know, so well than me anyway, that's for sure. You know. We've still got this stuff and locals, what I was gonna say, Jesus, just in case it's rude. I thought you were 1 year older than me for some reason. It might be Mad World that's a little bit older than me then. Um, so you are always the youngest then when I'm around, so you're right. But I've learned a lot today. And Spider, I'm not sure if you've been on stream, but I've learned a lot from Like I'm obviously conscious about speaking too much. And the reason I'm conscious is because I speak at breaks and stuff like that, and I can see how many people are in here. And every time I start speaking, it fucking drops. So that's why I get conscious about not speaking sometimes. But I've got to speak more, I think. I'll have to take both. Hey, Lefty, thank you, my man. Appreciate you. And Lefty, you're a legend. I'll always appreciate you, my man, for always being here. So I appreciate you. Thanks, buddy. Both took vouchers instead of super chats in the future. Well, yeah, I can't even fucking do bloody super chats yet, you know. But no, take your advice on board as well, Lady Low. I think I do need to speak a little bit more. I'm a reactionary person, you know. When someone's talking shit, I need to just say it. What the fuck are they on about? Type of thing, rather than keeping quiet. So, definitely, I say I don't give legal advice, but I can give. Um, I'm nearly there, but I'm nearly there because of people like Lefty, you know. So, that just randomly just popped in. And even you guys now, you today, Lady Law, you've added loads to me. By doing this stream today, right, I have made, let me work it out. This is added, because you can work it out in the back of YouTube. So, times, like, well, by 60 equals. I've done nearly 44 hours, watch hours. 44 hours, you know, that's not bad. I also don't give legal advice yet. Well, I mean, you got to be careful, don't you? So, but yeah, doing these kind of streams, you'll soon get, and also people like you, so you're not going to struggle. You're going to get a lot of people on stream. You'll get your 4,000 a lot quicker than I did. But that happens, though. Do you know what I mean? And as you know, anything I can do to help you, I will always help you, no matter what. Um, and I mean, just see how you do everything. You don't pay in the ass. I always say, who do you love? I'm always Lady Law, first and foremost. I just, yeah. I mean, said a DM to you about like me, Morgan. Well, like, yeah, we we all love you. So your takes and everything like that, we all love it. Um, but yeah, it does take time, patience, and everything like that. You know, especially to get subscribers came fairly okay for me, but watch hours. But when I first started streaming, when I was doing, I think it was Gwyneth Paltrow, I was averaging like 60 viewers. Then I did the Mark Jensen one, and then I was down to like one viewer in the end. So it is also about trials. But I'm interested to have a chat with you to see, because I think that we could probably link up as well a lot. Because in work, you obviously can't stream, but I obviously can. So it'd be interesting to see what you do and how you do it. Ricky, yeah, I mean, there's so many people that streams that I do need to look at. I am different. I do know I'm different. In the sense of I'm from Wales, so I can have a totally different stance. Um, oh, then we do need to chat because that's what I did. So, for various reasons, but yeah, I did that. So let's chat. I think there's a lot we can link up as well. I think in some ways I can help you start off, and then you can help me as well. So yeah, let's definitely have a chat, then, Lady Low. But that's exciting. That's exciting. That's what I mean. You can just take a risk now as well. So um, don't worry, I've got them as well. I got them here somewhere, and in my beard, I got like white in my beard, so I shave it sometimes. But then every time I shave it, I got a double chin. Not double chin, but my chin, you can't, well, I mean, you can. It's a bit of a droop there. And then you've got to be conscious because your man boobs up. Stretching it out now, but See, bit of grip on there, a bit of vice there. So you got to be careful what everything. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I know. I just need to do. Yeah, movies. Yes, I don't mind it. Like I always say, oh, I was talking to Amy about this. Well, you probably haven't met Amy yet, but like you need something to grab on to. No, I think women like something to grab on to sometimes. So I'm fine with. I think people think I'm conscious about my weight and stuff. I'm not. I don't. I only go right. So I go to fitness classes twice a week, right? For various reasons, more for my mental health and whatever else, right? There's people in there that are very big and like people make fun of them and stuff like that. So they're very conscious of stuff like that. So I always try and defend that because it takes a lot for them to get out of the house to do things. But I'm not in the least bit. I would do it extreme topless. I don't really care to be quite honest with you. So I think people sometimes think that I am conscious about my weight. I'm not. I'm not actually that big. You know, I've got a bit of flab here and there, but who cares? I'm 40 fucking one, like, you know, Jesus Christ. You know, I'm not like in my 20s going clubbing, you know, you have to dress up and stuff. Yeah, well, it's interesting because that's one of the reasons I'm going is prevention because my hips playing up. Um, so I've got early, I think it's like, oh, they said something, it's early on something with my right hip. So I try and go just to keep active. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, no, it's something on Twitter. Sometimes people think that I'm crying about being fat. Someone told me do something about it. I'm like, it's not me. I bang on about it because I see people that suffer. The same with bullies. I see people bullies being bullied and stuff. You know, and I always stand up for them against people. So I'm never conscious about stuff. Yeah, I could look. I do want to lose a couple of stone just because of actually what Lady Law just said about my hips and stuff. But gravy, right? Well, there's two of you. Amy, by the way, Amy, this is Lady Law. Follow her on Twitter. Her Twitter is Lady Law 579. So just follow her. She's a great follower. Amy found this by accident on Tuesday. And fair play to her. She's fucking been here since then. She's been loyal since then. So the gravy conversation was we were discussing it. Spider Girl's talking about having like sausage and gravy, chicken and gravy. Oh yeah, that sounds nice. That that does sound nice. And they're like, oh, biscuit and gravy, scones, like scones, which I knew. So I was like, okay, that's fine. Um, and then they were like, yeah, so it's chicken, biscuit, white gravy, and all these things. And so, white gravy? What the fuck's white gravy? There's no such thing as like you got cheese sauce, which is white, parsley sauce, which is white. You don't have white. What the fuck's white gravy? Potatoes and gravy, yeah, but potatoes and gravy, the gravy's brown. Her handle is Lady Law 579. Literally, that's what it is. Lady Law 579. So I've been a size 0 to size 16. Let me tell you. Oh, I look for a size 2, 4, 6. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I think women also think too much about their weight and stuff. It's not about your weight and stuff. It's about actually, well, maybe because I'm 40 odd now, but it's whether you get on with someone and stuff like that. I think that's just as important now. So, yeah, right. So, right, Spider Girl's come back now. She can't fucking help it, can she? You have to come back, Spider Girl. Oh, here we fucking go. So flour, milk, and bacon or sausage. Yeah, that's like you need to put some gravy browning or something in it. If it's brown, like we do flour, and I'm not sure my mother makes it. I've never really done gravy, but you put the grease of meat in it. Iron Stone, £14. £14 in a stone. But your flavour is like Spider Girl is like as it has Lady Law says clogs up the arteries. Jesus. Yeah, so it's £14 in a stone. Like if I thought I'm trying to, that's why I go to the gym because I'm trying to lose about probably £28, but not lose if that makes sense. I want to weight in stone. Yeah, I do in stones. I'm 20 stone. They call brown broth gravy. You guys are fucking mad. Have you not had Bisto gravy or something like that? Bisto gravy. So yeah, I know I don't do. If you ask me how much I was in kilograms, I couldn't tell you. We don't do grams or kilograms. I have no idea. Yeah, you could go get calculated. I can't do any of that. It's all pounds and stones for me. I can't do anything else. I weigh myself every Monday to see how much I've gained or lost. It's all pounds. Biscuits, white gravy, bacon crumbles on top. So good. I do need to try it, obviously, but I'm not going to do a homemade one. I'll have to try it in America. Do you know what I mean? So when I next come out to America, I will try it. But that means I probably have to go to the south somewhere, doesn't it? But 9 stones, yeah. So that's just off the top of my head, 140 minus 14, you're £136, £126. Like Jesus. £126, Lady Law. Fucking eat that for breakfast. Yeah, 9 stones, nothing stones. Jesus, I wish. Do you know what I mean? I'm basically double you then. Yeah, no, Amy, I wanted to visit. There we are. You see, I will come over. Hey, I love America. I've always said I love America. If I could, I would live in America. I'm not even exaggerating. My dream is to live in America. Not my dream, but that's how much I love America. I'm into American sports now, into the NFL, into college football, and all that. Yeah, it does cost a bit, and to fly in and out. Freedom. The only reason I can't, do well. I mean, obviously I can't live out there because I haven't got a visa or anything. But I'd love to. I honestly, everything I do now is basically around America. Look at it. I'm doing all these trials based in America. All my sporting interest now is all American, American football, um, American basketball, college sports, and stuff like that. I don't even like you call it soccer and stuff like that, rugby union. Don't like it anymore. Yeah, no, I'll definitely be going. And I don't know when I'm going to be there and stuff like that. I want to get this set up because this is literally my job now. Um, I used to play like soccer fairly thing, but soccer's huge here. Do you know what I mean? So, um, but now I don't watch any of it. I don't watch any of that or rugby union or anything. Um, yeah, no, I definitely want to come back out. It's just because this is my job. When you like, this is the thing the law's going to find. It's when you got a paycheck and it's a good sum paycheck, and all of a sudden you got no paycheck. It's like I've spent a fortune on this YouTube malarkey, and like you don't, as you can see, I don't earn like on Rumble. I've earned 74 cents, I think, and I had like 150 viewers on average on Rumble the other day, and it got me 1 cent. So yeah, before I come out to America, I think I need to establish myself a little bit more here. Um, Hopefully get some people to join and stuff like that. But we'll see, anyway. But that's enough about my troubles. But yeah, soccer is I'm bored of it now. No, you do. I didn't have a choice to be honest with you. I have to like, yeah, I mean, that's another story. But the Jags. Oh, I know I would. I know I would. I can't wait. Like, oh, I got my Indianapolis Colts stuff, but I'm going to get a Trevor Lawrence jersey, that's for sure. So last season I was supporting Tennessee, because I wanted to win the national championship, but unfortunately, didn't quite happen against Georgia. So, but they'll be a good team again this year. Oh yeah, hey, look, hey, guys, don't you worry about it. It's not. It's fine. It's fine. It's it might sound I'm whinging, yeah, and I probably am whinging, but it's more of a it'll come in time. It is what it is. I didn't think this time last week that I'd ever meet you, Amy. So I think that once people come here, then hopefully they stay here. Do you know what I mean? So, and like Lady Law said, um, they just hired Mackenzie Milton up. Have they? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that then. Just breaking news here. Um, yeah, I think communities just come together. Some people get big very quick and it's fine, but yeah, the trouble is, I think a lot of people view my videos, but they don't come to my streams. But this is the way I need to tweak things. Do you know what I mean? Like you said, maybe speak a bit more and stuff like that. You know what? You're right, because he played 3 years in UCF. He got injured. Sorry, might have played 2 years, got injured, then lost his starting place and went somewhere else to play. Then didn't he? And then yeah, you're right. Heupel was his coach there, wasn't he? So yes, but like, look, as I say, I mean, I probably gained about 40 subscribers this week already. You know, um, but I'm also quite Marmite as well. Some people don't generally like me, and I think that a lot of that's down to other people. You know, but it's just yeah, I can't get. I say I started off really well, 60 odd viewers. Now if I reach 10 viewers for a trial each day, I'm bloody lucky. There's some trials I'm just like three or four of us, which is yeah. Ah, nice. Yeah, don't blame you. Oh, no, same here. That's why I know. And also, I know some of the other streams have got huge very quickly. But my point was, I wouldn't get to know everybody. Like I know everyone that's new on the channel. I I don't write it down right. You just know them. You get to know her. I know Amy's in Florida. She's got a son the same name as me. He's nearly 17. He's a English graduate honors class or something, call like that. Um, I know fully law, three kids, divorcee. You get to know people, and and slowly but surely you get it. If you got like instantly got 1,000 followers, not 1,000 followers, 1,000 people on stream, um, then you don't get to know the people. Lefty, I would never got to know Lefty. Do you know what I mean? Carowin and Luna and Spider Girl and Mad World and stuff. You get to know people. So I type in sex every time, so don't worry about it. I've got nothing to say about typos. Florida, oh god, Sa- Sarasota. Is that? Was it like a Tuesday never leaves? So Sarasota. I've never heard of Sarasota. I'll be honest with you. I've heard a lot of places. Never heard of Sarasota. So that's something I've learned today. It's always good to be educated, isn't it? Okay. So you might be moving out to Florida then, Lady Law, potentially. Tampa Bay. Okay, I know Tampa. Tampa Bay. So you could be a Floridian in a few years, potentially. Florida's a little bit different. No tax. Good move. I know some of the tax places. Oh, okay. I'll go. There you go. You see, winery. Oh, right. We're not turning into a wine club here. Leroy, I'm obviously teasing. Obviously teasing. It seems that everyone's moving there. It's either California or Florida, it seems. Are you just starting your own wine clubs now or something? Fuck me. My channel's going to turn into a wine club. There's still it's 5 people. Thank you for being here, 5 people on Rumble. Oh, I was like, all right, okay, maybe I got that wrong then. So Californians are leaving and me, I'm moving to Florida. Fine, okay. Maybe I got that wrong. Rumble, thank you as well, guys, there. Dirty Martini Club. Yeah, I'm off the drink currently, so I used to be a fairly big drinker, loved beer. But I'm also I'm not a whiskey guy or anything like that. I'm like a vodka or Drambuie or something like that. Sweet I like. Malibu. Not really Malibu, but I try to think of them. I don't remember the names of them now. Fucking hell, the two of you having a conversation here. It's like, yeah, I'm not shitting on you. I was actually quite nice about you, Lefty. Vodka, yeah, I love vodka. Love vodka. I don't do whiskey. I can't do whiskey, or um like the dark stuff. I can't do any of that rum. I don't. Well, I do a little bit of rum sometimes, but not on its own. I could do. I don't remember what they are anymore. It's bloody hell. It loves. It doesn't tell. There's people here. I've no idea who's in here. They could be fans of ours, or they could be people taking notes of everything we're saying. I've no idea who they are. Same with Rumble. Literally, 6 people in Rumble, and I've not engaged once with them. So sensitive. Was that like the toothache? Check you all out. Fucking go for it still. Oh, hang on. Let me just check that then. Oh, also, Lady Law. Oh my God. How much do you save me? How much did you save me, Lady Law? My muscles. Oh, get drinking, yeah. I wish I remembered what drinks I like. I don't remember it. I just like I'm the guy, right, that people take the piss out of my group because I'm always the sweet guy, the one that likes the girls' drinks and stuff. Pims, love it. I would drink Pims all day. Love Pims. I'm not sure if you got Pims out there, but Pims, bit of lemonade, bit of fruit, oof, goes right through me. Yeah, fruity. That's the best way to describe it. Fruity drinks. Everyone's like, oh, you look, you're fucking gay or whatever. No, I just love fruity drinks. Generally, fruity drinks. But I was saying, Lilo, um, thanks for spotting that mistake as well. Innocent until what was it again? I don't know what the fuck it was now. Um, where'd you go? Oh, unless proven guilty. Them girls' drinks fuck you up faster. All my guy friends realize, no, it doesn't. It keeps me going. Spider Girl. It keeps me going. Honestly, I was in Vegas drinking fruit drinks. I was just loving it. Gambling on the roulette. I mean, obviously we were all fucked by the end of it, but I mean, I was drank all day. I literally fruity drinks all day, every day for me. I'd have it over a pint most days as well. That's probably like Camelot and Diggs the White Claws. What's a White Claws? I don't know what White Claws is. I just know I love fruity drinks. The fruity, like if there's any peachy, strawberry, um, like Bacardi, I think, Drambuie, Pimm's, vodka. Because you can drink the really. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, you drink them fast, yeah. It's yeah, I know. Yeah, the fruity drinks are down like fuck. Rokita Law. I need to look at. Was it Rokita Law you said that I need to look at? I don't like sparkling water either. But what's White Claw? I yeah, presume it's alcohol, but I've never heard of White Claw before. But what I have heard of, which we don't have here, which I'm jealous of, is High Noons. High Noon vodka. I know you know because through Barstool Sports, High Noon vodka, the cans of them, but we don't have them here, so otherwise I would do it. Rokita Law is awesome. Yeah, no, well, it's sparkling water. Why would you put sparkling water with alcohol? Fucking hell. Well, Lilo, do you think get easily offended? I mean, you come to this fucking channel now, and do you think if I was offended, I'd left you would still be a member? Uh, no, High Noon's what I want. Simmer, so yeah, a sparkling water. I need to look at Rokito and see how he does it. Maybe I can improve my way I do it. All right, yeah. Fine, 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 fine. Yeah, fine, fine. You're right. Disclaimer, if you get offended, don't watch Rokita Law, but also you probably don't want to watch this channel too much either. Um, but yeah, if you guys haven't tried High Noons, you need to try it because I've heard it's brilliant. But obviously that is from Boss Sports and they're selling it. So, um, well, because I got my Barstool Sports badge on. But yeah, Lady Law today saved me so much. I put a mistake on my t-shirts in my store, and really, luckily, again, you say as it is, and I love you for that because I nearly got fucking trounced with that one. Can you imagine if I started selling those? Jesus. High Noon, but High Noon's not okay, not terrible. Okay, good. Barstool, I love Barstool. Portnoy, D Portnoy, Big Cat. There's a couple of people I've argued with on there, Smitty and Nadu. So Nadu, Jeff Nadu does all the true crime stuff. I stood up for him once, and he fucking blocked me. I was like, you prick. So I don't like it now. So what I do now is I send all my links to Gaz, this school sales guy, and just hopefully some people see it. I post loads of my links to people in Barstool to see if they see it because I just think people might click on it. So Lefty, I think you mean what did she help me with? I put a t-shirt out saying innocent until Proven. As far as innocent proven, I hate that because it sounds like they've eventually been proven guilty. It was my mistake. It was my mistake. It was totally my mistake. So I got a designer doing it for me. So as soon as you told me that, um, as soon as you told me that, I messaged him. He said, "Yeah, no worries. I can fix that for you." No, I know you're not being personally against me. I'm just glad that you did it because I can you imagine. This is what I was trying to say to people. I don't get offended. I'd rather someone tell me if I made a mistake because if they don't tell me, I don't want like the wine mums telling me I made a mistake and laughing at me. I'd rather people just telling me, "Oh, hey mate, you've made a mistake there. You got the wrong word." Happy days. And same with this. If there's an echo or video's not right or my mic's, just tell me. I'd rather people tell me. So unfortunately, that been lost to being nothing more than something that's said rather than believe. I've said this in so many videos. I admired America and about your the system, judicial system, everything. Um, but the Alex Murdoch case, when I saw 80% of people saying he's guilty before a piece of evidence went in, and when people shouted at me saying, "Get the fuck back to the UK, you know nothing about our laws," and I was like, "What the?" And then when I had Sarah Ford saying that opinions don't matter, the law is all that matters, I'm like, cool, but maybe change your fucking law. Because how can you have a brother on a jury and she was trying to justify it? I was like, stop being a fraud, just fucking change it. But it's wrong. You should have a brother of a witness on a jury, you motherfucker. I don't like Sarah Fraud. So then she blocked me. So I mean, I couldn't do anything about that. That fine. I think people are getting tired now. It's nearly 2 o'clock in the morning for me. While she continues to profit. Yep. Same with EB. Continues to profit. As soon as, do you know what? As soon as I said, I hate when people, right? I'll just have a mini rant here, right? If I put a video out about him, everyone says I'm sucking his dick. I was like, I'm not. I don't like the guy, but whatever. People are like, oh, he's doing these things about what do you call it? Pro bono. I'm like, yeah, he's doing pro bono because he's not a fucking criminal lawyer, so he couldn't represent them in court anyway. So he's only doing this. I said this to him. I was like, can you just tell everybody you're only doing this for marketing? You're getting free publicity. You're getting all, you're faming yourself, like whoring yourself out. And I've got no problems with any of that. It's like, cool. Just tell people that's what you're doing. You're gaining so much money indirectly from media marketing stuff. Also, tell everyone that, who's going to take on the civil case because it's going to be you. So you're going to make your millions anyway. And his partner, his business, the shitty podcast, or whatever it's called, everyone blocked me instantly. Don't get that. I mean, just be truthful about it. Do you know what, Lilo? I've said, and it disheartens me because I do think he's probably a good lawyer because he's earned a lot of money for his clients, but he whores all his clients out, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's the best." Look, guys, he's the Satterfield brothers. He just fucking used them to go in the media. You think he was shit about them? He made his ton of money. Who's Rumsting guy? Who's Ramsden? I don't know who that is. Complete Right in Life. No, you're right. You're right. Lefty, you're right. And yeah, MM and yeah, Mandy and all that. Yeah. I always say the same to everyone. Good luck if you like them. Brilliant. But don't follow them and don't believe everything they say and don't, how happy I am not to have ever watched any. Thank you, Lefty. You and me both, sir. You and me both, sir. And the thing was, I got told when I came here, right? Not came here. Uh, just saying about innocent till proven guilty and stuff, that I need to watch their podcast, and I was about to. I literally, fuck you, scared me started now. So I was about to watch it, but then I went to search them on Twitter to see who they were, and I noticed Liz had blocked me, and I didn't even know who the fuck she was. But Lady Law, you do not know how close I was to making a video about that. I literally started recording it and everything. And when it started coming to the dick, I was like, I'm gonna get slaughtered. Um, so yeah, I was like, I don't know where you take these kind of transgender jokes and stuff like that, because you had the Dylan Mulvery or whatever name was. I was gonna do something. I was like, yeah, yeah. This is the way I watch after I watch the trials. If you watch the, yeah, I was told you can listen to podcasts and listen to the Netflix. Otherwise, fuck off back to the UK. I was just like, and these are the same people that hate me. I'm like, and those are the people that will never come on this channel as in to watch me. I'm like, good. Listen to a few episodes and then realize twisted narrative and legal aspects. Yeah, I say I've never listened to it, so I believe what you say. A lot of people say that actually. A lot of people that I like say that, like Rosie and stuff like that. So Spider Girl does a what do you call it? A weekly narrative now of the podcast. She listens to it, so no one else has to listen to it. She gives a little breakdown of everything that goes on, so it's quite cool. Whenever they want to be, oh, absolutely disgusting. I had somebody come after my nieces, and it was horrible. What they were saying and stuff like that. So I get it. It's and when Lifty went through all that as well, that's horrible. It is disgusting. Especially, I mean, they're all fake people behind it. Do you know what I mean? So if it was Paul's ex and her friend, oh jeez, oh jeez, Spider Girl's going into a bit of a conspiracy tweet here right now. But I do think there's questions to be asked about Liz though. Is she rocking a banana and two tangerines there or not? Or did she used to? Those, I mean, this is, I mean, great. I forget sometimes I'm live. But I've asked those questions. I mean, it's genuine though. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's any harm. If she has, fair play to her. Fair play to her. Or whatever her pronouns are, you know? Hey, look, I'm gonna get in trouble because I can guarantee you there's at least one person from that gang watching right now. 100%. They're always around. Because when you say, "Do you want to say hello in chat?" Never do. But I honestly made a video about it. Can you imagine if I posted that video? Can you imagine it? Hi, that Maggie and Alex hated Paul. One of them hated Paul. The only one who loved him was Gloria. Oh, okay. No, I've learned a lot, right? So I've lost a lot of people. I know you would, but Lady Law, right? Look at my troll video. Just look up. I think my troll video is hilarious. So, but look how many people I lost. I lost, like, I had to block. Well, we won't go into it, but I know, but I got so much shit for it from people that said they would never watch my stuff ever again because of it. I mean, I understand that some people want to be respected by the wine mums and stuff, but I mean, come on, it was obviously a joke, like, you know. You say that, but I mean, good riddance, yeah. But unfortunately, though, like, there's a couple of them, like I was saying, I'm not going to name them, but there are a couple of them that everyone's friends with, and I'm like caught in the middle. So I'm just like whatever. But I'm surprised by it. But whatever. That's why I can't make that video. Can you imagine how other people I'm going to be upsetting, calling this out to be a tranny, like, you know? That's wrong, isn't it? How tall was Blanca? How tall was her? I didn't think she was that credible. I liked the housekeeper, the one that looked after Alex's mother. But I don't like. I didn't like Blanca on the thing, and I think it was disgusting that she sold all the stuff, selling all the stuff, and being like, "Oh, it's for the dog, whatever his name is." It's not. It's fucking going to your wine collection, probably. We need people who can hang. I appreciate someone. I hope. Well, if that's for me, I appreciate you, Amy. I really do. Fuck me, we got more viewers now. I told you. I told you, Lady Law. I bet you most. Well, there's maybe a couple more now that have joined in the hate club. I know, lefties disgusting how much. I do what I like though. Who someone bought a camera, was it? Um, and the pictures of the family there, they gave it to Buster. I thought that was really nice. They must have spent a fortune on it. Lady Law, see, Amy's a great example. Just be you. Absolutely. I mean, Lady Law, I've said this story somewhere. She caved me by mistake. She, I had on that particular day, I had 0 viewers. 0 viewers. And then literally, she just comes in and we chat for an hour, just being there. Like, who does that? So, yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. And I'd rather have a small channel and build it and then go from there. Why? What did you have to say? Like $30 for Paul socks. Why do I want to buy his old his old cum rags? $30 for it. Fuck, did it go for that much? Jesus. Oh, shit. That's. I saw so many people sit. I don't want to speak badly about people, but see people sitting on the sofas and stuff. You have to prove that. Sure, how I made it to Rakita Street. Yeah, you're right. It's how you get there, isn't it? Anyone know? So if I didn't know UCF then, Amy, you would have stayed. That's just so random. Do you know what I mean? And youth at Rittenhouse. Right. What do you authorize them, Spider? I don't get any notifications. I get nothing. I don't authorize anything. So, Lefty, you might have had some tweets. I literally don't know how I authorize them, to be quite honestly. Well, me and you. Oh no, you and Lefty. Sorry, yeah, fine. That's what I think is good though. People are meeting for golf and meeting for stuff like that. That's good stuff. Let's see what that's at now. Do you know what? I'm close now. My average view duration now is 29 minutes and 54 seconds. Oh, me and you. Yeah, I don't know. I know probably what happened probably was you probably saw my profile picture and you were like, fuck yeah, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. He's a good looking lad. He gets it. Either that or that, do you know what? It must have been Murdoch trial. It would have been the Murdoch trial. It would have been something about. You just said it. I sorry, I just seen it. Um, it would have been Murdoch trial blocks because well, they answering each other. I don't know. I don't know even know how you hold for approval. You're right. Yeah, it would have been this. No, it would have been Alex Murdoch. It would have been because I was firing left, right, and centre with the Murdoch trial. And in knowing you, I probably sent some tweets out there and maybe not quite PC, but had some kind of I don't know sense. Yeah, it would have been something like because I just shoot it, so you would have seen one of my tweets because I was going for it, and you would have been like, "Fuck it, let's go. This guy's going to be in trouble." And I think you defended me in a couple of things, and I think you recently followed me or I followed you, and I was like, "Fucking hell, who's this milf?" Like and I just followed you back. Do you know what I mean? And I said the same about Lefty. It's like, who's this fucking gorgeous guy? Let's follow him. I'm glad we can have a little bit of fun. No, you're right. Fuck them. Don't care. Yeah. Well, so literally, you guys had a conversation that wasn't on this. What's wrong with that? MILF or GILF? What's GILF? Oh, guy I'd like to fuck. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It used to be lefty. Fine. Okay, fine. No, we're all post. There's so many things going on here at the same time. Grandma. No, it's MILF. MILF. I know you are a grandma as well. I tell you what, 44 years old, a grandma. I know, yeah. Seen them. He posted them. Two grandchildren. Um, you're not too bad for yourself. Let me just tell you that. Doing good. Doing good. That guy, wherever that guy is down in Florida, I can't say the name of it. He's done well for himself. Yeah, my sister. I think my sister was 17, 18 when she had the eldest as well. You know, tough times at the time for you, I bet. But look at it now. You're still young. Oh, I don't know. I don't get the reference for that. So I don't get a lefty. 8:38. There we are. not a friend of mine, but someone I knew. He got married when he was like 18, planned to get kids when they're 19, just because he wanted to get everything out of the way and enjoy life afterwards. You want to get channel and ban. What do they monitor the chats and stuff then? Ah, fine. I didn't get it. You see, I don't. Sarasota, fine. Sarasota. Hey, I hope he's got a bit of that. Do you know what I mean? And put a ring on it. Feet up there. Uh, you were so I thought you would talk about Sarah Fraud. So I was like, Sarah. I was just going to say sad, old, demented ape, or something. Do you know what I mean? I was saying, what's it mean? What's it mean? Then Sarasota. No rings. Don't blame you. I behave with YouTube from now on. Also, like, do they check YouTube then? I'm glad you like that. I was genuinely going, what the sad old. So I didn't know what it meant. Um, no, don't blame me for the ring stuff. Yeah, but, do they actually monitor this stuff for YouTube? I don't actually know. If they do, fuck. And for racist shit, we don't. Oh, that's fine then. That's fine. I need to look into stuff like that. I don't understand it. Right, what have we got on now? Right. So I've got this at the minute, right? Where are we here? 98 views. Average viewer duration 29 minutes, 59 seconds. I need 2 more views and to find a few seconds from somewhere before we go. Let's get 2 more views and a few more seconds. Oh, we got the duration is 30 minutes and 3 seconds. And still 98 views. Nobody left you with it far. They have bots that monitor for things that the DMCA. Okay. So as long as the guys know, well, yeah, don't know what to say about that. Oh, no, I thought we'd go 98, still on 98. How's that? Because if you drop out and come straight back in, does that not count? Or still on 98? Well, and Rumble's still on 3, so total of 10 people. Oh, gig 'em, got 'em. The fuck? People didn't know what. Was it you, Amy, said the fuck? What's that? Oh, we've got another one. 8 now. So must mean that we got. Oh, it might not refresh straight away. Still got 98. I hate it when it goes up because that means fuck. It's not Lady Low. That's not what I mean, FD. I don't take shots at you. Oh, I just know that my. How do you say? I need it. If I had the words now, do I top off or because it's my milkshake? Oh, that's fine then. My milkshake brings all the girls to the yard. Oh, is that it? My milkshake brings all the girls to the yard. I don't know the rest of the song, but I know the song. Like I do know, like it's the one you don't know, remember the words, like yeah. The where you got it, the nips there as well. Ooh, Semi-hard. See, there's no. Oh, that hurts now. That's I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Do you know what I mean? It's all good. You gotta have a bit of fun, don't you? Do you know what I mean? It's like 99 views, 99 views. Oh no, but that means we've gone down to 29 minutes and 49 seconds. Yeah, clip the shit out of it. Jenny, when people get to know me, I don't. There's not much I do. As long as you don't, my family, and is there anything else I care about? Not really. Well, I mean, this channel and stuff, I do care about stuff like that, and friends and close friends, stuff like that. But apart from that, I don't really care about anything else. I mean, we're here for a short time, not here for a long time, so we're here for a good time. Do you know what I mean? So, guess they just post bad word, prove it. Right, okay. Let's post a bad word. Right, let me just have a look then. No, top chat. Well, no, no, I can't. We clip it off that. No, I can't see it. I can't see it. So I can't authorize it because I don't I well, so it doesn't let you come up if you say shit and then the F bomb. I don't see any of this stuff. Good time, not a long time. Yeah, exactly. That's why my belief is like also we've all probably been through stuff in life, and I'm currently going through stuff now, and it's just like you know, why where are they? I can't see them. No, I can't see them. Weird. I don't see any F bombs. Yeah, you learn stuff every day, don't you? No, I always like I'll sometimes forget about other people. I think everyone's going through something, aren't they? You sometimes forget about that, and it's what you said earlier on, like Lady Law about branding a father and stuff. We all go through stuff, but in live or top, um, I still hate the go to live chat. Right, I'll go to live chat then. I am on. I didn't know that. Clip it and share. No, fucking deceased. The shit came through. I saw the shit one. I'm clipping the shit out of that. I saw that, but I didn't see the fucking deceased. I didn't see the fucking deceased one. But yeah, I saw the shit one. There we are. We've reached 100 views, but we're a little bit short of the 30 minutes. We are 29 minutes and 48 seconds. Why is that important? Because that means 100 views and 30 minutes viewer duration means 50 hours of watch views. So I want to get 50 hours of watch views. Yeah, someone F-bomb now and see if it works. Oh, Amy, I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. Yeah, sorry for that, Amy. It's horrible, isn't it? Absolutely horrible. It gives perspective. That's why, we all need perspective and stuff. Has someone done the F bomb then? There's no point me doing it because no, I don't see Lady Laws. I don't see it. I haven't not seen Lady Laws F bombs or lefties. I didn't see the. Now I'm lost. No, I don't know. You don't know to have a set of kids. Right, hang on. Let me go. Let me go to the background. 2 seconds. Let me go in the backgrounds here. Because I changed it already for lefty. Right, I'm gonna go in settings now. Community. No. No. Set this channel as not made for kids. I never upload content that's made for kids. So I got that. General, nothing on there. Comments. Oh, hang on. Right. So this is why, right? I've got his whole potentially inappropriate comments for review. I don't know what's going on here now. I agree with you, Amy. Live every day as he last. You're right. Um, let's happy days. Put him in. Like if you swear now, like so you should all be able to swear right now. So it was put. I put it in as whole inappropriate because of racist stuff. That's the only reason I put it as that. Um, so I think if we get bigger, I'd have to probably put it back to that because I don't want any racist stuff on my channel and stuff like that. So swearing, I don't care, but yeah, we're not big enough yet. So if you all swear, hopefully, she makes all these demands of me then. Wasn't shot. Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's just catching it. Do you know what I mean? It's just catching it. That's the only reason. Especially if it like now, it's we know everyone in here, so it's well, we don't know everyone, but we'd catch it. But if we ever got a lot busier, it'd be harder to catch it. Not harder to catch it. You'd see it, but you know, do you like black people? No. Yeah, you can Amy 100% swear. Oh yes, you're right. Wars for. Oh, you're right, 100%. So they are words we could ban, so that's fine. Um, we can do that. Has anyone sworn yet then? because I've not seen any swear words. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's no racism. I stay away from politics, religion, anything that cause controversy between people or offends people like that. I just can't be asked with drama. I had it one day here where we had the Trump v Biden stuff. I was like, oh fuck this, it just took over the chat. Right, I can't go until I know it's working. Can someone just say fuck in the chat? Bring the controversy. So Spider Girl, it still does it. I've allowed all comments. So I don't know then because I've literally allowed all comments. Can I just do it then? Does mine come up? You all see my fuck. Yeah, definitely, Amy. There's channels for that. Do you know what I mean? So that's weird. So I can swear. Like Spider Girls just sent me the list of you guys swearing. So I'm allowed to swear, but you can't. But why? I've just done the whole thing. Allow all comments. It's actually quite funny to look at your comments. Those things. No, I didn't see you, Amy. Let me just go into live view. So we can say anything. Okay. It is discrimination. I think that's wrong. Unbelievable. I'm well behind the roll. Live chat there. Hey guys, we've done it. 100 views with 30 minutes and 23 seconds. What the fuck, YouTube? Who cared about fuck? Was that? Did you just approve that? Lefty's comment of what the fuck, YouTube? Who cared about fuck? Was that you approving it, Spider Girl, or was that him that's able just to do it now? I don't understand it. Well, I can tell you one thing, I'm going to bed because it's 2:30 in the morning. I love it here, but I need to fucking 2:30. I'm gonna get up at like 7:30, 8 o'clock tomorrow. Um, but I really do appreciate all of you here. And my viewers just go up in fucking rumble as well. More than so much chance, so bad. Hey, you'd have to persuade Spider Girl, and hey, I tell you what, if you want to be a mod, then ask Mad World, but you can only ask her on a Wednesday. Mad World, she loves it. I just so see stupid. Just let anything through. What well, whatever. I don't even know how you authorize it. To be quite honest with you, I'm not even here to authorize. I don't know. It frustrates me because I got more viewers now when I'm not doing anything on Rumble on YouTube than when I stream. Fucking hell. And the other day, I had like, oh my God, it's got up again. I had about 85 people listening to me for 2 hours talking shit on Rumble. But anyway, right, everyone, I have to go to bed. I've done 50 hours, watch hours. Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right, Lady Law. You're not probably, you're always right. You're always right, Lady Law. I mean, since when do I disagree with you? I need to do more of these. I I need to do more like weekend ones where I just chat in, put the video on wherever, and do the whole milkshake song, and yeah, because Sleeping Dead. I know. The problem is when you do YouTube, you work 7 days a week, and this week I've done like I think a 16-hour stream, 14-hour, 12 hours. Yesterday was 12 hours. Sorry, Friday's over 12 hours. Yesterday's was 6 or 7 hours. Um, and today's is 7.5 hours. And tomorrow's one start at 10. I need to get a song properly done, but I would do it. It's not a problem for me. Why do Rumble? You fucking fuckers! You go up all the time. Yeah, I should do it. You're right. Again, I don't mind doing funny. It's just you'd be surprised how many people get offended with everything. The EB stuff I did. Oh my God, the uproar that I caused with it. Right. Do you know a woman called Rose something? She's got like um 30,000 subscribers. I will, Amy. I'll just say the story and I'll have to go there. She does all the whole breaking news, people missing and stuff. Her name's Rose. And I posted this thing, right, saying, oh, YouTube have put my video on hold. And there's a video that I say, basically describe that, um, what do you call it? That Liz is laying down on a table and getting all excited and being like, oh, Eric, oh, Eric, oh, I love you, Eric. And then all of a sudden, she's spreading her legs already and she's all excited. Then he gets his dick out and she's like, oh, Eric, is that it? Type of thing, small dick. So I made a joke about it. And I tweeted about it on Twitter. And she just called me disgusting pig or something. I was like, cool. Then I made another joke about Luna Shark. I asked Mandy Matney, right? I said, is Luna Shark your porn name? That's all I did. I don't know what Luna Shark is. So I asked her, is that your porn name? She never replied. So if no one's replying to me, I'm just like, I'll take it that it is a porn name. So I said in the video again, or in the video, I'm not sure if I'm breaking news, or whatever, but Mandy's porn name is Luna Shark. And that Rose, fuck me, she went after me. She blocked me and just called me like disgusting pig. No wonder no one follows you. You're this. Madwell went after her. Madwell went ape shit on her. Was just like, basically saying, "Who the fuck are you to go after?" Uh, like at the time, I had like 600 followers, and Madwell was like going mad at her, going, "Who the fuck are you with your 30,000 subscribers telling someone that's trying to build whatever, no audience, blah blah blah." Because basically she's dunking on me and saying that I was desperate or something because I didn't get any followers and stuff, and you keep promoting stuff. Dude, stop promoting stuff because no one wants it, no one's interested in your stuff, or something like that it was. And which I didn't see. Madwell went straight after it about it. I was like, okay, class, but that's the type of people I deal with. It's a joke. And also someone else, Hearsay or something his name is, came after me, was like, that's disgusting. Because I defended people. So someone posted a picture of a fat guy in a shower and people were laughing about it, poking fun at me. Which again, I'm fine with. But my point was, don't poke fun at people because someone will see that and get offended. Because, some people do get offended about being overweight. And it's just, it is what it is. It's for some people, it's a disease. And this guy Hearsay came in and was like, "Oh, so you're allowed to say whatever you want, but no one else is allowed to say anything." I was like, "What do you want about?" And he's like, "Yeah, you said Eric Bland's got a small dick." I was like, "Yeah, and?" He goes, "That's offensive to Eric." It's like, mate, I got a fucking small dick as well. Who gives a fuck? Do you know what I mean? It is what it is, mate. Who cares? But people get so offended and jump on everything I say. So that's why I can't do the tranny one about Liz. Can't stand all the. Exactly. We still got a sense of humour, but apparently not. But certain other people say the same kind of jokes, and it's fine. Just post under it if you own it. Takes the power away. 100%. 100%. I don't. I've got no issues with any of that stuff. It's like when someone says, "Oh, you got a small dick." Yeah, I have, mate. What? What do you want? I even say I've not seen my dick for years. My belly is fucking so big I can't even see my dick. Who cares? It's like, are you that offended? Or whatever. So anyway, that was a story about that's the people I deal with, and obviously there's other people, but I won't go into them because we are, um, a lot of you do follow them and stuff like that, and I keep stuff, separate, and I respect people like Lefty that we did go over the top on his thread about it as well. So says his looks like a gumbo. Yeah, exactly. You just, as I say, you just got to have fun with it, don't you? But and also there's a lot of other people that you'd be surprised that get offended with stuff. So, but whatever, can't do anything with that. Got 8 people here now. Thank you guys so much. What do we end up with? What do we end up with? Because I've gotten over now. Yeah, just over 50 hours. So I think we're probably at one. I'll say it. It was yeah, mushroom tip. I know. Um, it was a thread. So it was a thread where me and Billy were going back and forward. She didn't like the troll video, and yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter anyway. Doesn't matter. So that's what the thread I meant. So now I just ignore everything and everybody. So, but yeah. See, that's been good. I've enjoyed this. I've enjoyed chatting a lot more than, just being like trial videos and stuff like that. So, um, honestly, but I think so. One of them wasn't Billy, it was someone else who said to me that they felt that they work hard to try and gain a relationship or to be taken seriously in the community. And by me doing that and them associated with me, them being associated with me, um, and essentially they feel like I'm dragging them down with myself, which I respect the back. So I'm sorry you feel like that is nothing. What am I supposed to do? I think it's hilarious. So it's not even chat. The chat's always great here. It's mostly um, people just DM you and stuff. People are. I've unfollowed them just because it was like I've not blocked them or anything. It's just more of a look. I'll follow you, dude. So maybe unfollow me type of thing. Um, yeah, I understand sometimes that some people won't enjoy my content, and I respect that. You're not going to look like everything I do. Same with you, Lilo. they won't like everything that you do. Exactly. Why can't you have a channel just talking shit? Because also I think you've got a good base. Well, you've got people like Lefty. Like I'll definitely be around there and stuff. It's just we need to chat, Lilo. We need to link up. We need to chat about how to do forward anyway. Because I've probably got a lot of advice for you as well about the setup. Shit on me all the time. I'm the hero everyone can shit on because I can take it. Look at Lefty. Fucking hell. Lefty, I said this earlier on. I know you don't want compliments, but I appreciate you, my man. I've not known you long, but you've always been supportive of me on this channel. So, I don't. Then I can make fun of them. Movies for Lefty. Do you want to? Well, just show them a little bit there. A little bit there. Don't want to show too much. Not on the first date, anyway. Do you know what I mean? So, a little one there, just for Lefty. Yeah, and he was my Lefty as well. So, we'll get on. I told you, I literally, I said this. I think to Eric Blunt. I do a pod like topless. It doesn't matter. I mean, voice to chat. He was crying. He needed that. Oh, anytime you need that. Right, it's 2:45. I have to go. I have to go. I really appreciate everybody. If you're around, come back tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern. Probably be there for 4 or 5 hours. And Lady Law, message me. We will get some stuff going as well. And we'll hook up. Lady Law, FUC, Lady Law. I will. I do need it. I'm not going to be up in like 3-4 hours. So, yeah, I'll get back on my DM when you can. No, there's no rush on that, but I want to chat with you anyway about all this stuff. So, thank you, people. Appreciate you, Amy, Spider, Madwell. No, Madwell's not here now. Lefty, Lady Law, and whoever else has been watching. So, with that, I'm going to click it and maybe see somebody tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Take care. God bless.